everyone, and welcome to the second open of the Parallel League Season 2. We've got a pretty exciting top 16 today. A lot of names that we recognize that I'm personally really excited to cast and see compete again. We've got Defactor and Muka with us today. How are you feeling about the second open going into the top 16, guys?
As excited as ever I am. I can't wait. We've got some amazing players in this open. You almost wouldn't think it was an open if you looked at the player list. You'd be like, wow, is this like a world final? The players are so top level. So I can't wait. Should be really good. Yeah, really good.
Yeah, I'm kind of echoing how Factor feels. Like a lot of these players, we are actually now just seeing them repeat top, and that's very very cool to see. In a league so competitive that a lot of these players have put themselves on a rung above the others and are repeatedly showing up. And I'm sure more names will join that list of players. But it's very cool to see it happen. With only 3 tournaments this season already.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, we've been saying like Parallel is so sweaty, and the names that are just barely not making it too. I mean, I think there's some big ones like Lambie might have just missed the cut, right? I mean, it is some
Yeah.
serious high competition. And so, I would love to take a look at the top 16 names. So maybe we can check out the bracket right now and see who we've got. Muka, you want to kind of give us an overview of some of your thoughts on these 16 players?
Yeah, so something to take note of is that we did 2 different qualifiers for this open. So the seeds are kind of blended amongst each other. And looking at the matchups, they are crazy. We've seen some of these players go against each other before, but some matchups that are popping out to me, BlizzconJan versus Fino. BlizzconJan is a player that I think a lot of the top end all knows and respects. Super, super strong competitor. I think if I'm correct, we were talking internally that like in the tournaments that he's qualified already for this league, he went undefeated in Swiss both times, which is crazy. Fino, a player that we've known for a while and grown to love, and he's playing. He always plays his heart out. Him making the top cut again. I think multiple tops already this season. Very cool to see. On the other end, we have Pandapple and Fat Cat. We've had Fat Cat on the podcast. He's a great player, and Pandapple repeat player. Top end, Perp making it. What other? Sequinox, Dual Note. These guys played each other in Worlds and have topped multiple tournaments. Jarla, the first league world champion against Jobsad, who's practice partner, and he also made it to Worlds. Like this is a stacked comp of players right now.
Yeah, it really, really is. I mean, if we had to make some predictions to factor, who do you think might take the cake at the end of the day? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I love predictions, but this one is really tough just because of the level of competition. I want to, I want to say Panda because that's more of just almost the fact that I really get on with Panda. I mean, he streams a lot, and he's so good. Like he went 6-0 in the Swiss. He looked very comfortable. He played a lot of top players during there as well. And we see him, as Muka said, repeatedly kind of knocking on the door. I'd like to see him go a little bit further. I think in the last tournament, he was a little bit disappointed with himself in that he done all the hard work to get there and then he kind of just fell a little bit short. So I'm hoping that drives him like this time to try and get all the way to the end. But he's got a lot of good competition, especially from his fellow Czech countrymen, because we've got like BlizzCon, as Muka mentioned, who's super strong. Would not be surprised to see him actually get to the final. And of course, you've got Jarla and Jobsad. Jarla, I think, probably have to say, if he can get past Jobsad, would probably have a good chance of getting far again. But it's so tough. I'm going to stick my neck out and say Panda, purely just out of the fact that he's a friend. But there's so many people you could pick. Yeah.
I think it was Panda that had that really crazy moment on stream with the enraged beast. I can't remember
Yeah,
the
it was.
exact
Yeah.
tournament.
It was.
But
I don't know if that's a moment he wants to remember.
Yeah, I'm like, I wonder if we're gonna run it back and get some crazy moments from Pandapple this tournament. But no, I like the pick. Muka, what about you?
I mean, I've said it since last season that when BlizzconJan was going to start competing, that he was a player that I was, when I was coaching back then, he was a player that I was like legitimately afraid of my players going against him. He's very, very good. he's I think mechanically one of the best players Parallel has seen, if not the best. Like I will give him that title. So I could see him getting it, but on the other end, I think I'm kind of rooting for Fat Cat. Like
Okay, yeah.
he's topped so many times, and I love watching him. And he's so like charismatic. Like I really want to see him get a win. Like I'm starting to, we're gonna start seeing Fat Cat jerseys a few more tournaments if he keeps topping and gets like right there.
Yeah. Great choices there. I'd love to see Fat Cat get a win as well. All right, I think we're going to take a look at the deck list, though, because if it wasn't mentioned, Jarla and Jobsad, that's going to be the first match that we're going to tune in today. So we're going to take a look at their decks, and then we'll see you guys on the flip side. So let's get into it. All right, let's see. Let's take it away. Muka, Defactor, whoever wants to jump in, give us the rundown of Jarla's Scipius here.
Yeah, Defactor.
I'll leave this one to you, Muka.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, looking at this Scipius list here, with some things to take note of are the no snitchings. Usually I go to the effect side when I look at these Cathari decks. Because you're trying to fit in as many units as possible, so it's very interesting to see if they're bringing any extra effects that may take away from that game plan. But you can see Jarla here is just playing the no snitchings with obviously the 3 Triumph of Europa. It's a high density genetic replicator deck, and he has really filled out the 1-cost slots. Interesting, he's doubled up on Reliant Gamma and Princeps, so he hasn't picked one that's like a clear-cut favorite and opted to go for 2 and 2. Lord Harf is in this deck, which doesn't always make the cut. 2 Saboteurs for the mirror match, only 1 Master Poisoner, 1 Scipion Praetor, and 2 Drusian Exorators, which has become the main finisher of the deck ever since Kill Switch has been, or Kill Box has been kind of like left off.
All right.
Yeah. I think just one thing I wanted to add on that as well is that there's no Radiant Legion. So you often see Radiant Legion in a Scippy deck. There's no Radiant Legion here. And that's interesting. But I think the deck is very, very strong. And I agree with Muka. You often don't really see in these Scippy decks like tons of effects other than the Triumph Europa. So yeah, the no snitching I feel like is in there just to try and combat some of the early threat maybe from Earthen as well. Because if Earthen really starts to get that ramp, you don't snitch the Steward of the Garden, it can really get out of control. So yeah, interesting, really good deck.
All right, let's move on to Jarla's second deck here. All right, we got a Kathy. Defactor, take it away.
Yeah, let's do it. So yeah, this is pretty much the deck that we see rampant on the ladder. It's I like to call it bloodthirsty because of the Bloodhounds. Very quick. I've played against Jarla personally with this deck, and he plays it so good. It's one of those decks where by turn 2, you're swamped, you're overloaded. You can see that he's just got so many of the 1 costs. He's not actually dropped anything. Usually in this type of deck, you might see, for example, the Slinger might be a 2, or maybe the Trigger Happy might be a 2 rather than 3, but he's just fully loaded up on the 1s, all 3 copies. And he does not have the Logistics Mastery, but he doesn't need it. He's just got so many units. So the plan with this deck is to just try and flood the board as quickly as you can, hope to get the memento down on the units, and once that's down on them, it's going to be really difficult to deal with that board. So this is a strong deck. It's the sort of deck that as I say, we've seen a lot, and he plays it so well. So yeah, very, very strong.
Is Miriel a more recent thing, or has that been in these popular Kathy lists for a while? Because that is sticking out to me a little bit here.
It's to hit the 2-drops now, especially with the Neve deck that's been popping around. I'm sure people will see it today. I'm sure one of these guys has brought it, but it's to try to hit your Elvaros and Hearth as more consistently as possible.
Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, let's move on to Jarla's last deck here. And we'll have Muka give us the rundown.
Yeah, so I'm looking to see, is this not, do we not have it? Oh, there's no ulterior. I was actually surprised. I thought we were going to see ulterior coming out of Jarla here. But this is a pretty standard Neve list. We've seen Jarla champion Neve countless times. It's his favorite Paragon. He's got 2 embedded agents, 3 singularity stewards, so that's the 1-drop lineup. He even has the Hearth in here. He's opting for the 3 trapper. Sometimes we see 2 honored stewards. We look at the effect side real quick. No rummaging. Instead, he's played 2 brands of expertise. He's got 2 collateral damage, 3 scheming, 2 triumph of loss. This is a very like balanced Neve list from my understanding. It feels like it just has a lot of the core package. He's not opting to like play rummaging. He's just sticking with like all the effects to make sure his Neve is potent. 2 triumph of the loss can help with the mirror match. Maybe he's expecting to see more of these like ulterior design decks pop up. So overall, very interesting bring. I'm only saying it's very interesting just because it just feels like it's not like super tailored for anything. It's just a nice clean package of Neve.
She's just gonna do what she does best, right? So, all right. Well, that's it for Jarla's decks here. It is Conquest, bring 3, ban 1. So now we can move on to Jobsad's list and see what he cooked up for the second open here. Let's see. Well, Muka, you want to run it back and just real quick because hang on a minute. This is
the ulterior design design.
Yeah, okay.
This is the one that's plaguing the ladder. I can go into this a little bit. So ulterior design is the main card of this deck. You can kind of, how it works is you swap your singularity with your bank and you get the full energy currently in the game. You combo this by turboing your singularity, turboing cards into your singularity as fast as possible via cost of creation, via singularity portal. You're just filling up your singularity super, super fast. Then you can combo that with like dark dealings or unseen allies with an ulterior designs in your singularity or in your hand, and you just kind of go off. You can get a very, very strong turbo Neve. You can burn yourself a ton of times with cost of creation and then play Malia. This card is an extremely heavy combo-oriented deck, and it's all about like getting cards into the singularity as fast as possible and then punishing your opponent. That's why we saw players like Jarla bring like these Elvaro Cathy lists. They don't want this combo to go off, and I'm sure we'll see it go off once or twice, maybe more than that in this tournament.
Wow. I'm hoping it doesn't get banned because I'd love to see it at work, which I'm probably will.
It's a terror. Trust me, I've seen, and now that I'm on the design team, I have seen and heard the consensus around it. So I do hope we get to see it, and people want to hate this. This is the villain of this tournament for sure. This deck.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is like the new pocket dimension. So
right.
We know how reviled pocket dimension got, and this is pretty much getting the same reputation. But I agree. I think if we can see this at the tournament, it'd be so fun from like a viewer point of view. But going up against this, if it goes off, and there's not much you can really do other than kind of having Alvaro's down, maybe just trying to delay and make it difficult for them, disrupt them with like halves as well, just to kind of increase the cost. But it's a menace. Yeah, it's a real menace.
Well, I am excited. I think we'll move on to the next list from Jobsad here. All right, Defactor, take it away.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, another Sippy. We're seeing Sippy again, still very popular despite some of the nerfs and bringing the power down. A lot of the top players are still running it on the ladder. They're still bringing it to tournaments. See here again, you see that there's no snitching in the deck, but there's only one copy. So Jobsad's thinking, okay, I might just need this, but I don't want to overload. I don't want to overcommit to having too many of a card, which isn't necessarily super essential for the success of this deck. We've got the Disassembly Swarm, which actually is a really cool card. This can massively help against Paragons, for example. And yeah, like one Master Poisoner, again, 2 Exorators. We see also that he's got the 2 Saboteurs, so that's just going to help him in the mirror match. And yeah, there's the Alvaros, 2 Alvaros in there. I think if you bring the Ulterior Designs deck, then you'll probably got Alvaro on your mind in case somebody brings it. So there's 2 of those in there as well. Just overall, again, the sort of deck which we see very often on the ladder in the tournaments, just trying to overwhelm the board, overwhelm your opponent with units, and just try and win through numbers, which is the Cathari way, right? It's core to their identity. So yeah, very, very cool deck. Only one convergent Princeps, though. I have to mention this here. Only one convergent Princeps. Luca, why do you think he's only put one in the deck? What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's honestly just because of space. Maybe he doesn't trust the
Mm.
Gamma as much, and having more convergence paired with the Recruiter and Domina, that'll help too.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's pick it up and go to the next deck. I believe that our players are ready, so we want to get into those games. So let's
Cool.
go over this, Kathy, real quick. Muka, take it away.
Yeah, pretty much similar to what we saw before on Jarla's side, except Jobsad has opted to pick up a little burn. There's one Determined Assault, one Catherine's Expertise in here. There is the Muriel. He's opted for 2 second wave soldiers in addition to 2 Elvaros. So it looks like I'm trying to see where he got the extra room. I don't see it too much clearly, but pretty much a very same core package. And he's just opted to fit in just a little bit of burn in case he needs it. And then still has the Elvaros there in case he goes against, the the ulterior design deck himself, and second wave soldier for a little more consistency on the draw.
Good stuff. All right, well, there you have it, folks. Those are the 3 decks that each players have brought to this tournament. We're gonna take a look at their bans and get stuck into the games pretty soon here. But it looks like both players banned Markolian. So that means we will actually get to see this ulterior designs at work, which I'm pretty darn excited about. And, we'll get some Scipius gameplay, which we don't always get to see because that's another, popular ban choice. But it looks like Kathy has been the queen of the bans for the last few tournaments. She's pretty scary. So what do you think of this, Muka?
Yeah, no, she's very, very strong. The Bloodhound Transport is just very aggressive, right? It makes all your turn ones that much more tough to deal with if you're going against it. So banning it makes a lot of sense. It has it can very cleanly fit the Alvaro package. So if you're playing like a Neve deck, you don't want to deal with that either. It can combat Scipius very well. So overall, Catherine has a strong footing in this meta right now. So if you ban it, then your 2 of your other decks feel a lot more safe and a lot more strong.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. All right, Defactor, I believe that we are going to see you a little bit later casting with Legit Bad Guy as well. Really excited to have him on the stream as well. He's a great content creator and community member. So I will see you guys a little bit later, and you guys will do some casting.
Yeah, catch you in a bit. Thank you, Ali.
All right, Muka, I'm not gonna lie, I'm real excited to see this ulterior designs.
Yeah,
I personally have not played it yet myself. I've heard about it, and I know Defactor kind of compared it to Pocket Dimension, but I have faith that this combo deck is much better than Pocket Dimension because I feel like it was Manila, right? That
Yes.
got a lot of attention, and it just completely fell short. Like when it actually came down to the tournament itself. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen with ulterior designs here, and we can actually see it, not fall apart. But judging by what you've said and what Defactor said, it is pretty nasty.
Yeah, it is. It is nasty. We're not going to see it just yet because Jarla is the one who's locked in his Neve. So I'm sure we're going to see it. I'm sure Jobsad's going to bring it out. He probably just doesn't want to go off the bat with it because Jarla might be ready for the matchup a bit. But looking at it right now, Neve versus Scipius, we've seen this matchup a ton of times, right? Like the Neve player can actually do really well. Even during Scipius's big heyday, Neve was able to control it with the Dominions. And I think that's something that you got to be thinking about if your Jobsad. How can you keep this deck going and churning through Dominions?
Yeah, I quite like watching this matchup because it really can go either way, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if the Scipius can get a strong start and, Neve can't find the Dominion, like you're saying, it definitely can go either way. It feels pretty back and forth, which is always
Yeah.
a fun one to watch.
Yeah, I think the Cathari decks now, when they run Convergent Recruiter, it helps a lot in this matchup because you can refill faster. You can get more
Mhm.
units. You're not as reliant on exactly what you draw. You have cards that can kind of churn you through the deck a little bit better. So that's nice to see that evolution kind of take place as we've been seeing this matchup evolve over time. But looking at it right now, Jobsad looks like he's in a good spot. He's got a very very good setup. This is like kind of one of the dream setups for Cathari. A one drop into high density genetic replicator into a Magna, or he even has recruiter plus another one drop, so he can keep churning away. That standard bear is going to be clutch too because it can make the dominions feel awkward.
Yeah, absolutely. But, Jarla also looking hand not looking too bad. I mean, you always
Mm-mm.
wanna be seeing a Dominion in your hand when you're against Asclepius, which he has, at least 1 secured,
Yep.
and it's super nice if you can combo it with a little Singularity Steward. Doesn't seem like he will be able to do that for at least another turn or 2, and then he's also got some collateral damage for a high density replicator. So, as it currently stands, it's anyone's game based on this right now.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very, very important turn for Jobsad in here. Does he just go for the standard bearer? Does he commit to the high density? He's going to bank the recruiter. I mean, his hand is stacked with units, so it's not bad to bank that card. He's actually just going to go wide with the cunning Scipion and then maybe play the relic next turn. But he's opted not to do it this turn, which makes sense. You don't want to lose a turn of tempo in this matchup, right? Like as long as
Mhm.
you're when I used to teach people like the Shroud matchup, I used to always say just make sure you're playing one more unit than you can per turn. Like just if you can do a play that gives you multiple units, you're kind of playing the matchup correctly because they have to commit more to stop you. And like even though Neve has a board wipe, a more earlier game board wipe compared to the other Shrouds, it can still help because they're burning themselves more. So you can refill the board later and try to really get all the damage in on the front end, and once they've cleared and hurt themselves, you just finish them off.
Right. No, I beautifully said. It makes a ton of sense. And yeah, I suppose with this development of the cunning Scipion, it's sort of putting Yarla in the position where he feels like he has to blow his Dominion kind of early, where
Yeah,
if you just develop the relic, sitting back for a turn, using the relic destruction, and then having, the Dominion is more, to be able to get more units would have been nice. So it's a little awkward for him. I wonder if he takes it slow here and he just like uses an erasure or drops a void trapper instead of going for the Dominion. What do you think?
yeah. Erasure's not bad here because then next turn you can steward into Dominion for 2 damage. But then
Yep.
I think you're risking. It becomes a little scary, right? Because if Relic comes up now, then that slows down everything. Like you want a good window where you can get the steward out and then just pop off. And I think the Tioli might be really good here. He could go. He may not be able to banish everything, but is there a world where you double Steward Tioli Neve's Dominion?
I mean,
That's
let's see.
like
We have 5 energy at our
yeah,
disposal. Yarla here, so technically, yes, he could play both
and it'd be a
Stewie.
2 damage ping, right? So
Mhm.
that would
Correct.
definitely help a lot. I think that seems like a strong play because you won't banish everything, but your stewards are going to be super strong.
Yeah, you'd prefer to not banish everything and then have your own development rather than just
Yes.
go full clear and like giving them the turn to refill, right? So, I think that's probably going to be pretty darn strong. Let's see.
It becomes awkward if Relic comes on board, I think, a
Mhm.
little bit. Trying to see.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to go standard bearer into a one drop. So this is still good on Jobsad's side. Like he's still developing really strongly. But I think Jarla will definitely go for the steward play because he banishes 4 units. That's got to be super strong.
It does. I do think I like the striker into the 1 here, 'cause that means that Jobsad's gonna have 2 units left over, right?
Yes.
Where if it was just I suppose the relic would have also, but I'm generally someone that kinda likes developing first, right? Because then you get past the summoning sickness and that type of stuff,
Yep.
and then you
Yep.
can pop the relic on the board and get the damage in. Of course, if it's protecting the units from getting cleared, it's a little bit of a different story, but I think he, accomplished the same, goal here by getting these 2 developed, and now we'll see if Yarla decides to go for that 5 energy play with the double, steward here.
I really like it. I don't know. I'm looking to see like, is there something else that's maybe better? But I don't know. I feel like that play is super strong. I mean, you have to use your dominions very wisely in this matchup. So I understand the apprehension to doing something like that right away because you're giving up so many cards. That's 4 cards out of your hand.
I wonder
See, he's
if
got 10
you
seconds.
I'll have to pull up the deck list here, but the Tioli's in the Scipius, is that
Oh my
because
god.
I'm
Okay.
wondering how much you have to respect like a Tioli into the Drusian Exorator, right? Like he's only gonna have 4 energy the next turn. Still definitely want to take off the board,
Yeah,
but
but
sometimes you
you banish most of them, right? So it's still not that bad. Like they're going into the singularity rather than going into the waste.
right. Wow, he decides to go for just
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
full
You
clear.
I thought you were saying Triumph of Europa. That's what my
Yeah,
brain was
no,
thinking too.
the
Yeah, yeah, Tioli into okay, okay.
yep.
But yeah,
But
he went
that
for the
there we
full
go
board wipe.
though. He decided not to get the stewards down. Interesting decision.
I don't know. Like, I think I still preferred double steward development.
If I'm being honest, I'm a little surprised. Maybe he just really didn't want any of the pressure, but I think they would have been pretty darn big, right? I mean, how many? You said 4 units would have.
I think, yeah, I don't remember if the shield pod off the top of my head counts as the banish. I don't think it does.
Yeah, you're correct.
So it would be 3 banishes, so you gain 3 health, and but your steward's also taking 2 damage, so they'd be 4. They'd have 4 health. So one of them could be traded into possibly 2 of them.
Hmm.
But I don't know. I think it was still worth it. Maybe he just deemed that it would have the same results anyways. Like he would just lose both units anyways, so why not keep them?
True. Suppose in this instance he gets to keep the Tioli too. Maybe he, thinks that'll come in handy perhaps for something. Ooh, interesting. Triumph of the Lost. So Magna was the last
Yes.
played there. I don't believe there is an effect, and there's no relics. That's probably not good enough. I mean, honestly, I would probably be wanting to, I don't know, maybe look for another Dominion. However, he is pretty low on life here, so I sort of like the Wong, but let's see, there's 5 attack on the board right now. If an Exorator came down, that'd be 11. It'd be 1 damage off of dying, unless I mathed wrong. Let's
No,
see.
I think you did it right. Oh man, this is tough because I mean, Jobsad has played this very well. He's held on to that relic as a
Perfect.
finisher, like you said, like how you like to do it too. And I think that's actually proving to be a huge advantage because Jarla has been holding on to this collateral damage since the game has started. And because of that, he's, consistently been banking cards. You never know. Like he could have he could have used any of those other cards to help him in his game plan, right?
Yeah. That life siphon is so nice. I mean, you cast it here every time,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Yep.
That like, the tables have turned here. I think he might actually have a shot with the Malia pickup. I mean, we'll see how well, those hits, can go, but in
Yeah.
general, I think that's a pretty juicy
He can
Malia.
double steward Malia, and
Mhm.
that's going to be very strong. And then you can shard so that, well, no, you don't need to shard. One, two, three, four, five. He'll have 6 energy. So, I mean, he'd have to use this Tioli to shard, but let me think. He'll be at 6 next turn, and then he'll be at 7. He'd be at 8. No, so he wouldn't get you to Neve super fast. So it may not be worth even Tioling the shard. You can just shard the next turn and then Tioli out into Neve after that. But like you said, the life siphon has equalized things a ton. Now he has the Malia. Jobsad's gonna definitely slow down a bit going here from this point forward. And then Jarla's stewards might actually be super scary and could just turn the game around and just win him the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
Yeah.
Yarla's
I think
got
you have to Tioli the and collateral damage, and then do the whole Malia combo. Yep.
oh, yeah, for sure, right? The
This is
fact that he's
massive.
got the collateral damage to take away the health here is so significant. Wow. He's gonna bank the shard. Okay.
Okay, so he's holding on to the Tioli. No, okay, he's full doing it. Okay.
I mean, I think it'd be one thing if you could get Neve out the following turn, but you
Yeah.
wouldn't, right? So I think developing both of the stewards to be able to fight back on board, right, for
Oh
the
my
next turn
god.
makes more
Yeah.
sense.
This is gonna be a strong Malia, I think.
Oh,
Okay,
stop push.
2 to face. There's a lot of 1 health units there, though. There you go, another buff.
Oh, I mean, they still
Another
got
buff.
the attack too of the Wong. Oh no, he's got
Yeah.
this in the bag,
Yeah,
right? From
this
this
is a
point,
very good Malia.
hit it. Oh my!
Another one. Oh man, this is the turnaround that you see from Shroud. Another full clear from the Malia. I mean, to be expected. That was he took a lot of self damage from Neve's Dominion. He's got
Yep.
a few one more shot in the tank. Full board wipe. Looking at lethal next turn. The turnaround from the Neve and that Malia super clutch. Jobsad
Flex.
looking at that triumph with only 1 card in his waist.
Man, sometimes I forget too that Malia has her heal back, and that's just a
Yeah.
little cherry on top, right? She's just getting slowly but surely. I wish we had Jobsad's camera for this because I wanted to see the reaction of those Malia pings. But no, I mean that was super well played. I suppose we are going to see the triumph of Europa come down, but that's the thing when you're playing against Shroud as a Scipius and they're banning all of your units, your triumphs get so much worse because they don't go to the waste, right? So
Yep.
it's very very tricky after a certain point. That's why Scipius, if it's going to win, really wants to apply a ton of pressure early. Which honestly, I mean, Jobsad did a pretty decent job doing that. I mean, it was a pretty good opening hand for Scipius here, but that Dominion that Jarla chose to go for the full clear instead of developing the stewards like Muka and I were thinking might be better, it worked out pretty darn well.
Yeah.
So that's
Can't argue with results like those.
yeah.
That was good. That was really good. He put it all on the line to self burn as much as possible and hold on to those stewards. Most players, if they didn't go for the steward dominion play there, would have just ended up banking the stewards along the way, but he held on to them, drew into that Malia, and just got a ton of pressure to win.
Yeah, and another key thing was that Wong drawing into I think that life siphon for
Yep.
the oh my gosh, Magna. I think
Yep.
that was quite nice as well. It took away any funny business for some extra push, but yeah, after the double Steward Malia play, I mean, world
That's the
champ
dream.
things. Yeah,
That is world
definitely.
champ things. But I wonder now, does Jobsat stick to the mirror match now for Scipius, or do we get to see the beast unleashed with this ulterior designs deck?
All right, jobs out. You got to be a man of the people and play the combo deck. Do it. Do it. Which, okay, I know that we're about to go into Jarla Scipius here, but for the sake of discussion, if it is the Neve combo versus regular Neve here, how do you think that plays out? Because, yeah,
Scheming
go
is
ahead.
very strong. Scheming is very strong in the mirror. And Harf is very strong. So it can go either ways depending on what cards people have. But
Hmm.
I think Jobsad's ulterior designs edges out. I don't remember how many schemings Jarla has, but it's not like he's playing like a lineup to really punish the ulterior designs, right? You don't have like engine whisper so that you can get your effects out faster and stop the combo and things of that nature. So I would assume that Jobs has ulterior designs is a little stronger, but that's not to say that um, Jarla's build is very strong. On top of that, like the ulterior designs has to be a little more consistent by playing cards like Taste of Power. So
Hmm.
one awkward turn that Jobs had Taste of Power is like that could mean Jarla just draws the card, gets the card that stops the combo if it doesn't
Yeah.
go off that same turn.
'Cause normally it's like, if one person's playing combo, in like a control type of match, I feel like the combo has an edge. But that being said, like Neve is very tempo based, I think, at this point in time. And so, if you're worried about doing those combo pieces and the other Neve is just kind of laying down their game plan, like maybe they could get there fast enough. But it
Yeah,
probably just, depends on, those opening, turns, like, if someone has a Harf and really can stop people, like you were saying. So, I hope we at some point we get to see that mirror match just for the sake of this
I
discussion,
get
but
you. Yeah, yeah, I
we'll
agree.
see.
But we get the sippy one. We've seen these before, and I think we've long had discussions about like who's ahead at certain points, and I it's these matchups where the sippiest are so calculated. But looking at Jobsat's hand, then maybe not as calculated as I'm pointing out because
Yeah.
he is gonna stall a little bit. He's gonna stall a lot of it. So if Jarla
Yeah.
can capitalize on this, it can be good. But Jarla's also like he's at risk of stalling himself.
Yeah. This is a little
It's
bit
a
of an
weird one.
interesting opener, not
It's a
gonna
weird one.
lie. Yeah. I like banking the striker there. I think you wanna go as wide as possible, so you definitely wanna get the cunning Scipio down next turn. Okay. Yeah, this is
We just banked the
not
Drusian. Let's
looking
wait.
amazing for
It's not looking
Jobsad
good.
here.
Yeah. He can bank the subjugate too, I guess, if you either or Drusian or subjugate are good banks here. I would probably try to hold on to the Drusian so you can go Drusian Tabula to try and mill out for this uh Triumph of Europa because I think there's gonna be a lot of dependency on it.
Hmm.
Lean heavily into Jobsad getting his Triumph of Europa on. We know Jarla has two of his own already in hand. Okay.
Well, that cunning Scipio, draw for Jobsad is very nice here.
Yeah.
That might save the day. Oof.
Yeah.
Banking a Triumph. Oh,
I was
feels
thinking about it. I
bad,
think that's
man.
where my head was leaning at too.
I think you have to. I
Because you don't
mean,
have a turn 3 play.
yeah. It feels terrible, but I could see this being, a situation where one will get the job done. Like, it's a little painful, but guess you
Yeah.
gotta do it, right?
Jarla attacking the Scipius adjutant token to see if Jobsad's awake right now or he's gonna let it through. The timer is running out. No, he
Ooh,
defends it. He was saying like he's trying to hold out, make sure that he can't high density back and just kill his Princept or something like that. Fair enough.
was close, only a second to spare.
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, Jobsad probably well, let's see, is there any argument to get the, um, relic developed instead of the cunning Scipio? Maybe?
Mm, I like you can do relic here because you can kill the Princept.
Mhm.
That's about the most you can get. But I think you also get super punished by relic if you don't clear. If you go cunning Scipion and Jarla has relic, I think that punishes really hard.
Yeah, I think it does, right? I'd almost rather develop the relic now, and then when you do lay your units down, they're a little bit more
Yeah.
difficult to deal with. I mean, you could even go like a subjugate tabula like the next turn, even just for an extra counter and unit. But I think at this point he banked the. Oh wow,
Yeah, he's just going for board pressure right now.
how
He's
do you feel
opting for
about
board
that?
pressure. He'll cunning Scipion next turn. How do I feel about it? I mean, he drew Magna, so it doesn't matter anymore what I feel
Yeah,
about it. But
true.
I
Good point.
think I'm not the biggest fan. I feel like he has two Triumph of Europas. Should lean into that a bit more. Try to play the subjugate the next turn with the tabula. Try to mill, and then both your units die. You'll have 3 units in your waste, and then when you triumph, you can get the subjugate back first. Try to mill into more units. Like I feel like that's a key part of the plan
Yeah.
that he doesn't have access to anymore.
Well, this turn is I actually okay, I was gonna say this turn is nice for Yarla because he can, get the relic developed and even play the Reliant Gamma, but I suppose he technically could bank the Gamma, then just do like a little double poke and actually get the subjugate developed. And he would get get that on the board and also
Yep,
get, an extra counter from the Scipion popping one out. So yeah, that seems better, right?
I think that's
Um,
where his head's at too. He is trying to set up the subjugate for that triumph. It's
yeah, I like
strong.
it.
It's good. I like this. I mean, I was just saying that I think Dropset should have leaned into that. So Jarla doing it, I'm a fan.
Yeah. and nicely putting the subjugate counter on, or yeah, on itself. That way it
Yep.
does not die to a Magna, of course. Looking pretty strong. When you're on the
Yeah.
opposing end here of the I don't have a board in the Scipius mirror, you're starting to sweat, right?
Yeah.
So I think Jobsad's probably a little worried at this moment in time.
I don't know if this matters, but I just realized Jarla's standing. You got the standing desk setup going.
He
How
did-
do you feel about standing desk setup during a tournament? I feel like I can't focus when I'm standing like that, like to the level if I'm sitting and like, try hard gaming. You got the forward lean. He's standing, pacing a little bit.
Yeah, I think Perp also has a standing desk, right? I think
Yeah.
there's a few of
Yeah, this-
them that
Look,
look.
maybe
I think
maybe that's
everyone
something I'm missing.
focuses in different ways. I think
Yeah.
sometimes the pacing is calming, but yeah, I see, I hear you.
I'm just like it just throws me off like seeing seeing him standing, pace around a lot. What if we saw him like literally go left and right off the frame, just like thinking about his turn, just like walking back and forth, hands behind his
Exactly.
back, like really contemplating.
Ooh, this is
This
a
is a very
nice
good. This is going to
turn.
be a very nice turn. The
I
Praetor is
think
going to be massive.
for sure. I mean, he can. I think this turn just seals the deal. The Praetor is so good. I
Yeah,
love that perfect loop. By the way, is that a perfect? Yeah, it looks
of
so
the
good.
ancient subjugate or the
The
of the Praetor.
Praetor.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Praetor perfect loop is very nice.
I like this, distribution of the counters too. Like, just rather than go for well, actually, I don't know. That's kind of hard because you could go for, like, a value trade, if you'd buffed up the subjugate and traded in and then also but, I mean, you're also getting a value trade this way, I suppose, if you put the 4/4 into the little did we
Yep.
decide adjutant? Was that the
I was gonna
or
troll you and say adjutant today, but
adjutant?
I let you
Adjutant.
let you go off easy. Adjutant, that's what it was.
No, no, I
Adjutant.
think it's
No, it is
adjutant, and I had
adjutant.
been
It
calling
is
it adjutant.
adjutant, but I wanted to troll you today and say adjutant again to trip you up, but it is adjutant.
Parallel insists on naming actually, you're on the design team now, Miko, so with these card
So
names
I'm
in
not
the
responsible for naming. You
okay.
the names that we come up with are, very simple sometimes. There are cards that you name them just like they do this thing. Like this is what they do. Like, like I don't even know. Asian subject it would be like mill clone guy or something like that. Or
Okay.
sometimes we get brave and try to come up with names. So like I believe like GL, who's like the narrative lead, is the guy who's like really, really like the end all be all for naming.
Mhm.
But Veen and I sometimes try to get our names in. We're like, maybe, it feels good if they pick your name, right? You're like, hell yeah, we did it, we got it. But most of the time, our names are not picked. And on top of that, I will say, working with Veen, I'm gonna call him out a little bit. His names are also crazy. Like I got a Google tab open at all times and I'm like searching like what is that word he just said? Like what is that? So yeah, it's throughout the company.
I love it. That actually sounds like a super fun, job. Like, lore-wise,
Yeah, like coming up with the
put me in
names.
temp. I'll come in temporary for the names. Y'all can hire me too. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
We've taken a lot of swings, but sometimes it's just rudimentary like our name is like this card function X, like that's his name. He does the thing.
Yeah.
Um but man, yeah, like naming it is tough. Veen is very good at naming, I guess, from obviously with his experience. But some of the names, I'm just like, what is that? What- That's not a real
So
word.
Um, on this particular turn here, don't
Yep,
don't mind us. I think I do think that Jarla's in a pretty good spot. Like he's got,
very
multiple
good
options. It
spot.
sees that there's 6 cards in his waist, but I feel like it might be a little early to pop the triumph. I mean, he could potentially just get another subjugate down. I like mana efficiency personally, so
Yeah,
I'm
three plus
leaning
two.
yeah, it sucks to not have, like, a guaranteed trigger with the subjugate putting it down, but I think that this is, good enough,
Yeah,
wanna develop, and okay, I like it. He's just gonna go double face here.
faces the place.
I
This is
like this
good. I
look.
mean, I like that he, he really used the subjugates really well in this match so far, and that's what I'm very happy about because it feels like it's paying off for him right now. Now his waist is like very strong and effective, and he can get away with so many things. Jobsad decide not to go for the poisoner there to get the trade off. Maybe he didn't see the value in just getting one clear there. That's actually very interesting. Instead, goes for the saboteur to just remove the relic, and he's going to try to claw back with going wide here, having his own relic to take good trades and forcing Jarla to thin himself out.
Yeah. I was gonna say it almost was the, a punish there of leaving the clone
Yeah.
alive, but perhaps in general, looking at the board state now, this is stronger than just taking out the Praetor, right? I mean, it's still Yarla's gonna be able to make some good value trades and keep control of this game, but I understand the decision to not waste your entire turn on just taking out the Praetor pretty much with the Poisoner. So let's see. Oh
Yeah.
wow, and Yarla just picked up
Yeah.
a
3+3.
but
But
that
they got
would
a
be
bank.
banking ooh, his 2nd triumph. I mean, at this point in time, I feel like he's got such good command, he probably doesn't need it, but I feel like that's just
No,
really
that's
insane.
crazy. I think we
You know,
got to go
like,
Triumph.
I think it's gotta be a no from me, dog. But then what do you what do? Just play the subjugate and kill the relic? Or, I mean, I don't know. Or just throw down the triumph
I
here.
think you just throw down the Triumph, and then next turn you can keep the Sabo for next turn.
Alright. Well, he's got the classic, 3-2 subjugate into the Scipion if he
Yeah.
really wants. He
I
could
wonder if he's gonna
refill.
yeah, double recruiter out maybe.
I
Just
like that.
churn through.
I think getting some card draw to the hand is quite nice.
Yeah.
Um,
You can Scipion now, or you can go for 3/1 drops.
did that subjugate get no snitching? I know there was one in
Yes,
the
it
hand,
did.
and so yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. He's just going for max wide here. Want to get as many units on the board as possible.
Yeah, this is gonna be a lot of pressure. Uh, I would have, if I were him, consider taking the Jersey instead of the standard bearer on the recruiter draw if you're gonna go this wide, so you can just finish
Mhm.
off. But maybe he's just keeping it in case he has to rebuild again.
Yeah, it's
Still
valid.
has to bank. He's got 5 seconds,
Oh my god,
3
3 seconds. Oh my
seconds.
god. Oh my
Is he
god.
gonna get
Oh
a
my
tax
god.
in? He's just getting a tax in. He's throwing it in 1 second. Can he get the attack?
Gonna get it in, gonna
Oh
get it in.
my. He is a world champion for a reason, folks.
Wow,
This
that
is
was so
no
impressive.
joke. No joke. This man played it all and got it all. No mistakes.
Wow. I wonder if there's, like, a little bit of a delay or something on our
They
side because that
do.
was just
It
so
happens a little bit
insane.
as you do certain actions. I think the don't I mean, I know I'm on the team now, but I don't know exactly, but I think, like, every action does give you a little bit more time to, like, account for the slower processing of it actually happening.
Right.
But he
Yeah, you
got it
gotta be
all
careful
in.
what you
That was
say now, Mika.
crazy. That was crazy. Yeah, I gotta be careful what I say. Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
they're like
Don't worry, we're getting go fast patch. Don't yeah, we know. It's gonna get better.
uh that was,
Alright.
that was impressive, though.
Yeah,
But
that's
still,
crazy.
he looks like he's in a pretty commanding spot. However, Jarla does not have a high density replicator. Did we see an Exorator get banked from Jarla? Like, he's got, of course, the tabula, right? So there might be a way to set it up, but it's a little awkward because he's on a 7 next turn and he's got 3s in his hand. I don't know if the Drusian was banked, but he'll have that option. Yes, it
Yeah.
was.
He just needs to get to there. Even so, though, this is a very, very strong board.
Yeah. At least he's
He
got
ju-
the Sabo to take
Yeah.
it out some power here. I mean, it's like it's wide, but it's not that insane. Like the unit
Mm-hmm.
quality in comparison
That's true.
to a Magna and a Scipion on the opposing side here. I mean, I think we've been saying that Jarla's in a good spot, but it's quickly turning around if he can't find a way to
Need
get this
Relic or
Drusian
Drusian.
fast. 2 drop. That's
Okay.
not gonna
That's not it. Not yet.
do it. Then what other options does he have here to use with the tabula? If he banks to 7 and he plays a 3, he's got 4 energy left over.
Yeah.
It's a little awkward, actually.
Can you Scipius? What musters has he used so far? Just Recruiter?
I believe it's just recruiter. I don't think we've seen a Magna from
Yeah.
Jarla's side, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's really played any musters.
And he didn't play a Sabo earlier, right? This would be the first one.
Hmm.
Man, this is kind of awkward because you could do, let's see,
You can 3 plus
like,
3 plus 1.
then you'd be banking the other tabula, and like next turn
Yeah.
for 8, you really want the 3 into the Drusian.
Yeah. Maybe he
Um,
just floats. It looks like he's considering floating. I think you're right. I think he's gonna float it. That makes sense. I agree with this.
I just
He's
don't
kind of
know.
equalized the board a ton. Jobsad side on the reverse is also now not strong. Oh, he plays it. Tabula gonna
Uh,
buff an adjutant
yep.
for damage. He's thinking.
He definitely has to. I think clear as much as possible. I mean, judging
Yeah.
by Jobsad's hand, I mean, oof, if he's
Oh,
got
he doesn't
anything to work
trade.
with, it's gonna
Does he have
be kind of rough.
time? Oh my god, he's using the timer every time. Like full timer is crazy in these games. He's just going down to literally the last second.
Yeah, you wouldn't think these TCG gamers would be good at APM, but I don't
Well,
know.
Jarla's very known, right, in Hearthstone from playing like some of these high APM decks and like
Yeah,
doing very, very well.
I believe he came from World of Warcraft too. Like Hearthstone was the first card game that he actually ever played, and came from WoW. So
Still crazy.
oh, he decided not to bank though. What do you think of that decision? I mean, obviously he wants the tabula to be able to get the Drusian, but he's kind of
Yeah.
left in that awkward position where he's playing off the top.
Has
Like
to
if he
draw a
top
one
decks a
drop.
1, that'll work, right?
Yeah, that's the only way. A recruiter would do it too. A one drop or recruiter. But I think he already has 2 recruiters that have been used. But this is a good enough turn to play Scipius if he has to, because he
Mhm.
has Sabo on lock and recruiter. So he can kill the relic again and then draw some cards to try to find Drusian.
This
Jobsad here is going to go for a triumph.
this Triumph is probably gonna be pretty scary. I mean, there's at
Yeah.
least a Magnet in there.
No, no,
Oh,
that got used in the
never
last
mind.
one.
Oh, never
Yep.
mind. Yep. Okay, then it's not quite as scary as I thought.
Yeah, he either goes for 2 more one drops and floats one of the triumph energy, or plays Sabo. He's gonna go double striker. Okay.
Jobsad apparently has a bowling tournament to get to. So he's excited about that.
Yeah, we
See.
did hear he was a little slight concern on time today. We overheard. All right, Jarla, 2
Oof.
drop. That won't do it exactly.
He's gonna have to play the Scipius, right? I mean, at least he got the Sabo, and then there was
Yeah,
one more, right? What was
yeah.
the other muster
Recruiter.
recruiter? Well, that's good, right?
Yeah.
Definitely want the card draw. I mean, actually getting the Cunning Scipion developed
Oh, and
after.
Praetor.
Oh
Uh-oh.
no. Oh no.
Oh, you guys back in. We're back in. We're back
Okay.
in. Okay, okay.
Oh,
Got it.
Domina is interesting as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Okay, he could bank, the Domina and play the Scipion, and then next turn, he'll have the 7, like, Recruiter plus,
Yeah.
Drusian. It feels a little weird to bank the Domina, but I think you could probably, get away with that at this point, 'cause, there's 23 health here. A Drusian would probably be enough, right, to seal the deal. The board's wide enough.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Plus 4 is 18, 19, 21, 22. So not pretty close, not exactly there, but also probably has to trade.
Yeah. Oh, my apologies. I thought he could get the Scipion down this turn. My bad. No. Okay, that makes sense then too.
Yeah,
Um,
next turn he'll be
yeah.
able to get out the Drusian and start scaling again. But man, this game has been a bloodbath on both sides.
Yeah, it really
These
has.
guys are almost down to just 10 cards in their deck. Jobsad, though, has a ton of units. Jarla's hand obviously does not look as impressive, but he has more units on board. But this is going to be very strong. Double standard bearer
Yikes.
into recruiter plus cunning Scipion. Is that the move?
That's pretty strong here. All right, shall we count? Lethal, let's see. We've got 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, I think, on the board right now from clones. And then how many
I think he'll
clones
be
are
at
there?
22, but I think he's going to get traded into. Jarla's Jobsad will probably trade into Jarla.
Yeah, it's 22.
Jobsad is almost setting up his reverse lethal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. The strikers, of course, haven't attacked yet. So it's definitely not going to be lethal then, I suppose.
And then they
I suppose.
trade. What, they trade more? This is crazy.
Oh my God. I wonder if Domina can pull out anything too crazy here. The recruiters, probably not. This is a terrifying board from
Yeah.
Jobsad's side here. Absolutely terrifying. It's just too little too late on that Drusian Exorator from the bank.
Yeah, he couldn't get it out.
It was such an awkward position too, like the double tabula, not being able
Mm-hmm.
to bank. It was weird. So where do these attacks go?
Yeah, he's just
Um,
clearing in an efficient way here. Value trading.
and even the little clone that's gonna get popped out from the Scipion is gonna be double buffed from the
Yep.
strikers. That's
Or from standard
great.
bearers.
Oh, sorry, yeah, the standard bears.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Man, okay. I think he has to Drusian and keep trading. These guys just have to keep trading each other until one doesn't stand. But Jarla's look like he's running out of gas faster than Jobsad for sure.
I don't think it's good enough. Like the
I don't think
fact
so
that
either, but
the
what else can you do?
The standard bearer and the Scipion are 2 of them are at 4. It'd be one thing if it was a clean trade away into both of them, but the fact that he's gonna have to, like, double trade into those is pretty rough. But if there's anyone that can do it, can get out of this mess, it would be Jarla, so we'll see if miracles can happen, but I think this is not looking great.
This looks like we're trading. He's gonna go for the Drusian Exorator here, buff his board, and then trade a ton. How he
Yeah.
does his trades. I mean, they're not gonna be the cleanest.
I wonder if he just opts for taking out the 3 health stuff and
Yeah,
leaving the 2 fours, just try to get rid of as many units as possible. Probably the move, right?
I think so. A lot of these one health clones though are gonna die once the Drusian dies. Oh, so you are gonna see a trade. He's gonna clear out the standard bearers here. Then two more trades. Gonna kill out the cunning Scipions. Oh my, is he gonna fit it?
Oh my god. Oh my
He
god.
got it. He got it.
He
Oh
hasn't
my.
banked yet though. Oh my
Oh wait. No, did not get the
god.
bank. Did
Oh
not get the
man.
bank there.
Oh, I'm stressed over here, Mook,
Close
I'm
to the
not gonna lie.
wire. I think Jobsad has this. Like
Yep, yep.
the next few turns are very aggressive. Jarla definitely has run out of gas, and Jobsad will be able to just play his own Drusian and then just kills off the Jarla's Drusian, and then what else is there?
Yeah, I'm there with you. It just sort of fell apart in the mid game. I mean, it was a little unlucky. I mean, okay, first of all, he had to bank a triumph. That was annoying for him.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, the double tabula that was frustrating. Like, just he almost had it with getting the Druzy in there, but just slowly but surely, Jobsad
Yeah.
was able to crawl his way back into this. He had a couple of good triumphs, right, to bring him back.
Jobsad's opening hand was trash, though. I mean,
It's
for lack of
true.
better words, it was not good. So
It
him coming back, very good play. I mean, some of the plays, I mean, I myself wasn't even like super happy with. He had to bank the subjugate early, right? Wasn't able
Mhm.
to facilitate the triumphs, but still somehow clung through with the triumphs and ends up like winning the long game value, and now is just ahead on stats.
Yeah, definitely made some good decisions. Like, we questioned he could have played the Master Poisoner and,
Yep.
took out the Praetor, but decided to go for just more development on his side. So I think he just, was down, I think, initially, and then just slowly but surely kept it cool, kept building up boards, and Jarla just couldn't find, that end push to
Mm-hmm.
kind of capitalize on the board that he had made. So, all right, I
Yep.
guess we're gonna get another game. I'm
So you're
kind
gonna
of
see your
unexpected,
deck.
honestly. I thought Jarla was gonna take that.
Yeah. But you're also gonna see the deck that you wanted to see in action.
I This is true.
Ulterior
The
Designs will be going up next against Jarla's Scipius. And I don't think Jarla's teched out for this matchup. So if Jobsad is able to draw the setup, can go off. We can see it all happen in action.
TCG gods have smiled upon us because I don't know if anyone else brought ulterior designs to the top 16. I'm unsure. I know there like are a few players, Jarla being one of them, right? And then maybe it was BlizzconJan, like that crew plays
Yep.
this ulterior deck, but I don't know if BlizzconJan brought it as
BlizzCon
well.
did bring it. I see it.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Yeah, I
cool.
went and checked. I think he's the only one right now playing it. I'd have to double check. But we are locking into our next game. Ulterior Designs Neve against, classic Sippy. Man, this is gonna be an interesting one to watch.
This list would have, of course, still 3 copies of Dominion and things like that, right? Let
Sorry,
me
say
look.
that again.
I said,
Some lists don't even have Dominion.
"Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm taking a look here and I
Yeah,
don't see
most of
Dominion."
them don't have Dominion.
That's
You
crazy.
just
I don't know
combo.
how I feel
Just
about that,
combo.
okay.
Well, you see,
Well,
Jobsad and BlizzconGen, the two brothers, they've opted to bring in this deck and to show the power it has. Jobsad keeps the no snitching, brand's expertise, and life siphon. You can see that singularity portal there. Not the strongest hand right now to turbo through. You really want to see the cost of creation. That's why he's kept the brand's expertise. He's going to want to turbo into that kind of stuff as soon as possible.
alright, I'm excited to see it at work. I trust you all. You're saying
I
it's
will say
pretty
if it
darn
goes off,
good.
then we're gonna have to yap about some other stuff because it is a can be quite a long combo sometimes.
Okay, good to know. Well, at least he's got a brand's expertise, right, in
Yep,
the opening. If you're playing a combo deck, you definitely want the card draw, right? So he's at least off to a good start and
taste of
having
power.
oh, there it is. Okay, there's Taste of Power.
Get him part of the way there. Draws into the tabula. I feel like sometimes for Scipius, top decking a tabula feels like you top deck a Tioli. You're like, man, I don't want to bank. I can't bank this card.
Definitely same vibe
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. Well, luckily with tabula though, you can just bank the unit and then play the tabula and still get it to go off. But man, sometimes you can see it on players' faces when the tabula comes. You're like, come on, not now.
Yep, for sure. Okay, so cost of creation, for anyone listening that doesn't know, basically, to cost effect, you're going to discard any number of cards in your hand, then draw that many. You take damage equal to the number of discarded cards. And if you discard all cards in your hand, you put them into the singularity. So you're going to get rid of them all, right? Shuffle them in. And that's interesting. The damage, too, kind of combos with
With
the
Malia.
Malia. And
That's
yeah,
how. Yep.
pretty cool.
All right. Brand's expertise hits a no snitching and an unseen allies. He's gonna probably go. He doesn't even go for the kickback, so not a ton of the combo there yet. But he can singularity portal next turn if he opts to, and that will put a ton of cards into his singularity. He just needs to get it going. The problem is though, if he taste of power is too early, I believe Jarla runs Harf. I should double check that. But that
Mm,
can make things a little annoying.
yeah,
There is, yeah, a Lord Harf in here.
Lord Harf, the bane of Shroud's existence. Like, just like an early Harf really stops a Shroud's
Yeah,
game plan, especially if they're trying to pop off with, doing
yeah,
combo shenanigans. So, yeah, hopefully for Jobsad, Lord Harf does not make an appearance this game.
yeah. I think Jobsad is kind of in trouble. Jarla's like, okay, you do your fancy thing. I'm just gonna make my units bigger and bigger and hit face.
Yep.
You might have to taste the power here. I think you go for the portal. I haven't practiced this deck a lot myself. I just know how it works. But portal here will put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards into a singularity. That is pretty good. We won't unless there we go. Look for us. Thank you, Jarla. He hits his
Mhm.
engine with those aren't good hits. Those are
Yeah.
not good hits. You want to see your ulterior designs in there this way. You want to get that into your singularity because then you can play it out of it. You refresh all your energy and you can just keep going over and over.
Wow. Okay.
Charlotte's just like, keep going. Just keep. I'm gonna do my thing. You do your thing. He is like one off lethal.
I don't know, guys. This feels very
Every time we try to show Allie a cool, crazy combo deck, she's like, I don't know. Like it
I
never goes
know.
off. But okay, you can see here, Jobsad is playing his Taste of Power now. You can see Jarla can search his deck. He can search a Magna and just win the game.
Okay. Yep.
Jarla
He's
could just win this whole thing before it even has gone off.
I mean, yeah,
Jarla to
exactly.
Jobsad in this deck some of people may have seen like other people tweet about this deck and like where it can fall through the crack. You need like cost of creations to really, really get the deck going. Brand's expertise with cost of creations. If you don't hit those, like this is kind of what can happen a lot of the time.
See, that's where, like, I feel like the best combo decks, like, when you told me that there's no Dominion, like, it's nice if you can still play, like, the key power cards of
Yeah,
a particular class or paragon, and then find a way to have enough slots for the combo, so it's like, you're not just reliant on the combo to win, like, you can still have other win
for
conditions, and
sure.
okay, I mean, there's
There's
the ulterior
ulterior. Now
design.
you're getting okay. Nope, we're gonna go off now. You can
Okay,
see now he has 7 energy. He's gonna start playing cards, dark dealings. He can play unseen allies, play all those cards in a singularity. This is where the combo starts to pop off. He did hit the. I mean, he searched for the ulterior designs. So
yes.
that's that. So now he can go off here. I'm surprised Jarla did not pick up the Magna though.
Alright, is this it? Like, I mean, Moo could tell me, I mean,
Now he just keeps going, but I don't know what his board ends up with is where my head is currently at. He can dark dealings the ulterior design again, so he's kind of like keeps swapping them back and forth from each other. You see him, he grabbed ulterior designs again. Dark dealings now will grab a card from the singularity.
And there were a few erasures in there, right? I mean, he definitely needs to
Yep.
find a way to answer,
He's gonna
the
singularity
pressure.
portal, more cards into his singularity. Now you get to see it, Ali. See, we mocked it, now you get to see it.
Okay,
Now he's gonna
alright.
ulterior again, full swap.
It's going crazy. We need some, like, epic sax music or something, you know? You always need, like, the background combo, highlight reel type thing.
Yeah, it all we can't see it because Jobsad is constantly looking at his bank and his singularity and his waste. But stuff he's looking for now, Jarla is helping us out a little bit. He's gonna keep trying to refresh until he can see. Oh, actually, he's just gonna go for the Neve right now.
Okay.
Okay, I was gonna say he could keep cycling and try to find Malia or something like that. He opts to just go for the Neve, but you can see how strong it is, right? He's hit a Neve on turn 4.
The Moonlit was pretty
Very
nice,
clutch,
though.
yeah.
I mean,
I'm still
that's the thing
surprised.
about this
Why?
deck is, like, when you've got so many options at your disposal, it probably
Mhm.
gets a little stressful. So, I'm actually a little surprised to see the Neve, instead of, doing the stuff that you were saying, like finding
Mhm.
Malia or whatever, just because there's still, like, he was at 9. This is
Yep.
a lot of pressure. You can only take 1 striker off the board. I mean, I suppose the strikers lose attack when the other one dies, so, maybe it wouldn't just quite be enough, and then this secures you so well for the next turn. So, probably when in doubt, Neve it out, right? But that was pretty cool. I wanna play it now, but I know you guys are gonna do something about it, right? You're gonna ban it or change it or something. See.
Yeah.
Alright, well, there's the Exorator. The tops.
Still only has 2 damage here.
Alright. I mean, at this point,
He's just trading.
seems pretty tough, right?
Yeah,
I
but from
mean,
this point onward now, Jobsat can now continuously, uh go through the loop. I believe there's a dark dealings in the singularity. So he can just keep doing this ulterior design thing. So that's the combo. And it is once it goes off, it's very, very potent. And like you said, no dominions or anything, but still a ton of pressure because of how versatile it is in finding Malias and self burning yourself a ton, or just getting a very explosive Neve that the units themselves carry you through. So
alright.
Jarla is going in for a
I'm a
full tank.
believer.
You're a
I was
believer now?
so close to
Yeah.
just being like, "Y'all are crazy," and then
Then
just
it
by the
happened.
skin of his teeth, you got it.
Yeah, I mean the two brothers, BlizzconJan and Jobsad, are the only ones playing this deck today, and you we can see why they like it. It is very, very strong.
Yeah.
Here we go. Unseen allies. He will now be able to keep churning through as he pleases. Well, no, he has a bunch. He has erasure in there. Taste of power.
Yeah, I mean, and your Neve winds up getting pretty darn big, like, so early on, because when
Yes.
you are popping off, right? So, it's if you don't have a crazy Malia, play or whatever, like I said, I mean, you can just drop the Neve as, like, your bailout, and it puts you in a pretty darn, good position, so it makes a ton of sense.
It's gonna let him do his thing for now. You can trade into Jarla's board pretty well. Jarla doesn't have much left in the tank. It was a race, and unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough. Now you'll be able to see Jobsad kind of take this game over. He's buffing his own steward at the same time while doing all of this.
Yeah. No. I think, Jarla knows at this
Yep.
point that it's probably over.
I don't know if Jobsad's making it to his bowling game. He's
I was
definitely not
thinking the same
making it
thing,
easy
I'm
on
like,
himself.
I think he's, secured this win, and he's gonna be, moving forward.
Yep. Bowling League is gonna have to wait, my friend. You have just won
Yeah.
into the next round of this tournament.
Oh, it's looking good.
Yeah, he's taking it easy from here now. Just clean trades all around, good banishes.
I suppose Jarla is waiting to see maybe if there's, like, a Triumph of Europa or something
Yeah,
that comes off the top, but I think if it isn't that, we're gonna see a concede pretty fast here.
for sure. He reveals cost of creation just to do a little, gives you an extra draw. The reality manipulator. He's even gonna Tioli into it. Just get another banish. Keep buffing his dude.
All right, while the other casters take over, I'm gonna take this to ladder and try this out myself because this looks fun. I'm
You
down.
will be everyone's enemy for, you know, the time that you do play it, but if you're on the doing side of it, it is a lot of fun.
Yes. No, it's nice to see
All
it
right.
work here. Let's see. Anything off the top for Jarla? Even Europa wouldn't do it. I think he's just gonna
Nope,
go for the
concede.
concede.
Jobsad will move on to the next round.
All
And
right.
yeah, we got to see that deck in action, the ulterior designs, and see why it's so powerful, right? Why is it so good? And
Yeah.
yeah, we convinced Ali. It's good. It's been it's usually been a fail to convince Alia that a combo deck exists.
Yeah, no, I believe in it. It was just the Manila Pocket Dimension,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah, just everyone was talking it up, and it just absolutely fell apart, so I'm happy that did not happen here. But, yeah, congratulations to Jobsad for moving forward. I do think Yarla's probably, like, gutted about that, Scipius mirror, I think that was, definitely the opportunity you could have taken the series, but it just sort of fell apart in the mid game. You couldn't quite clutch it out, and then he had to take on that ulterior designs, and just by, at the last second, he actually Jobs had found the ulterior designs and led him to victory. So congrats again, and I think we're gonna take a quick break. On the flip side, we're gonna have Defactor and Legit Bad Guy as the special guest come in to cast, and we'll get into some more games. But we'll see you soon, and catch you in a minute.
Oh, is that lethal?
Is that lethal?
Agent activated.
It's really game on now.
Jarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Parallel TCG, now on mobile. Download and play today.
Wow, like they are building this world and I want to be part of it. Like I want to be playing it.
Make sure you go check out Yumio because they got some awesome stuff coming on.
Got a PSA 10 charge. I didn't realize it was gonna be from the new set. That's freaking awesome.
another
gosh.
Adira. Adira into
Oh
Adira
my
again.
God. Are you kidding me?
Gmone's running it back with the double Adira.
Hello and welcome back, guys, to the Parallel Open 2. I'm Defactor, and I'm welcomed here with a very, very special guest, Legit Bad Guy. How you doing, man?
Doing great. Excited.
Oh, man, it's so nice to have you in here. I think everyone knows Legit Bad Guy. If you don't, he's like massive in the community, always doing loads of content, always cooking up some really spicy decks. He's been working on lots of Gafar recently. And just, yeah, such a cool guy who knows a lot about the game. So I'm really happy that you're here. Really excited to be casting with you in a short while. But let's just have a quick recap, because if you've just tuned in, we have had some epic battles so far. We've just seen that Jarla, the world champion, has gone up against Jobsad. And unfortunately for Jarla, he came out on the losing side there. Jobsad got it done with a really cool combo ulterior designs deck. So he goes through and he's going to be facing Hogvax later on. You can see the bracket there. Bad Guy, do you want to explain a little bit about what's happened and just give us a rundown?
Yeah, so like you said, Jobsad beat Jarla in a crazy match. I think we thought Jarla was going to move through, but Jobsad with that ulterior designs deck just literally hit the right cards at the right time, which is what that deck does. And now he's moving on, and he's versing one of my picks for the finals is Hogvax. Hogvax, a very good up and comer. We're very well known in the Till community, in the parallel community. Fierce competitor. We also have Zarathustra. No, sorry, Shogo is moving on versus Very Fat Cat. He just beat out Pandapple in a 1-2 best of 3 battle. And then even at the top of the bracket, we have BlizzconJan and Diesel going in to the next match.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you look at some of the results here, there's some big names, as we talked about at the start of this broadcast. There's some big names that turned up to this Open in the top 16. And for example, Fino went out. Fino went out straight away. Perp went out. We usually see Perp do very well. Just a lot of guys that have gone out. I mean, my prediction of Panda fell flat on its face. So I'm really sad to see Panda go out because he actually he was undefeated in the Swiss qualifier. So I had some high hopes for Panda, but unfortunately for him, he's gone out. So lots and lots of competition. Does it feel like the game's getting harder, Bad Guy, or is it getting just more competitive? Is there more people coming in? What do you think?
I think the competition is really just heating up, right? I mean, this is like I think someone has said it in the chat. It's a championship level like tournament in this, even though it's an open. But like, I mean, if you're on ladder and you're on the bracket, like there is just fierce competition. Every game is tough. With the new MMR changes. I mean, there's no easy games. Like,
there's no easy games anymore.
Games are longer. The games are a lot more competitive. Like, yeah, it's tough out there. It's definitely not an easy climb, and definitely not easy in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to head over to the decks now, and we're going to take a look at BlizzCon and Diesel, because that is the game that we're going to be covering here next. So we're going to take a look at the decks now, and we're going to run through them, Bad Guys. So if you want to kick us off with BlizzCon's, look at BlizzCon. He looks so young there, doesn't he? He is young.
Yeah,
kick us off with.
Yeah, so BlizzCon, one of the youngest competitors in these top 16. It looks like a pretty standard Sippy list here. Running 1 Master Poisoner, 1 Scypian, 2 Drushian Extraders, 2 No Snitchings. Let's see here. And then he's opted in for the Reliant Gammas and 2 Princeps, which is definitely new for the 1-drops. Doesn't look like he is running any Alvaros. Nope. So pretty standard.
No Alvaros. Yeah. I mean, two snitching as well, as we're seeing more and more now. The snitching, again, useful to counter early earthen threats, but also very, very useful. For example, if you're going up against a Shroud, right, and you see the Malia come down, you might want to actually stop them from getting more heals. So you just throw that snitching down on the Malia. So yeah, this is a good deck. But yeah, let's see how it does. We're going to move on to the next deck now and see what else BlizzCon has brought to the tournament. Right,
Yep.
so you want to talk about this again?
Yeah,
Bad
so,
Guy?
so
Give
yeah,
us the rundown.
this is the deck that's plaguing the ladder and most of the tournament. It is the Ulterior Designs deck. We just saw Jobsad pull out a win against Jarla, and everyone saw how that comboed and how scary this deck can be. So I don't think this deck is going to go through, but I mean, if it does, buckle up because it's it's a scary time for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those decks where if you're playing it and it comes off, it's just like it's just beautiful, isn't it? It's like a piece of art the way it comes off. But if you're going up against it, it's just a nasty, horrible thing to face. And it's such a weird deck to look at as well because it's got such few units, right? And we know that in Neve's decks, like it's all about effects, but this is really putting that to the nature of Neve, isn't it? Like only what 5 units there, and then the rest is effects. It's just incredible to look at. So yeah, let's see how that one does. We're going to move
Combo
to the
decks are
next
fun,
deck
but
now.
they're not fun to play against for sure.
No, absolutely not. No. Right, let's see what else BlizzCon has brought to the tournament then. All right, so I will talk a little bit about this one and I'll get Bad Guy's thoughts. So we can see again, this is very much that aggro Bloodhound deck where it's all about just getting as many units down as possible early on, try and get that early board pressure, the early board control. So you can see he's fully loaded up on the 1-drops, which is standard really in a Cathy deck. You really want to be trying to play multiple units, say on 2. 3 Alvaros, which is an absolute nightmare for Shroud to deal with. So that could be really, really good, I think, for BlizzCon in this matchup. 3 Rummagings as well for the card draw. No second wave soldiers, so he's just really opting to just put all his card draw mainly on the Rummaging along with the Triumph. And not really any burn here, so just mainly focusing on just getting as many units swarming the board. What is interesting about this deck is that often you see 1, maybe 2, often 2 Master Poisoners, but BlizzCon's actually opting for 3. Do you think that BlizzCon is trying to take advantage of the Master Poisoner with the Gunslinger there?
For sure.
Bad Guy.
For sure. I think with this lineup, you're not banning Earthen because 3 Poisoners is scary. He doesn't have a lot of burn, but he's just going very wide with units. Drawing with Researcher at a 2/5 is a great unit. The no second wave soldiers is interesting because like you do see most Catherine players run those to get more draw, but he's really relying on those Rummaging Researchers. Also, it's a good counterplay to Earthen because if he gets a Rummaging Researcher down, he can just draw whenever Earthen does any other things. So I don't think, if I had to guess, my guess is BlizzCon is not banning Earthen because of this Cathy list.
Yeah, I actually think I agree with you there. I mean, 3 Master Poisoners, you want to bring Earthen on, don't you? And say, come on, like, bring it. I've got Master Poisoners to my heart's content. So very, very cool deck. I'm excited to see how that one does. We are now going to take a little look here at Diesel's decks. And I know that Bad Guy's quite excited to talk about Diesel because he knows him very well. And I think you know his decks well. So kick us off with Diesel's brand deck, Bad Guy.
Yeah, so Diesel making his debut in these tournaments, getting to the next round. Great competitor, a master player. I had talked to him a lot, deck and theory craft with him. Does a lot of great work with Paragon's Alliance. But yeah, he's bringing brand. So this will be a great match against BlizzconJan if he opts to ban the Ulterior Designs deck. But yeah, pretty good standard brand list. I know you're a Shroudy. Seeing 2 unseated allies. I know there's been a lot of talk where if you're running brand, you run 3. He's running 2 and 2 demos. So that is very interesting to me. 3 Rummaging Researchers as well. Is he also running? And I think see the effect draw here.
Yeah, I mean, also something to keep in mind here and to point out is that there's no half in this deck. So, like, he's opted to go for Baron, which I think Baron's a really good call. But no half. So if he does allow the Ulterior Designs deck through, he could be in trouble a little bit by not having a half. And he's only got 2 schemings as well rather than 3. So yeah, could could haunt him a little bit. But I like this deck. Even though it's only running 2 demos, I think it's very solid. And he plays it really well, doesn't he? He knows Brand so well. So this should be interesting to see how he does. Let's go to the next one. Let's check out more of Diesel's decks. Because he's brought Earthen. He's brought the mighty Earthen. So yeah, talk us through, because you know Earthen like the back of your hand, don't you, bad guy? So talk us through this one.
Yes, I like to be called as one of like the 7 Earthen mains. But yeah, he's Earthen is pretty standard in most lists now. Now with the new Poisoner changes, you're seeing more and more Earthens running Gunslingers, which isn't very normal traditionally, but because of the Poisoner changes, it's good to counter the Poisoner. So if they play Poisoner, which we know BlizzCon has 3 in that Kathy deck, he can just instantly play a Gunslinger for 1 cost, kill the Poisoner, and then establish his board here. He's also running Solitary Confinement, which is great because you can get rid of Kathy pretty easy. You can get rid of very big units. You just want to just 1 turn and done. Doesn't look like he's opting to a very cash-like Earthen deck, so it's a very unit-heavy deck. I don't see any Alvaros, or Harfs. So yep, just I think he's literally, his decks are designed to stop the unit Kathy and most likely ban Shroud for Ulterior Designs deck.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this deck is very specific in what it does, isn't it? There's no relics here whatsoever, which often, you see tons of relics in an Earthen deck. No relics here at all. It's just very much units, just trying to control the board. And as you say, those Poisoners with the Slingers, that could come in handy as well for Diesel. So, like this deck, it's interesting. And I wonder whether BlizzCon lets it through or not. I hope he does, because I would like to see how Diesel plays with this one. So let's go to the next one. Let's check out Diesel's last deck, which I believe is Kathy. So, bad guy, you're doing such a good job here, by the way, talking us through the decks. So I'm going to leave this one.
No, yeah. Straight up Kathy list. He's running the Alvaros. So this list would actually work against Shroud and that Ulterior Designs deck, but my guess, BlizzCon's probably banning this because it's the only one that's going to combat that list. Shady Merchant is an interesting card. I've seen a few Kathys run Shady Merchant, and that card to me is so interesting because, like, you just don't see, it's one of those cards you just rarely ever see, right? So I'm not actually sure how it's going to work, but yeah, but other than that, the list is pretty standard.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite unusual, isn't it?
Bloodhounds, yeah. Have you ever run into Shady Merchant?
I have, but I can't say I've run into it very often, like on the ladder. I rarely see it in a Kathy deck. So I love that he's put it in because he's obviously got an idea as to how it's going to help him. If anyone unfamiliar with Shady Merchant, by the way, because it's probably a card that you haven't seen too much, the card is a universal unit. It's a 3-cost 4/3, and its muster ability is swap a random card in your bank with a random card in the enemy bank. Really interesting dynamic there. So let's see how that's going to play out. But those are the decks. Who do you think has brought the better decks here, bad guy, and why?
I personally, not being biased at all, I personally like Diesel's list because you can tell like his game plan and what he's trying to do with it. And as you can see with these bans here, like, yeah, he opted to ban the Shroud, so he's literally going units on units. And I think the way Diesel has designed his decks, he set himself up to go against BlizzconJan's Kathy and Sippy deck here. Yep. So I like Diesel's list more than BlizzCon. If Ulterior Designs wasn't banned, which my guess was it was going to be banned the whole time, but if it wasn't banned, then I could see BlizzCon having the slight edge here deck-wise. But Brand does struggle a little bit with the Kathy, so we'll see what the matchup has to be first. I think if I was Diesel, I would just run Earthen to start, get it out the way. You have 3 spores. You have the ability for defenders. You have 3 gunslingers with the poisoners.
Yeah.
You have so many things that can combat multiple units, and that's what we're seeing here. He does pick the Earthen deck.
Yeah, here we go. So BlizzCon is opting for going with Sippy, and we've got Diesel who's going with Earthen. So pretty interesting matchup. What do you think? Who do you think is favored here in this matchup? Do you think it's more a Sippy favor, or do you think it's more of a Earthen
So I
advantage?
think it's pretty 50-50. I don't think he's running. I got to double check, but I'm not sure if Diesel is running um, Merciless Bulwark. I didn't see it in there, which it doesn't look like he is. So because of that,
Mm.
it's going to be spores dependent. So I would hard mull, try to get spores, and then you can just like clear the board out easy. You're always trying to get the steward. If you get the perfect draw here, which is steward into moonlit into Nehemiah, that's what you want. You also have relic repurposing. So Diesel's got a great hand here.
I like that Diesel's running armored support vehicle in the Earthen deck. It's such a pain to deal with because if you just let that do its thing where it can put shielded on everything, it's really quite a nightmare from a Shroud perspective. Of course, for Sippy, they don't really care too much because the shielded is a little bit insignificant. They don't run many effects, but I think it's such a cool card for Earthen players to run because let's say that your Steward of the Garden gets snitched. Sometimes you're going to need a turn two play, and it's quite a strong turn two play.
Yeah, easily. I mean, Diesel has an amazing hand here. You see BlizzCon's hand is not the best. He does have two relics, but we know that we can see that Diesel has a relic removal. So unless BlizzCon can get some draw here, Diesel's just going to ramp up into Nehemiah and really be tough, have a tough board to deal with.
I mean, those two relics, the two replicators for BlizzCon is really nice as well, right? Just getting nice early pressure with the units, and then just knowing that you can buff them quite easily with that. Um, yeah, it's what you want really against Earthen because Earthen's gonna get quite big. Especially the fact that they've got the steward down, they can ramp into much bigger units quicker. Got the memento nice and early for BlizzCon, and he does opt to go for the
Wow.
replicator. So gets one down. He's already got a really good start here
Yep,
in this game.
Steward,
He can
yep.
already get rid of the steward. So wow, BlizzCon off to a flyer, isn't he?
Yep, and he draws memento and he draws no snitching here. So now Diesel, for what was a great hand, turned into a disaster because now BlizzCon has answers.
Yeah. What does Diesel do here? What do you think is the play here for Diesel to try and at least get on the board, try and stop some of this early pressure?
I think you got to draw because you're going to need spores eventually. Um,
Yep.
but I can understand if you go the support vehicle. But
Oh,
either
looking at
way,
banking the support
you're going to
vehicle.
take a lot of damage because he could easily just no snitch and then just go face. He can clear it very easily with
Mm.
knife. And even with the gamma being at a 4-3 right now.
Yeah, I mean that Reliant Gamma is really scaling quickly. It's such a pain to deal with, isn't it? I mean, it comes down, it's a 2-1. You think, oh, that's not going to be too much of an issue, and then the next turn, it's like a 4-3. Especially with the replicator. Look at this go 5-4 cost one. It's incredible. So it can already, if it wants to, just deal with the armor support vehicle, and you know, it- it's then back to Diesel to try and get something on the board that's going to stick.
Yeah, Diesel's living the nightmare every Earthen player goes through where you get the
Yep.
perfect hand, but not necessarily get to actually live the dream of playing the perfect draw of Moonlit or Stewie into Moonlit into Nehemiah.
No. And the memento as well, nice and early for BlizzCon, an absolute perfect start. And he's just drawn as well an exalterator,
Yeah.
which is nice. So he can set up a board where he can put the Scipion down, get the board going wider, and then he's also got the exalterator there to really put pressure on Diesel. Diesel's
Yeah, you
looking
can,
for draw here.
there's the spores.
Oh, that's
There's the
nice.
relic of purposing. That's
Yeah.
great.
That's nice. It's exactly what you want to see, isn't it? Spores there.
Hmm. Perfect.
Gives them a
The
way
thing,
back into this game.
the thing that's tricky with the spores now, though, is because BlizzCon played the knife, you have to keep track of which units die first, which end your order
Mm,
of operations with the spores, because now that knife can just easily be passed and then really cause some problems for Diesel.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing with the memento, isn't it? Once it's down, it is a real pain to deal with. And I'm just actually going to have a quick look. I can't remember. I'm going to have a quick look now. Does Diesel have any way to remove that knife? I don't think he does. No,
No, no, no,
no, he doesn't.
no upgrade removal,
No,
like
he
acid
doesn't have a way
spray.
to remove it. So this could really get out of control for Diesel if BlizzCon can keep the board alive, if he can keep getting units down so that the knife can keep being passed, which we know in Sippy is actually quite an easy thing to do, isn't it, bad guy? They're not short of units at all to throw down.
For sure. Just going wide, establishing the board, passing the knife. Yeah, you can easily clear any units. You might not even need poisoner at this point, unless Diesel can get a Terabek down. Did we lose
Is
BlizzCon?
there a I was going to say, is there a case here for Diesel with the board getting this big that he just looks at throwing Nehemiah down just to try and absorb some of the damage? Or do you feel like that would be sacrificing Nehemiah too soon?
I would like to wait a little bit on the Nehemiah, I think.
Hmm.
I mean, you could go wide to, you can play Steward in a Moonlit to go wide there and pass Defender pretty easily. But I think we might have lost to
So,
BlizzCon because he kind of sacked his turn here. And
yeah, we need to see actually what's happened. His camera feed is gone. And as you say, he didn't do anything. So
yeah,
hopefully BlizzCon is still there. Hopefully he's still there because he's the number one seed and he's had a really, really strong start in this game. So yeah, we definitely don't want to see him get disadvantaged here from any kind of disconnect. It does look like we might have lost him. So we're gonna keep playing this out for the time being, and we're gonna see what happens, guys. Because the turn now is for BlizzCon, and if he doesn't do anything, then yeah, he's been disconnected. So which will be a
yeah, well,
huge
move
shame
on to the
because
match. Yeah.
he's been in a great position.
Yeah, he had a solid hand. Like, it's definitely not an easy play for Diesel, right?
He's
Because with the
back.
knife, he had a lot of units to go through.
Yep,
We don't know what his
looks
draw
like he's
is or what he
back.
drew, but was he back?
I mean, his picture's back. Oh, his PC's crashed, guys. His PC's crashed.
Unfortunate. Definitely don't want to see
Oof.
that in this level of competition. I was
No.
about to say, I was like, typically at this level with this many professionals, you don't see them just pass a turn like that, especially a very crucial one. I know this. I know
Yeah. I
some
mean,
competitors use the space bar.
yeah.
That could save them.
I mean, unfortunately for BlizzCon, so if anyone watching and wondering, okay, how does this play out then? Unfortunately for BlizzCon, that actually counts as a loss. So he had an incredible start there. He was really in the seat of ascendancy, and because of his PC, that's gonna be a loss. So he's gonna have to hopefully get his PC up and running again and go again, basically, and see if he can win the next game to keep himself in this tie. But what a shame, bad guy, right? 'Cause that was
Yeah,
looking
it was
so
yeah,
promising for him.
definitely unfortunate because it definitely would have been a great match. It would have been interesting to see how Diesel would have handled passing of the knife, but he had spores, he
Mm.
had some answers. I think it would have been fairly close, even though BlizzCon had the edge there. But unfortunately, we don't get to see it. So we'll get to see
No,
Diesel's brand against Sippy or Cat.
yeah, I mean, I think Diesel, even though Diesel, of course, would have wanted to have a really good game there and for it to have gone on, I think when you look at Diesel's start in that game and then you look at the fact that he didn't have a way to remove that memento, probably he's probably very relieved in a sense. But yeah, hopefully the next game we have a proper game, guys, and then we can see Diesel and BlizzCon fully go at it because that's what you guys are here for, right? You want to see the top players really going at it, putting together some great plays. You don't want to see disconnects or PC technical issues stopping a game. So bear with us, guys, as we're going to get the next game going. Yeah, like you were saying earlier, just before we went live, Bad Guy, that you spent a bit of time, and I'm really impressed by this, guys. Bad Guy spent a bit of time talking to some of the players that turned up at the top 16. I just wondered if you would be happy enough to share some of the insights and some of the answers that you got to your questions you put out there.
I would love to. I would definitely love to. Let's see.
Yeah.
Since we have BlizzCon and Diesel, let's go with those guys.
Yeah. So, who was? Let's start with the question. Actually, who was the most interesting, or what was the most interesting answer that you got back from all the guys that you spoke to at the top 16?
Oh, had to be Pandapples. Pandapples
Yeah.
wrote me a novel. Like I didn't like most of the competitors. I just expected like one word answer. I love Pandapple. He was like, "Should I give you the short answer, or the long answer?" And then he's like, "I'll give you the short answer," and he just gave me a novel. So Pandapple was definitely the best to go through, just because like how much effort he put into it. Like again,
Yeah.
I did it last second. I asked these guys questions at like very late. Like as soon as the bracket came out and I knew the top 16, I messaged them. Obviously because of time zones, I'm in the United States. They're overseas. Time zones were a little different, but they got it to me like hours ago or
Like,
late last night,
okay.
and it was just
Yeah.
great to see. But Diesel comes from he played Yu-Gi-Oh! Was his very first TCG, is what I found out, which I didn't know. I think I was a lot of
Okay.
professional players, but he's also been a top player in Runeterra, Magic, and Hearthstone. So that's what he
Yeah.
has come over from before Parallel. He loves to
Wealth
play
of
the
TCG
Bazaar.
experience.
Yeah, he loves to play
Yeah.
the Bazaar on his off time. And what
The
keeps him
Bazaar?
going, yeah, the Bazaar. So it's
Okay,
another,
yeah.
it's kind of like an auto battler. A lot of people had
Yeah.
like different like options. Like some played Dota, some played like Pokemon, some played like story games like Monster Hunter, or I think Pandapple said I'm blanking on the name all of a
What did
sudden.
Panda say? Yeah, I was going to say, what would be the crazy answer that Panda would give you for that
His
one?
was like Final Fantasy, and I think it's man, I'm really blanking on the name of it, and I can't find it here. It's a style like Monster Hunter, but it's one of the more competitive, the hardest games in the world
Yeah.
to play.
I actually know the game you're talking about because he's told me this before on a string, but I can't remember the name. It's got a really unusual name, hasn't it? Which is why it's
Yeah.
difficult to remember. But yeah,
Yeah, I can't
remember
quite
it.
remember the name, but I don't see it here. I think I must have just skipped over it. But let's go to BlizzCon. BlizzCon, as you know, like
Yeah.
his young age, mainly played his first TCG was actually Hearthstone, which is no surprise
Wow.
since most of the top players he knows are devs in that
Playing it.
specifically.
Mhm.
So he's really only played Hearthstone and Parallel. But he loves to play TFT, which I know is a very popular game.
Oh, okay.
For a lot of competitors.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people in the Discord talking about TCG or TFT,
TFT.
and they
Yeah.
go crazy with it. Like it's crazy how
Wow.
high ranked they're in a TFT,
Yeah.
and how high ranked they're in Parallel. So you can tell that they're very competitive players. They know really well the strategy. To be very high ranked in both of those games, Parallel and
Yeah.
TFT, it's very impressive.
Wow. And how long has BlizzCon been playing Parallel for? Do you know that?
I think the last 2 years, he actually topped, I think, in a couple tournaments last year, but because he was
Mhm.
too young,
Yeah.
which no one really knew, he was too young. He
No.
wasn't able to
To actually compete properly.
actually
To
compete,
sort of, yeah. Almost got disqualified because of his age, but it's nice to see that he's now of an age to compete,
Yeah.
and yeah, he's competing very well. Apart from his PC, which seems to be his biggest enemy rather than the opponent. You also spoke to loads more. What about, for example, the likes of Fino, Very Fat Cat? What did some of those guys have to say as well? Oh, looks like we've got the game back actually. So hold that for a moment.
Yeah,
We
we'll
will
go
come back to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to go again. This is a brand new game though, so BlizzCon is 1-0 down, but he is going with Sippy again. Yeah, he's going with Sippy again, and then Diesel is going with Brand. So this is an interesting matchup because with Brand, very much the strategy is all about just trying to get Brand out as quickly as you can and trying to start killing as many units as you can so that Brand then can fill up the singularity with the corrupted visions. And then when Brand dies, the board just gets crazy wide and you've got a win condition from then hitting with all those units. So we've got two decks here that like to be fast. We know that Sippy's actually a little bit faster, but it's going to be interesting to see whether Diesel can actually get Brand going and control some of the board from Sippy. So what do we think of Diesel's hand here, bad guy?
Definitely has a good ramp here. I mean, um, two siphons here and a erasure, which you'll probably bank. Definitely can deal with BlizzCon's board early.
Yeah, I quite
No
like it.
relic
I think it's
from
good.
yeah.
I like the fact that Diesel has two really strong units. The two units that you actually want to see from Shroud early, which are the Void Trappers, and the fact that he's got those siphons, which can also always be played for free when there are more than two units that your opponent has. So I think he's got some great early removal. I think he's got some great strong units as well to keep generating cards that he can then bank or play. So here we go again, Reliant Gamma, but as you can see, Diesel can actually get rid of that for free with the Life Siphon and still be able to play a Trapper. And I think that's probably going to be the play we see here.
Yeah, perfect cards here for Diesel again. Getting the trapper out here early. He still has another siphon to deal with when BlizzCon plays
Oh, and another
Sipian.
Trapper.
And oh man, no relic from BlizzCon either, so he can't
No.
really match what's going on. It looks like he's gonna go wide again, which Diesel will get another free siphon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's holding on to the half, isn't he, BlizzCon? I'm wondering if he's holding on to that just so that he can try and disrupt Diesel's kind of early ramp. It might be bank though, because he's got quite, look at that. He's just drawn a Princept as well. He's got the Magna in his hand too. So he's got really decent units here, good cards to maintain good ball control. The thing right now for Diesel is that it's great, actually, isn't it? Playing the Stewie, getting that buffed, and then just being able to deal with the shield pod with the the Void Trapper. I like it. Good play.
Yeah, great
Look at
start from
that.
Diesel here. Hopefully he doesn't.
Yeah.
He can get some draw going here.
Oh,
Goes
unseen
right into the
allies.
unseen allies, which is not bad.
Wow. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So didn't really get the draw, but does get an ability to access more cards, which is what he needed. Here comes the Magna, which we were expecting. This is often the card that you do want to play on curve on 3 when you get it, and it makes light work of the Void Trapper, one of them, but there still remains one Void Trapper, so pretty interesting. Good start from both players here.
And he snitched the Void Trapper, so Diesel doesn't have an easy bank.
Yeah.
He also did get the Honored Steward, but he's opting to bank it, which is a good call.
This is going to be a good turn here. Plays the Unseen. He's going to be able to bring out the Corrupted Vision, a 0 cost 4/4. It's actually a 5/4 course now because one of the units got killed, so it got buffed in power. This is strong. He's got to get rid of the Magna. This is really good from Diesel. This is what you want. And he gets a card for draw as well with the rummaging coming in, which is exactly what Diesel needed. He's running out of resources massively, but he gets the rummaging. He does have quite a nice play as well if he wants to. He can go Brand next turn and get that going. Oh, this is good. This is good.
This
is
is
very
very
good.
for a bank here too, which is also really nice.
Yeah.
You can easily get the Brand out here. Clean
This is
trades.
perfect. Yeah,
No
this is looking good
Triumph,
here for
no
Diesel.
Poisoner.
He's actually looking at,
Yeah,
look at
he
that
could actually go. He
7-1.
could actually go wide here. He could play both one drop units, play the
Yeah,
researcher. Not a
that's
bad
actually quite a nice
idea.
play. Yeah, that's quite nice. Oh, I feel like he should draw first, no? Yeah, draw first. There we go. Play the rummaging, draw first, and then decide whether you want to bank the embedded agent or bank something else. All right, what's he going to get? In this matchup, to be fair, the embedded agent is usually the card that you probably do want to bank. He gets an Adira. Wow. Yeah, you want to be banking that embedded agent. And I think I agree with you here, bad guy. Being able to play 2 units here. One of them is a 7-1 Reliant Gamma. The other one
7-1.
is a
Oh,
7-2. This is incredible.
just wild. Like unless BlizzCon can get a triumph or a maybe even a gunslinger here, I don't think it's not looking good.
No, no. I mean, those units already are posing a huge threat there for BlizzCon. He looks a little bit flustered because he knows that there's a lot of damage on the board.
Still no,
That
just
being
units.
said, look at this 8-2. That being said, BlizzCon, sorry, Diesel does need to slightly think about the board. He's going to play the brand. So the brand is coming on the board now. This is great. And he's going to play the embedded agent. Just keep the pressure on the opponent now. Is he going to start to do some trades here? He is. I think you need to. But he's still going to be able to have a very
He's
good
got some
board.
clean trades here.
Yeah. It's not really going to lose much, actually.
Yeah, BlizzCon needs to get some. He really just needs to hit a triumph of Europa here.
Yeah, big time. I think Diesel played that well too. He opted to trade the Void. Oh
And he
my
hits
God,
the
getting a
trusty belt.
wow.
Adira trusty
Diesel is
belt
getting.
next turn.
Oh, I think it might be GG soon. Diesel is
Yeah,
getting all the right
unfortunately.
cards at the right moments. Wow,
Unfortunately, I think
amazing.
that might be it. I don't see what BlizzCon drew here. I don't know if his computer died again or if he just decided to take an early exit with this board.
I mean, there's 24 damage on the board here alone. I mean, that's not counting the trusty belt being played, which would actually make it 25. That's incredible. It might be that we've lost BlizzCon again. His camera has gone off, or the picture's gone off. I really hope we haven't lost him. I really hope we haven't lost him because we do not want to see the number 1 seed go out to 2 disconnects.
Yeah, even with the disconnect here, I don't know how Sippy gets out of this. Like his top deck
No.
needed to be Triumph of Europa, was his only hope to bring back the Magna, but I don't know if BlizzCon could put enough units on the board to check this.
Yeah. I think you're right. Even if he does, Diesel can just go face, can't he? He can just go face, hit for 24, 25, and he's basically he's presenting lethal on the turn after. This is so of course it gets buffed again, the Reliant Gamma, so he actually got 25 damage on the board, 27 with Adira. It's going to be 3 away from actually winning this here. Oh, and the memento as well.
Yeah.
What?
It was unfortunately BlizzCon didn't have a shot here.
No.
Perfect
Wow.
draws from Diesel, perfect playouts, perfect curves. I mean,
Perfect everything. It's
yeah,
been
what else
a
could you want as a
masterclass.
brand player?
Yeah. It's been an absolute masterclass brand wise. Look at that. Diesel takes it. Would you believe it? Incredible game there from Diesel. Huge credit to Diesel. He got everything right. He played everything right. He was aggressive. He did not hold back. He basically emptied his hand. We were saying he's going to need some draw. He got it with Unseen Allies, where he could then access those 2 units, the Reliant Gamma and the Striker that came out, both with 7 attack each. And then after that, it was just playing brand and just cleaning up anything that BlizzCon put on the board, wasn't it, bad guy?
Yeah, it really started from Diesel's mulligans. Like he mulliganed really well, and he just got perfect hands to start. Like it's really hard to go against any deck that could just like perfectly curve out, have answers as well. Just a great game by Diesel.
Oh, incredible. I do feel a bit sad though for BlizzCon because, of course, the first game he was in a great position. He might have actually won that if he had not been disconnected, but the rules are the rules. He got disconnected, it counts as a loss. And then in the second game, Diesel just played it perfectly. There was really no answer from BlizzCon. So incredible stuff. A very quick game.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Open number 2 of the Parallel Prime League. We're just about to watch Shogo and Hogvax take on each other, so that should be an exciting match. Shogo and Hogvax, definitely names that we recognize, that we've seen a lot throughout the first season, going into this season as well, so that'll be exciting. Muka, what'd you think of that previous Diesel-Jan showdown there?
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate that we had the disconnections from BlizzCon over there, but I liked that both of them had their own strategies. They had their own ways of making kind of like the flow work. We even saw Diesel ban like the ulterior design Neve deck, so he came prepared doing what he wanted to do. And in that last game, he played the brand really well. He got a lot of good pressure. He was like just piling on BlizzconJan and his Cathari. So yeah, it was a good game overall. I'm very excited to see what happens with the last 4 players here because they're all names that we mostly know.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the decision to ban the ulterior design.
Yeah.
Like no funny business. I don't want to take that on. But yeah, so let's take a look at the bracket real quick and just see what we've got coming up here. There we have it. So we see that we've got Hogvax versus Shogo. That's what Muka and I will be taking on next. And then Defactor and Bad Guy will be taking on Soraa and Diesel. I don't think we've seen Sora's name quite that much in these top placements, so it's exciting. And nor Diesel as well. I feel like they're a little bit, they've been playing a while, but maybe some newer names making it to the top 16, top 8. So congratulations to both of them. And yeah, it's been a good tournament so far.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see these guys go at it. Like you said, Diesel and Soraa, I think, have gotten close a decent amount of times. But now getting them both here in the top 4 of the second open of our season 2 of this parallel league, it's really nice to see them go at it. And then they'll be versing kind of like an incumbent from season 1, right? Somebody that's made top before multiple times. We've seen Hogvax play on stream a lot of times. Same thing with Shogo. Shogo was like that player that came midway through season 1 and then became a monster and just was like coming in top seats for everything. So those two have a history already, like getting to the top bracket. So it's kind of nice, right? You have the 2 guys that are like kind of like coming up to this level that don't come up too often, going against each other, going against the winner of like an incumbent, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. Shogo is the iconic red glasses, I believe, right? Always out for blood. So it's always fun to watch him compete. But I think we're going to take a look at their deck list pretty soon here and see what they've cooked up for this tournament. What do you think so far in the decisions, like deck choices that people have brought? Like, obviously the ulterior designs has been different, but in general, we saw some Earthen in the last match as well. But it does seem like Scipius, Kathy, Neve still the most popular picks, but Brand's come back a little bit. So anything else to add there, Muka?
No, I mean, I think it's still nice to see like the variation. We all know the ulterior design deck is very, very strong. But the both players that brought it didn't get to, they didn't make it all the way. Jobsad got eliminated by Hogvax, and BlizzconJan, it was kind of unfortunate because of like connection issues, but he did lose the set against Diesel. So there's that. And then, but at the same time, we saw Classic Neve get brought. We saw Brand. I think Shroud has a lot of variety right now, which is kind of cool to see. And Kathy and Sippy are kind of like the splashes right now. I think that will, that's like, I think that's the name of the game right now. Our parallel is very tempo heavy, and those decks have always been good at keeping tempo. That's where they excel. And I think that's why a lot of people are always like, I can't wait till Deception, because we've been touting that there's going to be a board wipe coming in to maybe put these guys in check. But for now, like, yeah, they are still the kings. Kathy and Sippy have been around for I don't even know how long. Has there ever been a meta within the beta that they haven't been good? There's always been one of them at least.
I definitely have a memory where Kathy fell out of favor a little bit, and, like, it was
Hmm.
Lemmy for a while, but not very often, so
Yeah.
I'm excited for the shakeup, but it looks like the decks are ready, so let's discuss, the Shogo Hogvax list. Mook, I'll let you take the Sippius deck first
All
here.
right. So going with the Scipius here, I'm starting to see a trend. We only one Master Poisoner in this list too. I don't think a lot of people are expecting to see Earthen, so they just brought that down a notch. One Scipion Praetor, one Drusian Exrator, one Radiant Legion. So I went straight to the end curve just because it's very interesting. There's even Emeritus in here. All those one ofs, right? To just have the
Mm,
variety and just have the flexibility. Radiant Legion is very strong. We've seen that card been played countless times in other tournaments. Drusian Exerator is normally the finisher. Only one copy in here is interesting. The one Praetor, it's good for the mirror match. Meritus is usually very strong nowadays, now that it only costs 3. And it can combo with, like, you can copy like a Drusian effect, you can copy a Master Poisoner, you can copy an Ancient Subjugate effect. It's like very, very strong. On top of that, it's very heavy on the one drops, 2 and 2 with the Princept and Gamma, like we saw in other builds. There's 2 Alvaro Interrogators. Man, one Snitching, one Memento. This is like it's got like the full package of Cathari, but then it's like splashed with all these one ofs to I mean, it kind of is cool because it can throw off the variance on what your opponent is expecting you to do, right? Because it can be any of these options that come up on the board when you're not expecting them.
yeah, it's always fun to splash a lot of things in there, but does it, decrease the consistency?
Hmm.
That's sort of the toss-up there. But it looks like a fun list, and I'm excited to see it at work here. But let's go on to Hodvax's second deck, see what he's cooked up. On to Catherine, of course. So taking a look at this, I am not seeing a Muriel in this particular one, I believe, which is interesting. We discussed a little bit earlier today that that's kind of come back a bit. I do see 3 interrogators. Alvaro, seemingly a pretty darn popular choice in all of these Kathy lists. He's also got 1 second wave soldier, 2 master poisoners. Everything else is looking like pretty normal of what we would expect from the Kathy there. No like extra Catherine's expertise burn or anything like that. So he's just sticking with the unit plan, and then potentially relying a little bit more on like the interrogators and stuff like that for some extra like damage push. But we can move on to the next one. I believe it is a Neve. Take it
Here we
away,
go.
Luca.
Yep. So this is like a classic Neve, kind of like what we saw Jarla bring. It's got the double embedded agent, 3 singularities here. That seems to be like the ratio for this tournament. I like that we're seeing triple Void Trapper again. Very nice.
Mhm.
Hogvax has opted for 2 rummaging and 2 brands expertise. So a lot of card draw on this deck. Double no snitching, 1 triumph of the lost, and 2 honored stewards. Those are kind of like all the cards that maybe show up in different ratios and stuff like that. There's 2 collateral damage, obviously for the Scipius, and then 3 scheming. Normally, sometimes at 2, sometimes at 3. These cards are all like always brought, but then the ratios are always kind of like twisted here and there. So this is just a very nice, clean core package of Neve and what we're used to seeing, aside from like this combo deck that's been popping up here and there.
Yeah. I was surprised to see Jarla cut the researchers altogether in
Yeah.
his previous list, but I think the most popular choice is kind of splitting between like the 2 and 2 expertise researcher, but I don't actually know like what is the best play there. But all right, let's move on to Shogo's list and then get the match going soon. All right, so starting with Shogo's Kathy, let's see what he's got here. He's got a scanner probe. That's not something that you see every day, I think, in Kathy lists, so I like that. Muka says kill on sight. It's still a very annoying unit to deal with, and so you can steal some good things. It looks like he did add 1 expertise in there for a little extra burn push. Only 2 interrogators I'm seeing. This one also doesn't have Muriel, so like seems like there's some split on that decision a little bit. But yeah, I would say this looks, the rest of the package is pretty standard and looks pretty good. All right, on to the next one. What's it gonna be?
I
Dun,
will
dun,
say I
dun.
really do like the scanner probe. I think
Yeah.
it's a very slept on card, and in Kathy, I think it just synergizes so well with the rallying cry and stuff like that. Like Just coming out as a 2-3 and battle ready, and you can start controlling the pace on the board. I like it a lot. All
Yeah,
right, we
for
have the
sure.
Sipius here from Shogo now. You can see his build is a bit more consistent in Hogvax, right? You don't have that super tall column on the unit side, but still very, very unit heavy. There's 2 Radiant Legion, 2 Drusian Exorators, 2 Master Poisoners. You can see he started to clump up the cards he likes. There's no Meritus in this build. There is still the 1 Sipian Praetor, though. On top of that, I'm taking a look. Double no snitching, aside from Hogvax, who's playing 1, and he's playing 1 less 1-drop. No Reliant Gammas, just straight up 3 Convergent Princeps. Those synergize with the Recruiters or with Domina. So his build is a bit more concise. He's opted to take cards that he likes really well. He's eliminated the cards that are like iffy, situational, in his opinion, and just clumped them up for 3 ofs or 2 ofs, focusing more on the consistency.
Well said. And on to Shogo's last deck. Gonna be a Neve. Shocker. And let's see if it's any different than Hogvax is here. I think that, so we see 2 treacherous schemings here for Shogo instead of 3 like Hogvax. Not sure what else he's would have swapped
I think it's for the
here.
Triumph of the Lost. There's 2 there. There's only 1 in
Yeah.
Hogvax's.
Interesting. I feel like with Neve, a lot of the time you want to go for the 2 on the Triumph, just, higher costed effect. But that might be one of the only changes. The rest look pretty darn similar to each other. Again, the split between the card draw, the expertise, and the researcher, 3 Void Trappers. That might be the only change there, I believe.
Yep.
And then the rest looks good. It's clean.
Very similar.
Yeah, the thing about the Neve list is that unless you're doing something crazy like the ulterior designs, they're pretty darn close to each other. Like here and there, there's only a few cards that you can really, choose to distribute, different amounts to, because it's just so tight of a list. It does what it does best. So, all right, that's the list for Shogo and Hogvax. Based on that, I am thinking I'm a little bit sus of Hogvax's Skippy being not quite as streamlined. And I believe there was only 1 Drusian Exorator too, and most people are running 2. So we'll see if those little differences, really stack up and make a huge impact here. But it looks like both of them have decided to ban Marcolian. That's the strat. Sticking to it here, probably a good decision, and then we'll be seeing some more Neve and Sipius gameplay.
Yep. I think it's very interesting, Hogvax's build. Like, now that I keep thinking about it, there are a lot of 1-ofs, but I feel like there's an argument to be made that like Meritus is technically could be the second copy of all of those cards. So I wonder if like he's built around that like, okay, I just put Meritus in, and then I can like maybe lean a bit heavier on the variants, and if I ever need a second copy of that card, if that situation ever comes up, I can now just Meritus it.
That's a really interesting point, Muka. And I'm honestly surprised that we haven't seen Meritus a little bit more in other lists, because I don't know, for 3, she's pretty insane. I mean, maybe people consider her like a win more card, perhaps, but her kind of filling that second slot is a really good point. I love that.
Yeah, she's very versatile, so I think she's got a spot for sure. To one legendary though that I've seen like fully taken out, I guess because there's so much less reliance on Earthen for players, is Kalar. Cerulean Hunter Kalar.
Oh yeah,
that card's not seen like any play, I feel like, on at least in the tournament scene for a while.
When I've played Kalar, like there's developing it feels a little slow, and so it definitely is a great card. Don't get me wrong, but maybe people are just without the Earthen, it's just not worth it, right?
Yeah, like what big thing do you need to be killing? Like, you're not going against Augans who are maybe bringing out big units. You're not going against Earthen that are bringing out big units. So you can just, even with Earthen, right? Like, I think it's not brought as much because you can't even kill like a Terramech Shield Titan.
Right. It'd be very different if it took out the Titan, I would say. Yeah.
So like they're probably just like, I don't need this card.
It's still useful even if it isn't a massive unit though. Like the fact that it could get re-triggered with Triumph too. I mean, even if it's like a mid-sized unit, I feel like it's pretty important. But that's what I'm saying. Like maybe it's more about like the development. Like every time I go to drop Kalar, I'm just like, oh, this feels real slow. So yeah,
I
I
get
don't
that.
know.
All right.
I miss scanner probe with the Meritus. That's always a fun one.
Yeah, you get the
Um,
battle ready. I mean, like
yep.
we saw like a small window where people were playing the enraged beast with it, and you would go
Mhm.
for like the Idaean hammer and then the enraged beast, and you would just get this huge chunk of damage that you could take out of your opponent.
All right. All right, folks. So we got a showdown here of Hogvax and Shogo. They're both starting out with the Neve mirror. And again, these lists are really similar. I believe one player has 3 schemings. But other than that, it is pretty darn close. And then a Triumph, I think, switch,
Yep.
right? So, uh, ooh, I will say though, Shogo starting out with a Lord Harf in the opening hand is real nice. Love dropping that against a Neve in a mirror match here. So that might put him into a pretty good
Yeah.
position.
I don't know though, because I feel like in these shroud mirrors, we usually prioritize the units. Like I always see players like prioritizing the units, and I wonder if Harf is going to put as much of an impact. I mean, even on Hogback's side, it's like what Baron into Malia.
True. I think it just winds up being annoying. Like
Yeah,
like a
if
one
it's not
cost
now, it's later.
expertise is insane sometimes. Like just
True
being
for
able
your own
to
side. Yep, for your
go
own. That's
crazy. Even just, on the opposing side, like if you have to cast your life siphon for 2 or your erasure for 4, like those things really stack. But I do see what you're saying. Like there is a big prioritization of like tempo, getting units, void trappers, barons, that type of stuff in the early board. But I don't know. It still winds up being annoying, the
yeah.
hard.
No, that makes sense. I think you're not. I get what you're saying more than, and it'll enable Shogo to do more of his stuff, which is good. He's gonna trade a no snitching onto Hogvax here. Hogvax will be able to reciprocate. He's already showing us. He's gonna go Baron into no snitching, draws into that Void Trapper.
Ooh.
Fate is asking him, which one do you really want?
Oh man, if I'm going first, like I love getting the Void Trapper down, right? Just be able to give you a little bit more card advantage for your banking and that type of stuff. I mean, of course the stats are nice on the Baron and the
Baron plus zero
chance
cost is
that
good too. You can hit a supply cache and draw another
yeah,
card.
that's tough. That actually is tough. I mean, you're right. A lot of the time it is a supply cache and that'll get you a card, right? So
Yep. Oh, he's going for the trapper, staying consistent and making
yeah.
sure he can get the value. Plus, he saw Shogo already using no snitching, so he doesn't have to he doesn't have to worry that this one is going to get snitched. Also, it needs to be directly answered.
That's interesting that he decided to not go for the no snitching. I mean, I kind of like it because if another void trapper comes on the board, like a retaliation void trapper, I think I'd almost rather snitch that, to
Yeah,
stop the value. Or he could snitch the defender, and then so he can actually make use of the void trapper getting, an attack in or something like that to the face or another unit. But that's interesting.
yeah. I think on top of that, like Shogo will have to use 2 cards if he was going to banish it.
Mhm.
So Hogvax is probably like, okay, well, if you have a banish, that's 2 cards gone, and my both my units have 3 health, so they won't necessarily just die to a swing. He goes just for the Harf here to enable his next turn. His next turn will be really strong on Shogo's side. Hogvax is gonna have to take care of that Harf, but like you said, it immediately gets awkward because you can't snitching it, and you can go
Mhm.
all units, but then Shogo can respond with a very clear and concise eclipsed fate. He can eclipse fate and Brand's expertise next turn if he wants to with the Harf available because of the
Yeah.
Tioli. So Hogvax either has to do like a very unclean turn and snitching the Harf, or play a unit down, and then Shogo will be able to capitalize because his Singularity Steward isn't even snitching, right? So he can just banish a card and get a lot of value. Malia going into the bank.
Yeah, he was also telegraphing the other play there. He was like, I could snitch the defender, the shield
Yep.
pod, and then poke in with the void trapper and like play a zone. That was definitely a consideration. But I think that getting the researcher down is fine. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Picks up
Shogo's
his
gonna have a
own
very good
heart.
turn though.
Yeah. Just kinda like I mean, the researcher's insane stats, I think developing that too
Yep.
just, like, puts a lot of, pressure on the board here. Ooh, well, there's a lot of banished targets,
This is a
in
very
the
strong
hand for
turn.
Shogo
So
without a, no snitching steward as well. So this little guy is gonna get pretty big here, most likely.
expertise into just erasure.
Yeah, I definitely like starting out with an expertise, I think. It's a little annoying that the Void Trapper's probably gonna get value
Oh,
unless you
and he
go
could even
for the
sorry, go ahead.
erasure on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say he could also you can erasure the void trapper, and then he can even Tioli life siphon another 3 health unit, probably the steward, and that'll double buff his steward to almost no, it won't full kill the rummaging, but it's a pretty strong steward.
Yeah. See
I
what he
wonder if he
decides
goes
to
for
go
it. But
for
like the
here.
Teolis are so important, right? You usually hold them later in the game to try and get either a crazy good turn, but most of the time it's just to get the Neve. Like you're just racing to get the Neve faster.
Yeah, it's obviously situational, but I
Hmm.
definitely like being greedy with the Tiolis if I can. Or sometimes like a 5, like a Tioli into a Wong, or like if you're playing Brand, like those are like
Yeah.
really key moments, right? But
He's gonna hold on to his though, his Teolis. He'll
mhm.
wait on it. Hogvax with 4 energy now. No super clear turn, but he could follow up with Harf and another Trapper. Like those are good value cards.
Yeah, I mean, I
Is it
don't
worth
hate
snitching?
the double 2 here. It's nice knowing that he's got a Dira going into next turn.
Yeah.
But do you wanna utilize the snitching this turn? That's the question. I mean, I'm a little scared of this, Singularity Steward getting absolutely out of hand because there's no Erasure or Honored Steward or something in the hand to sort of, deal with it right now, and you have to think with 5 cards in the hand, there's gotta be some more, banishes on the way, right? I'd probably just
Yeah.
wanna flood, though, and just go double 2.
I think flood. I'm a fan of flooding, and then like yeah, you don't have a banish yourself, but then you can depend on the Adira if you're Hogvax to maybe give you some extra draws to try and find the banish that you may need for the steward.
Yeah. I definitely like poking the hearth there. I think makes
Yep.
sense. I like how the red hearth is right across from the normal hearth. Very intimidating.
Yeah.
Ooh.
An Adira pickup from
Ooh,
Shogo.
interesting.
See how he
Yeah, I
decides to
mean,
play this.
technically, he could poke the hearth and siphon it, right?
Hmm.
And then bank and Tioli out the Adira. Like, that is a play if
Yeah.
he wants to do that. But how much do you like it if because you'd want to probably throw it into the researcher so that the void trapper wouldn't be able to poke the Adira, right? So I don't know if that's necessarily the best move right now. You give up your Tioli and, it might be worth depending on what
He
Adira gets.
could he could banish the Hearth and then Baron and Eclipsed Fate.
13 seconds left.
Yeah. This is a very tight. Let's see how he plays. He just goes for the clean Eclipse Fate. What is he banishing?
On oh my god, 4? Okay. Man, these players today with leaving us, with the,
He hits the rummaging.
APM
Okay.
plays.
Yep, he
Okay.
gets it all in. He's still holding on to the Tioli. He's gonna save it for the Neve. I feel like at this point, man, Hogvex drawing in all into all of these effects. Just never doubt the Harf. Never doubt the Harf. Every time we've done it, we look like idiots on stream. Just never doubt
See?
it.
Like, the harp's pretty annoying.
It
It's
is
pretty
great. Harf is
yeah,
excellent.
yeah.
All right,
Alright,
let's
let's
see if
see.
Hogvex Adira can pull anything out.
what this Adira gets.
He's looking for what? A good banish here? A good banish. Life
Ooh, that
siphon? How
is,
much health is on that thing? I think 4. I don't remember.
man, that's like a
4.
really low
I mean, I
value
don't.
Adira there.
Yeah, but he could have gone for the life siphon. He's just gonna snitch this. Okay, he could have. I was thinking life siphon, trade in the rummaging to keep your Adira safe for another turn, right? Force Shogo to do something to like banish it.
Yeah, that might have been the play, honestly. Like, I mean, the embedded agent is also an annoying threat,
Yeah.
if there isn't another life siphon or something around. But I think I agree with you. Like forcing, you literally can't let the Adir get another turn. So I mean,
Hmm.
we see that there's an easy life siphon answer, but Hogvax didn't know that. So
Yeah,
forcing them to answer it is probably good.
without a doubt. Shogo has so many choices. You can go for Nadira, can go for a Wong. Like this is he's in a very good spot right now.
Yeah, Hogvax really needs a brand's expertise to get back into this. The card advantage is pretty rough. And honestly, that Adira was just like really not high enough value. Like imagine if it had been a scheming or something like that, being able to yoink their Adira. It would have been nuts.
Yeah, I think for sure. Man, Hogvax's position does not look good. Does not look fun. What does
Yeah.
Shogo pull from the Adira?
Uh hopefully something better than 3-1 costs
He picked fast.
answers.
That's a Wong.
Yep. That's pretty
That's
darn good.
that's a very, very strong pickup.
Yeah,
If he
from this
sees a
point, I
life
think.
siphon, this will be crazy. Okay,
Yeah.
no. Okay,
Wow.
just trades out the Adiras anyways.
I think it's gonna be pretty tough for Hogvax to get
Hmm.
back in this. I mean, I suppose there's always the chance that he somehow manages to get, like, the Neve off first, maybe finds, I don't know, Stabilized Shard or in a Tioli, but there's only 3 cards in the waste, actually, so, the Neve is very, very small.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Very nuanced play from Shogo there. I don't think a lot of players would have caught it. Is that he did like a Tioli into Singularity Steward at the end of his turn. And a lot of people would be like, why did you waste those cards? And I think, he had an Adira and I think a Banish as the last cards that he played before that. So he was really covering the Triumph of the Lost from being the thing that could reverse the
Mm.
game.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that you sort of forget a little bit
Yep.
because, Triumph of the Lost, I feel like used to be like a 3 of. You were
Hmm.
really playing around it quite a bit. And a lot of the time, I mean, I think most Neve players, I guess, are doing 2, but we see 1 all the time. And so it's not quite as top of mind, I think, as it
Yeah.
used to be. So
I
good
think
call out.
Shogo can do it back. He can triumph now and show because Hogvax wasn't able to cover. I don't remember what last unit is. I'm like, was it no, it was embedded agent maybe, but he has an erasure on there too. So you can erasure embedded agent, buff your own steward.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's gonna go
Is
for the
that worth
Wong.
it though? I think I would probably prefer to just get another Wong on the
Yeah.
board. Yeah. Pretty good. That Adira Wong was fantastic. I think
Yes.
Eclipsed Fate was also shown too as an option. Like he just had a really nice selection of cards there. Okay. Gets to pick up Amalia, also a shard. Pretty nice just to get
Yeah.
that Neve going real soon. And it looks like, yeah, there's 8 cards in the waste. So I think Shogo's got this one in the bag, if I'm being honest, but we'll see if Hogvax can crawl his way back into this.
Yeah, I think so as well. Just trying to decide his last turn. It's gonna be the embedded agent. Then next turn he can play the shard and he'll be all set up for Neve the following turn.
Oof. Yeah. I don't know if we saw, okay, there's a researcher on the board, but I think that was the only card draw that Hogvax saw this game, right? Like there was no
Hmm.
expertise. Like,
Yep.
I don't know. I'm sort of this could be wrong. I mean, I know the researcher is great for board presence, but I'm sort of the opinion that the expertise is just I don't know. Like I'd almost rather just 3 of those than researchers sometimes because it's so flexible. Like you can potentially draw 3 cards and it's more immediate value. It's cheaper. I don't know. I'm a big fan. Uh,
Same here. Yeah, he can just respond with triumph. He can definitely triumph of the lost here. I think that'll be very strong. It's honored steward. I think plus an erasure. I can't remember if that's. I think that's the last effect played.
you might be right there. Does he also get the shard going here?
Yep.
7. Yeah.
Yeah, you just set up for Neve.
Looks pretty good to me. Oh,
He's gonna
interesting that he
scheme
wants to go with the scheming. Oh,
and
maybe
just
he wants
cover.
to yoink a Tioli or
Yeah,
something to
just see
make
if he
sure
has
that
anything
the
to get him ahead.
Mhm. Yeah, I respect that. That's fine. Like, that would be the
Yeah,
only thing I think of why he would lose this game, right? If
yeah,
the small-ish Neve just is enough board presence to take him down, so, I don't mind it.
yep.
He's
And then
deciding to bank the shard.
I mean, he has Tioli now to cover him for next turn if he wants to go play it this way. So now he can just banish with like erasure if he wants, run the embedded agent in, and that'll make everything clear. I mean, Honored Steward is just more bodies, so that's good too. Hogvax has literally no cards in hand.
He's praying. He's praying for the Tioli. You can see it.
Yeah, you can see it. He's shown me
Tioli.
the card. Okay, doesn't get
There.
it, but he will be able to use this on Shogo, I guess, to
Actually,
stop the Neve rush, but he won't. He's
yeah,
not banking anything either. He's just gonna hit the Malia.
yeah. No, that was wrong, though. I mean, he still had to bank. It would one
Yeah.
Tioli wouldn't have gotten him there, actually. So I don't know what he was praying for exactly in that situation.
In that situation, I don't know. Like
Expertise, maybe? Just
anything. Oh, he's looking
yeah.
to just concede. Yeah, he just
Yeah.
concedes it. Shogo up 1 game.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the Hogvax really didn't have much of a shot. I feel like that entire game, it
He
was
was
pretty
very
rough.
behind. Yeah, he just kept trailing behind more and more and more. Shogo definitely had a very strong opener. That Harf put in a lot of work. I think there was that one crucial turn where Hogvax didn't want to use his no snitching, and he played it just his Void Trapper. Shogo followed up with like Harf, and then suddenly Hogvax drew into more effects, and he was forced to like either play a unit or play like an off curve effect, which was very awkward, and it just gave Shogo a huge leg up.
Yeah, salt in the wound with that Adira choice too. Like
Yeah.
3 1-cost options, and then I think Shogo got like Wong, Eclipsed Fade. We don't know what the last one was, but like,
Yeah,
that was rough. So theory stands that Shogo was the one with the Lord Harf. So and he took that.
he
Not saying
did.
that was the only
He-
reason, but 1 point
Don't
for the
doubt the
Harf.
hearth.
Yeah, don't doubt
Ali
the
and I
Harf.
have made mistakes countless times where we doubt the heart, and it shuts us up real quick.
Yeah. I just think those is particularly in the early game, the
Yep.
life siphons, the expertise, even the erasure, setting you back with the Harf being out really is a killer. So even if you are trying to prioritize the units, uh, that decision with the no snitching, I feel like is something that I've experienced a few times, like either myself or my opponent, where like, do you which one do you snitching? Like the Void Trapper? Do you
Yeah.
snitching the defender so that if you have a Void Trapper on your own side so that you can actually attack face or attack a unit, or do you hold it for the steward? It's like a tricky decision of how to use that snitching sometimes in the early turns. Um, okay. On to the Scipius for Shogo.
Yeah, as you can see, like the mulligan for Neve is totally different now that we're going against Cathari. Now you want like your steward, you want banish cards, you want stuff that'll give you good and fast momentum, or will let you deal with the threats. The minions are super powerful, so you can see him mulliganing away all the stuff that he would have liked in the Shroud like mirror, right, with like the Void Trappers and stuff like that. So I always find that interesting and like to point it out.
Yeah,
Shogo draws a very strong opener. Yeah, go ahead.
what do you think of that mulligan for Hogvax there? Because he decided to keep a Singularity Steward and a Teoli. I mean, I know he's going second, so he had another run at it, but sometimes, like, if you keep the Steward and you don't also have, like, a Siphon or something, I'm, like, very
Hmm.
inclined to, like, if I'm gonna keep the Steward, I should probably look for something to go with it. But then,
Sure.
of course and then the same with the Teoli as well. Like, if you have, your researcher or something nice to coin into, I just sometimes I don't know if I always like keeping both of them because I wanna, like, look for
I
the
don't know
better
if I would have kept
strategy,
both either.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So, I don't know if I
I think you're making a good point. I don't think I really liked keeping both of the Tioli and the Steward. It's like choose one to be your kind of
your
like
game plan.
champion or
Yeah.
whatever, your focal point to try to build around. I think you're right. Like keeping both maybe a bit greedy. He did have double mulligan, so probably just pushing for it. A Dominion would have been really nice there. I think that's why he kept
Mhm.
both. Because it's like, oh, if I get Steward and then I can Tioli into Dominion, like I'm like way ahead on board. I can just win.
Yeah, that's fair. Even Void Trapper Baron, like, look for those. Okay,
Yep.
well, this is definitely a pretty decent start for Shogo here. He found his 1 drop and the 2, which is nice to have the refill going first, right? Like, you probably want a Cunning Scipien or a Standard Bearer or something, but you'll take the card draw if nothing else here.
Without a doubt, Shogo, his board doesn't look menacing, but it's starting to get to that point where it will be menacing for sure. Hogvax needs answers. He's drawn a lot of cards that can combo off well, but nothing that will help him immediately, which kind of sucks.
How insane is it to go for Harf and the expertise?
I don't think it's that crazy. That's kind of like I did think about that. Harf, Harf Tioli expertise.
Mhm.
Um, I think that works, and then because you get traded into I mean, at worst, the Princeps trades into you with Relic, and then you can collateral damage next turn and kill it off. At least that's like a
Exactly.
unit kill. Yeah, I
Suppose
see
that
that.
probably would have been, like, most of your turn, though, which doesn't feel
Mhm.
super great without, like, a 1 embedded agent, something along those lines. Um, yeah, he will be burning a card.
Yeah.
Probably not the end of the world unless it's a Dominion. If it's a Dominion, it's gonna feel real bad, honestly. Um, I think that was another, reason for maybe the Tioli play too, because you wouldn't have burned, or you could choose not to. Uh, but it's fine. He's not looking too scary just yet. He's got the collateral damages to be able to answer the relics. He's got answers. No cheap life siphons. A little annoying. That'd be nice to
Yeah.
have, but he's got an erasure for that subjugate if he needs to use it.
Maybe he will steward Tioli Erasure next turn.
Okay,
You're okay with losing. I think that's going to be his play.
I think that's pretty good. 2-4 on the board. Contesting this board looks pretty good to me.
Yeah.
They they want to trade in and kill it. At least they're also dying as well with a high density replicator or something.
Mhm.
Okay.
I think this is all correct. Even the footing a little bit here.
I would love to, if I was Hogvax right now, I certainly would be wanting an expertise though, or like
Oh yeah.
I feel like you really want to find that Dominion, right? So having burned it, little unfortunate, and then he chose to bank the researcher. So the card draw options are getting eliminated here. Suppose you could always throw the Malia down if you really wanted to for I mean, honestly, that's not the worst play. Like, if you just get the, Trapper and the Malia down next turn for some meat on the board, you're drawing. It's not terrible.
No. I think that's not half bad. I mean, you could argue that it maybe needs to be a Harf if Relic comes down here.
Mhm. What else would it be? Suppose he could just just play the standard bearer, trade away the adjutant, and then, oh, wait, then I suppose you'd have to buff or bank the unit. I
Yeah.
mean, that's fine, and then get the, relic developed. I feel like that's fairly reasonable.
If he's going to bank the recruiter, then he should do what you said.
Mhm. Definitely.
He's just gonna play it.
Okay.
Keep the churn going, get more units in hand. You can keep recycling or keep filling up your board as it goes away.
Okay. Chooses to bank the no snitching.
Yeah, can go Legion next turn. I think there's three, maybe two or three tokens.
Probably a few, yeah.
You got two recruiters up. Relic has another relic in hand. A lot of units. This pairs all really well. Oh, that life siphon would have been nice last turn. One card off. But to your point, this might be the play where you do the 2+3 and life siphon. But then what do you? Then you have to bank one of the other two cost units, which I guess that's why he's struggling, right? I think maybe he's just going to go 2+2, Tioli, remove the relic. Yep.
Yeah, I think this is good.
Yeah.
I like this.
And
I
then he
am
can
a
start drawing with
little
Malia.
surprised about the Shogo play. Like, I think I liked my play better of getting the standard bearer developed. I mean, I don't know if he saw the Radiant Legion in the hand actually, but it would have been nice to have it on the board, right? Like, your
Mhm.
token would have been buffed as well with the relic developed, unless I'm messing that
I
up.
think he just wanted more units, to get more units in hand in case he got dominioned,
Okay, yeah,
and
that's
then he
fair.
could just fill it up again. Because technically, right now, he could go 3 units for 5, or just play the Radiant Legion. I kind of like the idea of playing banking the tabula, playing all your units. You could just go Relic instead, actually, and buff the sorry, bank the Cunning Scipion and play the
Mhm.
Princept. That's a lot better too.
Yeah.
Keeps the
No, yeah,
tabula.
yeah, this is good actually. I feel like you don't wanna undervalue, the card draw, right? So,
Yep.
prioritizing the recruiter seems pretty good. Yeah,
Bank
that
slip in
works.
here, play Princept here, and now he has another board. And if Hogvax clears this, then he can have another board with the Radiant Legion. He's just making sure he can always keep refilling. Hogvax is in full prayer stance. I did not realize. Like, give me the Dominion. Just please, just give me a
I
Dominion.
so oh gosh, oh my god, he got it. Wow. Wow, okay, okay.
He was in the pose for a
It
minute.
was in
He
the
was really
post.
sending out prayers, and he got it. Now
He got there.
maybe just remember to swing with that trapper, get some resources. He wants the Princept, okay? I would maybe hit face and just see if there's anything in hand I have to be worried about.
Yeah. Wow. I can't believe he got it because I was going down the thought tree of like, man, was it a mistake to not get Molly developed because you really needed to find it,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and well, you just got to be good
Here
and
we
you're fine.
go. I'm a little confused why he chose the Princept as the
Yes,
unit. Oh,
I agree.
no, because it was gonna kill everything anyways. So
Yeah.
yeah, it should have hit face there, so you can see what's coming up next from Shogo. But very nice top deck from Hogvax there. He's still praying. He's got other cards in mind. He's not done. Shogo, though, on the other hand, could full refill again with this recruiter. He opts for
Yeah.
the he's gonna go recruiter into um what's his name? The Praetor next. He's just like, kill my board next. Kill my board. It's like a conveyor belt. They just keep coming. More clones, more clones.
Like sushi conveyor belt of
Yeah,
clones. Just
exactly. He's like, you got
yeah.
another board wipe for me because I'm about to hit you with hella stats. I actually like this better because if he were to get Mollied here, right, a lot of those units could die. He's done a good job of doing this. So a lot of the health is stacked on the Praetor. So it can soak
Mhm.
up a lot of hits.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Ooh, brand into erasure into spores.
Easy game, easy
This game,
life.
yeah,
Just
just
all
listen. He's been praying. He's stacking up the prayers.
calculated. Love it.
Here we go. Erasure.
All right.
Oh, that kills a defender. Oh man. Lemieux's victory would destroy target unit with defender. Imagine if you target another different
I
thing.
know,
He could have
right? And
been.
he actually got
Yeah.
that. Oh man. All right, he's gonna
Alright,
have to force
cancel.
bank the agent, but the Molly is still pretty juiced. I mean,
It
I
is
think
very
how much was it
juiced.
for? Like maybe 10-ish, something like that.
Yeah. But
Um,
Shogo now can
hmm.
ramp he can. Is this the turn you Legion? And then if Hogvax doesn't answer strong enough, you just play Drusian Exeter and you win.
Ooh, that's a tough one because if you play
Yeah.
the Drusian now, you do get to kill the Baron, right? With that hit, which is
Yes.
kind of nice. Forces Hogvax to have an answer to the X-Rater, which he does, and then you would wind up losing the Recruiter, which doesn't feel amazing. So maybe you do just go for it. You've already seen one Dominion. Granted, there is the Malia though, which I'm sure will do a fine job. Well, no, the high density replicator is developed. So no, it's probably Legion. I mean, it's hard when we can see that there isn't
Yeah.
another Dominion in the hand, right?
I'm
Hmm.
leaning towards Legion. He can Scipius next turn if he really gets answered again and can get a ton of draw. I think he's gone through 3 recruiters or at least 2, so he's gonna draw. But he goes for the Exorator. Does he just trade and then swing for 6? No, all are going face, it looks like. Let's see where this last one goes. All face. He's
Wow.
putting Hogvax to 3 health. He's like, do you have it? Another Dominion. Okay, wait. He just goes for the Honored Steward right away. He's gonna take out the Drusian. He's gonna bank the Dominion and Malia take the wheel.
Wow, that's so good though. Holy
Yeah,
crap. I can't believe he got
Malia
that
take the
top set.
wheel.
Oh man.
It's a little sad he had to bank a Dominion though,
Yeah.
because gonna maybe need another one. Let's see where these hits go.
Well, just the fact that he gets the heal too. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This would be
No, no, no. I
catastrophic.
think he's
Okay.
fine, but I'm scared too. All right. He's in the clear. He can at least Baron. Nope, all vanished. Okay.
Look, I think that probably seals it. At 5, no way to sort of answer this Malia right now. Of course, Magna still can only do 3 damage here, so I think Hogvax he's
You think
taking
Hogback
it.
swings this and wins?
Mhm.
Yeah, we're 2 turns away from a Neve coming out. Still not there yet. Shogo has double Legion. He can play Legion and um Magna. Just
Yeah.
full refill once again. Hogvax has to deal with another turn if he can survive the onslaught.
Man, it is so brutal that Magna cannot answer any of these 4 health minions. Feels bad, man.
But I wonder, is the Legion going to be too much for Hogvax?
Uh,
It's going to be a lot of clones.
it's gonna be a lot. That's fair.
Like,
But
Hogvax needs to hit like Tioli into Neve.
I mean, that's a good point, actually. That this might just be too much. I mean, at the end of the turn, well, Hogvax will get to 7, but like another. Sorry, is Shogo? Shogo is the one that has 2 Exorators, I believe.
Yes.
Right? Hogvax only has 1. Uh, and then I'm sure there's one more high density replicator in the list, right? We've only seen 2.
Yeah.
So if he manages to poke away a few here, there is a chance.
Look how many
I
iterates are
will
coming out.
say that the decision to trade in, we were questioning the Void Trapper into the Princept or something like that. It did save
Yeah.
him 2 health,
But then, oh my!
Wow.
This is
Oh my. Oh my.
Hogvax is standing up. He's standing up.
Wow.
Oh my god. Okay. He's got a siphon first. He's doing math. Do the
He's doing
math.
he's doing
Play Play the Neve first, life siphon the Neve, and then do the. He's counting. All right, here we go. We're taking out the fingers. He's figuring out the trades. He's making sure it's all getting used properly.
The Domina
Right.
is terrifying in the hand too, though. Like, let's see.
Yeah.
Hold on. Is this?
I don't know. One step at a time, Allie.
Okay.
We don't have. This is absurd.
Oh, wait, what is that?
S and
That's
shift.
like
He can
added-
copy a unit, and it becomes
Yeah.
he gets a copy of it in his hand, a corrupted version. I mean, he gets
Mhm.
a corrupted Magna. I mean, that's going straight to the bank though.
Yep. Going straight to the bank. Wait, that's so funny. Like, how is that not a meme yet? Because people are like going straight to the bank. Like,
Yeah.
but sorry, we need to.
No, I get you.
Yeah, you got me. We need to make
Hold
a
up.
jingle out of that. Or
Play
something.
your Neve first. What if you hit another Malia?
Yeah.
Oh my stress.
Order. Wait.
Okay. Here we go. Neve is coming out. I cannot believe what is happening in this game. Hogvax has managed to draw time and time again the cards he needs to get him back into this game.
Needs a. I'd feel comfortable.
Say the card. Say the card. He'll get it.
Moonlit Star of Alicia.
Okay. Let's see
It's,
it.
Or some form of a defender would put me at ease because I think he's done actually, right? Oh, hold on, let's see.
1,
He'll go
2,
to 7?
3. He'll be at 7, but there'll be 6 damage on board.
There'll
right?
be 7, right?
No,
he'll take
because
out
the Princeps
14?
can attack too.
Yeah, the Princeps can attack
Oh, he
too.
needs a defender.
He needs it.
He's not hitting it though.
Nope.
Oh my
God.
god, they
Oh
all
my
lift.
god. Wow.
Is this
what
it?
A game. What a game.
Oh my god, what does he draw?
No, that's
It doesn't
it.
matter. I think
Doesn't
that's
matter.
game 3, and then he'll have 4 damage with Domina and Princeps.
Oh man, if you're Hogvax right now, I feel like you
He's
got
gonna
it,
slam.
and he's
Oh my god, even the
Oh.
Drusian top deck.
yeah.
Right here. Shogo's gonna do it in style. He's gonna play the Drusian. He's not even gonna. Oh, you see Hogvax defeated. He played this well. He did play this well, but Shogo is able to get enough damage and get the win.
You just can't leave Scipius with any units. They
Shogo
find
kept
some-
new board. He's just like,
Yeah.
when you spam like the shift key and just like, do you want to enable sticky keys? Like that's him like making boards. Like he just keeps spamming them so fast. The Hogvax kept trying to claw back.
Wait, the conveyor belt of clones. I'm just like picturing the sushi. Like that was the analogy of the day for sure. No, well played by Shogo and Hogvax, man. I feel for him because if I was in that position, I'd be like, wait a minute, I got this. Like that top deck was insane with the Tioli, and just couldn't quite get there. Ugh, brutal, absolutely brutal. Wow, that was a really exciting game.
That was
I
a
must
very
say.
fun game. I mean, that was extremely exciting. And congrats to Shogo for making it to the finals. Hogvax does not walk away empty-handed, gets points and some prize money because he's in the top 4. So that's always nice.
Good stuff. Well, we are going to see the next semi here. We're going to go back to Defactor and Legit Bad Guy for that round. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, real quick, and just see where we're at in the tournament. Whew, that was an exciting game, though, Muka.
Yeah. That was
good.
very, very exciting.
Well, there you have it. We see that Shogo moves on to the finals. Is this Shogo's best placement? Have we seen him in the finals of the tournament
We've
before?
seen him in the finals. Have we not? I think we
may
have.
We may have. Certainly plenty of top 8s, top 16s, but I'm not 100%.
Hasn't he won tournaments before?
He
don't know.
actually he very well might have won a tournament before. Well, it's funny. We're only on season 2 of Parallel, but we've casted a lot of tournaments.
Yeah,
he's
we've
won
casted
an
a lot.
open before. Okay, there you go. All right, fine. Then Shogo is no stranger then to being in the finals of an open. So maybe opens are his thing, considering this is also an open as well.
Yep.
But we'll see Diesel take on Soraa. Again, we're going to have Defactor and Legit Bad Guy take that one down, but it's been a pretty exciting tournament thus far.
Yeah, very, very exciting. I'm excited to come back and see how this tournament rounds up. And I think we're just swapping it over to them now, right?
Yeah, catch you guys for the finals. See you then.
Thank you so much, Ali and Muka. Bad guy. Wow. What a
Heartbreaker.
game. That last one. It was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Like, if you played Shroud, you know that you spend all that time surviving against Sippy, getting to your Neve, and then that is your Neve board. No defenders, no Malia, no way to kind of keep yourself in the game. How did you see that one, man? It was brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he hit the exact cards he needed, right? He coined at the right time. He hit the Malia, and it just like a Linkin Park song. In the end, it just doesn't even matter because he didn't get exactly what he needed with the Neve, and Shogo takes it.
Yeah, and it was such a good run, though, from Hogvax, right? I mean, Hogvax is one of those names that I feel like probably doesn't get spoken about enough. He's very strong on the ladder. He is competing more and more in tournaments. He's actually kind of doing military service, so it's a little bit difficult for him, I think, a lot of the times to be competing in tournaments enough. But when he does compete in the tournaments, he does very, very well. He got to the semis there. He defeated Jobsad, by the way, 2-0 in the previous game. Very unfortunate for him, but Hogvax, man, you've made everyone super proud. So well done indeed. And we are going to be seeing the next semi. We're going to be casting it together, which is going to be Soraa versus Diesel. And I really can't wait for that one. Soraa's had quite a good run as well in the tournament. He's actually defeated Sequinox in the previous round 2-0. And he also, in the first round, beat Perp. Perp's a regular in the tournament scene. So what do you think about Soraa, man? We don't seem to hear about him enough either. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, he's definitely a great member of the community, of the Tilt community. A very well-known member there, very high-level player. Hasn't really broken out into the tournaments too often, so it's great to see him in the semis here and taking down some big names.
Yeah, he's done very, very well, and could be, you know, Diesel's had a great run too. He's been doing very good. In fact, didn't Diesel win? There was a Paragons tournament, wasn't there, that's happened, I think, about a month ago. Diesel won that one. He did. Just been super strong. So both of these guys have taken down some big names so far. And one of these guys, either Soraa or Diesel, is going to be making it through to the final against Shogo. So we are going to be taking a look, I believe. We're going to be going into the game very, very soon. We'll see the bans shortly. Before we do that, what's been the best game you've seen so far, Bad Guy? And then we'll get into the decks.
Got to be that last one with Hogvax, just because he was hitting the top decks that he needed, right? And so, like, you thought he was dead, you thought he was out of it, and then hits the Dominion right when he needs it. Hits the Malia and the Tioli when he needs it, and then just unfortunately ended with, you know, he used up all his luck. Next to that one, probably the Jobsad Jarla one. Another comeback with Ulterior Designs deck. Just to win it in the one turn.
Yeah, there's been some great games, isn't there? And I'm with you. I think the last one there, where Hogvax top decked the Dominion. And I was kind of saying off broadcast, I was saying he needs to find that Dominion before turn 5, otherwise he's going to be cooked. And then he finds it. And it's just great. So yeah, really enjoyed that. We're going to see the next game now. So let's dive into the deck list for Soraa, and we can just quickly run through them before we get into the game. So do you want to take us through this deck here for Soraa, Bad Guy?
Yeah, we're going through Earth in here. He's running 2 spores right off the bat. That's very interesting, especially with the way that these aggro decks are working. So maybe he's not. Maybe he's planning on banning some of those and going against Brand or Nehemiah. Let's see, 2 Terra Gliders. He is gonna cash you outside because this is a Neve or a Nehemiah cash deck, so he is planning on cashing. He has 2 Altars of Gaia, Terra Mech, so he's gonna have fun flourishing and revealing and concealing cards with this deck. But other than that, pretty standard. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. He is running Solea. That is one of those fill cards that can turn the tide with Nehemiah. So if he goes against the Brand, he plays Solea, he can easily trade and get his card back. But other than that,
I mean, I think the one thing I've just picked up just looking at the deck is that there's no Provoke Caretaker, which is often paired up with Rummaging Researcher and the allocated provisions to keep cycling through the deck. It's also a 3-cost 6/6, which is massive to play on 3. And then there's a paid off in this deck as well, which I really like. We saw paid off. Yeah, exactly. We've seen paid off used a lot in some of the previous tournaments. I think that we've started to see it die off a little bit in terms of the popularity of it. So I really like that Sora's included this in the deck. Hopefully we get to see it today, because it's always fun, isn't it, Bad Guy, when we see paid off being played.
So yeah, especially with this list, this is very good into the mirror. So he has 3 no snitchings, which is also very uncommon to run that much. But he's running a lot of tech here with the 3 no snitchings, paid off. So I don't think he's afraid of the mirror. He's definitely favored.
No.
Versus Diesel's Nehemiah deck, which is just a normal old school before aftermath type of Nehemiah deck without the caching.
Yep. Cool. Okay. Let's check out some more of Sora's decks then. So that was Earthen. Let's see some of his other decks here, and we will go through them. So what we've got here now is a Cathy deck, and I think if you've been watching the broadcast from the start, you could probably tell us what this deck is all about. We've seen it a lot so far. It's a very popular pick for players at the tournaments. So again, we're seeing tons of early one-drop cards. So it's all about just fast paced, getting that tempo going nice and early, getting loads of units out on the board, and then just trying to get the memento on those units, and just trying to keep flooding the board through rally cries, through triumphs. So we see 3 rally cries, we see 3 triumphs. There's not really any burn in this deck. It's just very much about getting units on. There's an Alvaro in here, so the Alvaro could actually prove to be quite horrible for Diesel's brand. But yeah, other than that, see there's 3 Master Poisoners too. So it's just a horrible deck to deal with, especially with the change to the Poisoner, where again, Poisoner plus the Gunslinger means that they can keep control of the board. And that's a big thing, especially against Brand. If he lets Brand through, it's that because they're already getting tons of units on the board, you can then control that through Gunslinger and Poisoner. It's going to be very difficult for Brand to establish on the board. So any extra thoughts on that, Bad Guy, on the deck?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I think it was the last matchup that Diesel had where they were running 3 Poisoners, right? So like the 3 Poisoners definitely very tough against especially Brand as well. So maybe this is the deck that Diesel Brand bans. He's been banning a lot of Shroud as of late, so maybe he doesn't like the Shroud matchup since Sora's also running Brand. So very interesting. But also Diesel has the way his decks are built, they are made to go against units like this, especially against the Cathy list. So
yep,
maybe he keeps it.
I mean, absolutely, very interesting deck. Again, very strong. Hopefully we see it. If not, then yeah, we'll see how some of Sora's other decks do. And we're going to take a look at the last one that he's brought to the tournament. So we've seen already Nehemiah, and he is of course bringing Brand. Bad Guy, take it away. Tell us a little bit about this deck and what you think about it.
Yeah, so he's running 1 Sabo. So with Diesel not running any real relics in his deck, so that's almost a dead card. So I think maybe Diesel likes this matchup here. We have 3 embedded agents, which is also not super common, but I mean definitely can handle the Nehemiah deck. It's basically built to counter that deck. For Spate, you see here he's running 3 Unseen Allies, 3 Demos, 3 Teolis. So he's this Brand deck's definitely meant to go to this deck.
Yeah, I think also what's really interesting about this deck, and it's a kind of a consideration I've had recently with my Brand decks, he's not running any Singularity Stewards.
Yeah,
the Singularity Stewards used to be super powerful, of course, when they got buffed from your opponent's banishing stuff. In this kind of deck, it's so difficult to fit everything in, right? Because there's like Brand is so tight. There's not much room to be fitting in everything. So he's actually decided to just cut them completely and just focus on Embedded Agent as your 1-drop, and then just try and squeeze in the bigger, better cards. And to be honest with you, I kind of like it. It's actually something I've been thinking about doing myself. So yeah,
it always feels like with Singularity Steward, you're relying on banishing and the other opponent's cards to buff it. And you almost seem like you're locked in to that type of playstyle. The way that Soraa is
Mm.
brought, he just goes a bit straight 3 embedded agents, clean trades, especially against
Yep.
big units, and then just developing a wide board with this brand.
Yeah. And there can be so many instances where it doesn't feel like there's enough chances for you to develop the Singularity Steward. So you often end up just banking it because it's a 0-3 if you can't do anything with it, right? So it's not like in a Neve deck where with all the minions, you've got loads of opportunities to kind of buff it. So I like it. I'm really interested to see if we see this in the tournament and whether that pays off for Soraa or it ends up coming back to haunt him. So we're going to go and just quickly run through the Diesel decks. We did look at them earlier. Let's have a quick recap at them as well, and then we'll get into the games. Oh, we're going to the game, actually. We're not going to have a look at Diesel's deck. So let's just dive straight in. And we can see here the bands. There you go. Bad Guy. You called it, man.
Ooh, yeah,
Band
see, like-
Shroud. Oh, no, sorry. His band,
sorry.
his band
Sora's
Earthen.
banned. Yeah, Sora's branch out. Diesel's banned Earth, and I think he did see that Earthen matchup, and I don't think he wanted the mirror at all.
No.
Kathy is one of the most banned decks in this whole tournament, especially in Swiss and this top 60, and neither of them banned Kathy. So I think they both like the unit on unit matchup here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Good point. We do see Kathy. I mean, you've even sort of given us a little bit of insight that Kathy is the most banned. It's quite cool to see both players just saying, you know what, we're going to let it through, and we're just going to see who can come out on top based on their decks. So, yeah, really cool. A bit of a shame that we're not going to see Diesel's brand deck because I think it's really cool, but at the same time, I think his other decks are very strong. So, yeah, who are you fancying here at the moment based on the decks that we've seen and the bands that we can now see in place? Who would you say maybe has the edge here, Bad Guy?
I like Sora's Kathy list because that definitely can compete with both of Diesel's Kathy and his Nehemiah, and then especially with the brand. So I think Sora might be slightly favored here because both those lists are competing with Diesel's Earthen list, and the Earthen and his Nehemiah list is probably what's holding is winning him games in this tournament. Is that list is meant to go against the unit Kathy.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think definitely there's possibly an edge here for Soraa, but Diesel has just seemed to find a way to get games won. He's had a great run, and it looks like the momentum's building a little bit for Diesel. You know, he's like a very cool, very confident character. I'm very interested to see how he does. So as we wait for the players to get ready, guys, here we go. They are ready. There you go. They're ready super quick. I said we're waiting for them, and then all of a sudden they're ready. So let's get into this here. Diesel playing as Nehemiah, and we can see that Soraa is playing as Brand. We need to see some decent mulligans for both players, and then we can see how we are working with. Right. So, ooh, okay. Very
Start with the Steward. He has great curve
decent.
as Nehemiah. Nothing on Sora's side, but he's got a double mulligan, so he probably just trades it all, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think also for Diesel, keeping the gunslinger could be quite useful because he knows that he's running 3 embedded agents, Soraa, and so that's one of the reasons why slingers are making a bit more of an appearance in Earthen decks now, just to try and cover off that. There it is there, the embedded agent. So
Embedded agent,
he's already going to
so
have an answer to it if he keeps it. Yep.
Interesting. Would you keep the Tilly here going second?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't keep it.
So he wants to get that brand out early, which is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Well, he did end up getting Baron
Did get
and
one.
Erasure, so he does have some answers. Diesel hit the ASV, so he can definitely play that turn 2. Going into Nehemiah here.
Yeah.
There's no
And that's
snitching
also
on
actually
his board, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's actually a good point there from you, Bad Guy, about the ASV, because that's a little bit problematic for Soraa, given that he doesn't really have like a low-cost answer to that. He would potentially need to maybe erasure that unless he gets a snitch. And that could be a little bit tricky. That being said, he does have a siphon, so if he's able to get a unit down, he might be able to siphon it, but he's going to bank the siphon, play the embedded agent, which will be answered by the gunslinger. It kind of puts Diesel in a decent spot because he'll then have ramp, plus he'll have removal.
Yeah, absolutely perfect curve for Diesel here. Again, easy bank with the poisoner into gunslinger and Diplo. But he's probably going to draw.
Would you play
Drawing.
Diplomat here, yeah?
Actually, no. I think I'm playing ASV honestly, because I want to get that
Yeah.
Nehemiah out and shielded right away.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same.
He
I'm
doesn't
thinking
have
that
a
he's such a threat.
Terraglider. Yeah, he doesn't have a Terraglider, so I don't think he's worried about playing Terraglider anytime soon.
Mm. Yeah, I think that is an easy bank for the poisoner. You don't really need poisoner against Shroud in general. It's much more effective unit when you're going up against a deck which just spawns and spams the board, and that's not really how Shroud play. So playing the Slinger to get rid of the embedded agent along with the ASV. So just trying to set up a board here and set up a play. So as Bad Guy said, he can get a shield on Nehemiah. Honestly, if he gets a shield on Nehemiah, that's going to be such a problem for Soraa because he cannot honor steward it. You cannot snitch it. He won't be able to erase it unless he brings the shield down. So very, very good start from Diesel.
Yeah, not a lot of answers from Sora either. He does have that erasure and the researcher for draw, but for turn 2, it's either Baron. He probably goes into the Void Trapper here.
Yeah, I mean, there's also this is a little bit tricky, isn't it? You almost want to keep the Tioli, the take it or leave it, so you can try and get Baron. But the problem is that he's still so far away from getting Baron down. So not Baron, sorry, Brand. So maybe he just goes into rummaging here.
Yeah, he's going to Tioli here into the erasure.
Or is he? He's going to erase that.
He's
Yeah,
already one
nice.
step ahead. He knows the game plan, knew the assignment.
Yeah, I mean, stopping the shield on Nehemiah is definitely the key there.
But I mean, Diesel here
getting
hits
a
conduit. So, I mean,
yeah,
that to me is just as good. But he's going to opt to draw, it looks like, instead of playing a 4-4.
conduit being one of the big enemies of Shroud. Or gets another slinger. Okay.
Yeah, you just
so looking at banking a slinger, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
I think I would have opted for the 4-4 just because it's shielded. I don't know if there's any draws that you definitely want for next turn that you don't already have. You already played an erasure.
Yeah, I agree.
The chances of him holding another erasure is very low. He's not going to coin out Brand anytime soon since he just played one. Obviously, we can see his hand, but maybe he goes to researcher next turn.
Playing it.
He's going to play the
playing the conduit to make it a 2-2. I agree with you though. I think the 4-4 shielded conduit would have been quite a big threat to pose at this point. Let's get it down there as a 2-2. Still a little bit tricky because realistically, Soraa does not have like an answer to that other than say playing a unit. You could play a Void Trapper to then go into it, but there's already a couple of defenders now on the board. It's going to make it a little bit tricky for him to get to. That's one of the problems, isn't it, Bad Guy, with Earthen, is that especially Nehemiah, they can just keep passing the defender. So if they're able to get a couple of defenders down, just keep the defender chain flowing, makes it so tricky for a deck like Shroud to get to the units that they need to get to kill.
Yeah, Nehemiah probably one of the best paragons in the game with that ability just to constantly pass defenders, never take a breath. Shroud usually answers it with erasures, which he does have another one here. He also hit 2 more researchers, so he could really go for a lot of draw coming up.
Yeah, that's pretty good actually. Just getting the draw going. So playing another rummaging depends what he gets next, but yeah, the rummaging is a nice play here.
I think you just have to go wide with Moonlit here. I don't know if it's worth playing Nehemiah here. You're only going to get 3 extra damage. I think you just go for setup, maybe go for extra. Yeah, play the steward, maybe get extra ramp here. You can also pass
Yeah,
a defender
I
to
like that.
steward if you need to, and then set up for the like 3 damage. Really just
Yeah,
go
I think.
wide and then have a good like not OTK, but a lot of damage in one turn with Nehemiah. Oh, but he opts to
Oh,
go
he's
for
going
the
for it. Okay,
Nehemiah, so
goes for the
he is able to go
Nehemiah.
for that
Yeah,
extra damage. I wonder if he's gonna trade this researcher. Yes, he is.
yeah. Passes
He
the
will get
defender. That's
extra
quite a
3
nice play,
damage.
actually. Yeah, it's quite nice. Quite clean. Doesn't really lose too many units, and he loses the conduit, and then has quite a lot of units on the board. Oh, draws a Terra Glider, and for Soraa, he's got a Siphon, which he's going to use on the Stewie to stop some of the ramp. He's got to use the Erasure against Nehemiah here, so he can just reduce the damage on the board, and he does. Pretty nice play. It's ideal, actually. You know, like when you see a Nehemiah come down, you really want to have that erasure in your hand. If you don't, then it can just be such a nightmare because you can take so much damage from her and all the other units on the board. So, had to get it done. What we thinking Diesel does here? Does he go Moonlit or is he playing Terra
Easy
Glider?
Terraglider
Okay,
here. You get for
yeah,
5. You can hit Jonah here. You can hit Nehemiah's Shield of Nehemiah. A lot of great units at 5 for sure.
yeah. And again, it just keeps the pressure going as well, doesn't it, on
Mhm.
Soraa?
I mean, with 2 erasures down, you know he doesn't have much left, right? He has a couple
Mm.
more honored stewards and erasures and 1 more erasure. But and then if he plays Brand here, you're not
Oof.
too upset. Now this card is very bad in Nehemiah.
Yeah,
In Gafar,
yeah,
it's amazing, but in Nehemiah,
yeah,
it's not so great. If it does survive, though, he is able to pacify any unit. So if
yeah.
played correctly in the next couple of turns, he could end up pacifying Brand or maybe even Adira. I think Sora's next play is Adira here no matter what, just to be able to pull that Terra mech out or the Terra or possibly a Terra Glider.
Yeah. I actually don't mind that card. I agree with you though. I think outside of Gafar, it's okay. But as you say, if it survives a turn, it can really wreak havoc on the opponent because then they just can't attack, right, with their key unit. And in this case, it would be Brand. So it's gonna be interesting to see. And he's also looking to play here, Diesel, another armored support vehicle, plus the Moonlets, just really going for it, saying, look, I'm gonna offload on you here now. I've got a lot of pressure. Can you deal with it? The problem for Soraa is that he's a little bit too far away from a demo. Still, he's like 3 turns away from it. And when Brand comes on the board as well, and you're playing up against Brand, you almost just have to go for it because, like, it's a race then as to, and you can see here, look, Brand gets the trusty belt, so he's going to start to kill quite couple of units here. This could be interesting.
Yeah, he definitely has a lot to work with here. A lot of defenders here. He has no snitching in hand. He definitely kill a defender. He's gonna hit
Mhm.
2 defenders cleanly. Then play a researcher.
He's got to look at snitching that armored support vehicle, hasn't he? Surely.
Yeah,
And he does, yeah. Nice play.
another
And he can
clean
target
defender.
the Moonlit. That wasn't too bad. And he's still got some energy left, so he can go into a rummaging if he wants to and get more card draw. I think that was actually a pretty good turn there from Soraa. Pretty
Yeah,
nice.
decent amount of damage for Diesel on the board. Unfortunately, the trusty belt on the Brand. Easy, clean trades there, especially with the no snitching.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you the other thing as well, which is looking quite interesting for Soraa, is that with all these units on the board, all these units are, none of them are legendary. So what Soraa could do if he wanted to is he could play on the next turn, he could play the Salvation ship, and he could possibly go Salvation into a Terra Glider. And then that could really ramp up the pressure because if he goes Terra Glider into, to say like a Terra Mech, or even a Terra Glider into a Terra, wow, that could be really interesting.
A lot of damage on board here. I think Sora, I mean, like I said, with the Gafar's Peacekeeper, does hit the pacifier and Brand, so he is useless until next turn.
Mhm.
If Diesel could hit a formidable here, it could be game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that early pressure from Diesel's really paying off. Soraa kind of having a little bit of a slow start, not really able to establish on the board properly. Um, and just having to kind of just react, right? That's one of the big problems is that if you're just constantly having to remove as Shroud, you're not really playing any units. And then when your opponent is constantly playing units on the board, you don't actually have any way to be reducing the opponent down enough. So I think he has to look at the salvation here. He does. She's
Trying to
going
get
for it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Be an easy heal. Be at 9 health. Diesel has 6 damage on board.
Oh,
Still dies the
okay.
formidable.
Took the slinger as well. So we can remove possibly the slinger.
Super needed. But does kill an extra unit, get a little more damage on board.
It does kill, yeah. Kills an extra unit, and then also having it down just means that you get it's an additional corrupted unit, right? Which contributes to the heal. Is he looking to? I was gonna say, is he looking to play it? He does play it. So takes 1 damage, but he takes out the slinger, and then he will get healed effectively for 1. So he doesn't really take anything there because the salvation will heal for 2, won't it? Take him up to 10. There we go.
Here.
There's still a lot of damage on the board.
He's going to draw first. See if he hits this formidable.
Yep. Diesel's going for it. God, if he gets his formidable, I might go mad on the stream. Oh, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
He's going to go for a big conduit here. Unfortunately, Soraa has the answer with the Honored Stewards.
I mean, Diesel's really going for it. He can taste victory. He can see that he's so close to getting this done. So just offloading everything in his hand. He needs to try and get this game won quickly now, because if it goes on for much longer, with the hand that he's got and the hand that Soraa's got, it's going to be really difficult for him to get the win done.
Yeah, I think he's just going to go off face here. I was thinking about maybe if he trades the salvation, but I think you still have lethal with the formidable hit. That's all you're kind of hoping for at this point. Maybe a Terran above.
Oof.
Solitary confinement.
Okay, that's useful.
If he doesn't kill the
Yeah, that's
brand.
massive.
I mean, if you're Soraa here, do you even care if your brand dies at this point? You're going to get 3.
No.
I don't think you really want to ramp it up anymore.
You're
you're going to honor steward it, but
you're literally thinking of survival, aren't you, at this point, if you're Soraa? He needs to try and clean up as much as he can on the board. Even though he's still going to be at threat of a formidable. He's just so far away, isn't he, on the in terms of health? Definitely needs to put this brand to good use now that it's not pacified. So he's going to Honored Steward. What did he Honored Steward there? I missed that.
He did both defenders there. So he did the conduit,
okay,
and then he did the other. I thought, did he have 2 ASVs?
I'm not sure.
I missed the second one. Yeah, he's gonna heal again here.
This is good cleanup though. Very good cleanup.
And I think he sacks the brand here, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And he gets 6.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
So really, all Diesel's hope right now is hitting formidable.
Yeah, formidable wins it. Formidable wins it. If it's not a formidable, then the game is going to go to Soraa. Look at that board. That is a scary board. He's going to get a heal as well.
Ooh,
takes him to 8. In fact,
he's out of formidable range.
Yeah, it's not going to win it, is it?
That's it.
Yeah. Forgot about the extra heal that he would get from the corrupted, those corrupted visions coming. What a game. What a turnaround.
Wait, did he have 10 there?
Wow. So Diesel concedes, and the game goes to Soraa. Incredible. First blood drawn, first win goes to Soraa.
Mhm.
What do you think about that, bad guy? How did that go?
I mean, Diesel was ahead there, but I mean, Sora hitting the trusty belt on the brand and having no answer for brands as Earthen. I mean, yeah, as you can see, he just cleaned up all the defenders, hit the erasures at the right time, honor stewards at the right time. Sprout is always a favored matchup against Earthen. Earthen does have great answers nowadays, but at the end of the day, with that much removal, like, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, I think also as well, what was a little bit cruel towards the end is that you saw that Diesel actually drew the perfect removal for Brand, but it was just too late. The solitary confinement just
Turned
would
too
have,
late.
if it got that earlier, he would have been in a great spot, and then he wouldn't have had all those corrupted visions he would have to deal with, plus the additional heal. But that's the problem with Earthen, I think, sometimes, is that if you go for it, you really need to hit one of those formidables as well, right? Just to get you over the line. And he didn't draw a formidable, and then he was kind of not really drawing additional cards or enough additional cards because there's not huge amounts of card draw. So he just ran out of steam, didn't he, Diesel? Couldn't quite get it done. Great effort, though.
Yeah. I think Diesel just runs it back with Earthen, does the Battle of Crimea with Markolian
Yeah?
here.
Is that what you're looking to
Hopefully-
see?
Oh, yes. I mean, any more Earthen matchups, please. Thank you. Hopefully it doesn't end the same as the story does. But
Oh, you got what you wish for. You got what you wish for,
the
man.
fight for my
Look at
Crimea.
that.
Can Diesel defend Crimea?
For Crimea, for legit bad guy. Can he get it done? Ooh,
It's another
interesting
Stewart.
opening hand.
Great hit. He's going second. Yeah, I was like, I think you might want to keep Spores going second.
Mm. You probably would,
Really
I
thinking
think,
about it.
against. Yeah, I would personally. He does get it
Yeah,
again.
look, to me, he's giving you the game is telling you something. Keep
The sign.
Spores. Yeah, I mean, ideally, you want to hit Moonlit. I don't know. The way that Kathy plays nowadays, I just don't know if
Did get
defending
Spores, though.
against it. Look, still got Spores. He tried to get
There
rid
you
of it
go.
twice.
He did get spores.
You tried
Yeah.
the game's like, trust me, you need this card. You need Spores. He does get the Moonlit. He does get the fungi in case this steward gets snitched. Unfortunately,
Oof.
Sora doesn't hit the Bloodhounds.
No, but he does
Or the-
have a
or the
nice double
Machinist,
one
right?
drop. Yeah, he didn't get machinist, but he's got a lovely double one drop here just to keep the pressure going. This is why
And into
the
Rallying
spores
Cry.
will come in handy.
Mm-hmm. I think you want to wait as long as possible. You still got a good, clean Moonlit here with no answers to the steward. And then right
Also
after
got
he
the
rallying
rally
cries,
cry.
you spores, and then you're in
Yep.
great shape.
Yeah.
Let's hit the poisoner, though. That is something you don't want to see. But he could easily clean the board up pretty well to where that poisoner
think
might
he-
not matter.
Do you think he's going to do spores now, or
No,
because
you
I
wanna
agree
wait.
with you?
You
I
wanna
think
wait.
maybe you could wait
wanna
and just
wait.
like entice that rally cry to come out, right, and then you do it because they usually have rally cry. Like we can see in his hand that Sora's got it, and when you're playing Kathy, you usually have to assume that on 3 they have a rally cry. So there's going to
Since
be 2
he's
more extra units that come
Since
on.
he's no snitching the Bannerman, I think you could spores and
doing
get
it.
a somewhat decent
now.
clean here.
Mhm.
Because you're not worried about the Bannerman getting buffed anymore. I like to. I
No.
mean, he's running 3, so you could. I usually like to just hold on to spores as much as possible. If he does top deck a knife at
Mhm.
this point, then it could be really bad because then at that point your spores doesn't really matter.
I mean, it was still good play, right? I still like it. It cleared 2 units, and then
Yeah.
this Bannerman's going to
Bannerman
die the
dies
next turn.
you know.
Yeah, pretty
If he
good
rallying
still.
cries, what's the worst is maybe a Bannerman trooper or a
Oh, okay. Dude, he gets the machinist and he gets a half. The machinist is lovely.
unfortunately, he can't play it this turn, but he does have a clean buff with Kathy next turn, or maybe even into Poisoner here, right? So you can play the Poisoner into the Bloodhound, clear any defender that he has.
Also, really like the decision here to get the extra stats on the half, It's
Hmm.
definitely the unit you want to try and keep alive. The machinist, once you play it, it's pretty much done its job, right? You get the value out of it from the unit, and then if it does survive, great. But if you have to pick between the two, you definitely want to be trying to prioritize half, even though this earthen deck doesn't run tons of effects. It's still going to make it difficult for further spores, even formidable presences as well.
Only option is to play
So,
Moonlit here. Sora just plays
Mhm.
Poisoner into this, and then now he has control, and now Diesel has to wait for a whole nother spores to probably check anything that he's about to do.
I think the really
It's looking
this,
grim.
this could be
It's already
cruel as
looking
well.
grim.
Yeah, it is looking grim. When you look at Diesel's hand, you think, okay, so you've got, an upgrade, you've got the fungi, great. You've got the glaive. This is also a fantastic unit to play against Kathy, but the problem is that if he plays that glaive, it could just get, and it probably will just get master poisoned by the Bloodhound. So the glaive, which is such a good purge for multiple units, could just be taken out by a 0 cost Bloodhound, which would be brutal.
So we're just
I
opting
think this is,
draw with the researcher.
yep.
You could know snitching. I think you have to know snitch. Maybe he's
You
trying
think
to
he has to
bait out.
snitch the half? Sorry, the moonlit. Opts to go for the bloodhound. Okay.
Not great placement if he does hit another spores with the 3, but I don't think he cares. He's going to clean
Yeah.
trade it.
Really wanted the 3 on the outside.
Yeah, he's looking to trade there instead of snitching. Thanks for no snitching. It's another poisoner.
We're going to see the glaive played, aren't we? Surely. Was he going to go Nehemiah? Interesting. So Diesel's probably thinking, right, he might play Kathy next turn. So do I really want to take a
I
ton
think
of
you just
damage to the
go
face?
into Terra Glider. You don't know that if you're thinking he doesn't have poison, or you know that not knowing his hand, Terra Glider here is usually the best play. You get 2 units on board. If you get
Mhm.
lucky enough to hit a defender, or if you get lucky enough to hit Merciless Bulwark, you're in great shape. But just playing Nehemiah here is rough. You get 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5
Oh.
damage here if he trades it all.
It's very risky, isn't it, to play Nehemiah because you could just get taken out quickly.
I think he's thinking
I
if he
actually
just
quite like
cleanly
your
plays
idea.
Kathy, he has to trade everything, but
Hmm. He goes for it. He goes for Nehemiah, which is not going to last very long on the board because we can see in Sora's hand he's got 2 Master Poisoners. Master Poisoner is the enemy for Earthen, and it could just be a very easy play here for Sora playing a Master
he's got
Poisoner,
2 of them. I
killing.
don't think he's banking 2 of them. I think he's just gonna hold
No,
on to them, control the units. He's
yep,
got tons of draw
could play
here.
one. Looks to bank the Catherine's Rally Cry. I quite like this. Keeps a Master Poisoner, can play a Master Poisoner, and then he's still got Rummaging with another Rummaging on the board, which means that he get tons of draw the next turn. Oh, that never feels good when you play in Nehemiah and it just gets taken out instantly by a little 1-1-1-1-2 from the Master Poisoner. The tricky thing here now is that okay, so Formidable comes in, but the tricky thing here, bad guy, is that there's no way to snitch the Master Poisoner. So he would realistically need to rely on, say, like a Formidable to try and get rid of it. But with the half on the board, he's still too far away.
I
Well, actually,
think
he
you
can play it this
just
turn.
yeah, I think bank glaive, that's not helping you. And you have to put 3 units on the board. So you're gonna go Terra Glider into Grove Guardian. If he hits Grove Guardian, you have a chance that it can kill another unit, right? So that is an
Hmm.
option with the way the poisoner works right now. He can't trade all 3, or he could trade all 3 and just play Kathy. And he actually has a great. I'm looking at Sora's hand now. He's got a great hand here with Machinist getting a Bloodhound into Kathy. Like that's just a lot of. So he could easily trade everything here. His best.
Oh,
Oh nope.
oh, that's
Unfortunately,
huge.
that is no. It's the worst thing because it doesn't clear Sora's board. It only clears Diesel's board. So now that does
Oh
nothing.
no. Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
I wasn't aware of that. Oh
Yeah.
man, that's rough
So
then.
ideally, it would clear everything on the board, which is what you want. But hey, it's earthen. You don't get it what you want, and you clear your own board mistakenly. You do 1 damage to their
Oh,
board. Your your only
that's
shot is to do
terrible.
this, and
Oh, that's terrible. I was
unfortunately,
jumping for
that might
joy.
be it.
Yeah, I was jumping for joy thinking, "Oh, that's his salvation," but actually it was his damnation. Oh, that's not
Mhm.
what you want. Damn. I mean, to be fair, probably would have been better off just to have done to have done formidable just to clear the board, clear that
Warp some
master
space
poisoner.
here. It's dangerous playing more units. I think I would just opt to just run poisoner into this because maybe the more units you're gonna hit at this point,
Mm.
like
I think this is going
Grove
to be so difficult for
Grove's
Diesel to get on
retaliation,
the
he does
board here.
hit. Okay. It hits
Oh, it doesn't
face.
hit it.
One out of
Yeah.
5 hits face.
That
Alright.
always seems to hit a unit when I tag it, and in this
Yeah.
instance, it just hits the face. It's not what you want.
Goes for more draw
Oh,
here instead of going
this is
Kathy.
rough. I mean, to be honest
Diesel.
as well, even if Diesel draws now at this point a spores, I mean it's gonna clear the middle units, but it's still gonna have 2 units on the board. Rummaging, both rummaging survive. Still a little bit rough, but that possibly is his way just to kind of stay in it. We haven't even seen Kathy being played yet. That's the thing here, bad guy.
Yeah,
Kathy's still not
I
even
would have
come on
thought
the board.
he would play Kathy here because I think he's got all the cards he wants at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, plays
I think maybe
Alvaro.
he's possibly worried though about playing Kathy whilst the poison is on the board. That he doesn't need to
Yeah, I guess
unnecessarily put her at
again,
risk.
knowing what we know with the Diesel formidable, he could just formidable ram into everything, which I think he might end up doing anyway. I don't know if there's
Yeah,
a better play, unfortunately.
yeah. I mean, I feel like maybe he could have done that the last turn, but he's doing it now. And the great thing with the formidable, even with the for anyone that's watching that doesn't know, the great thing with the formidable, when you play it and the master poison's on the board, the formidable little seeds are still going to survive. They cannot be destroyed, but your seeds then have lethal, which is really cool. We're going to see it now. They're going to be able to one tap whatever unit they run into.
Probably hits both researchers and poisoner. Again, Sora has 3 of them, so it doesn't really matter.
Mm,
Sora doesn't have a
yep.
great
Looks.
hand here. To follow up, if he gets like a Triumph of Mars or Rallying Cry, that would be good to help develop more of a board.
He's going for the Alvaro and he's going to leave the master poisoner alive. Okay.
It's a tough decision because you want to clear some units, but at the same time, you know he grabbed another
Yeah.
bloodline. So with that knowledge, you know that he's gonna one tap any unit you play the following turn. Maybe he's hoping for spores here, and then which there
Yeah, he
you go.
gets it as well. He
Um,
gets it. Wow, what a top deck. That's
so
what you want to
here,
see.
Sora's just gonna play everything.
Yeah, we can accept that trade.
It's not a great hand. He's dumping volley. Does he play? I don't think you
Yeah.
play Kathy here. Maybe you do.
I mean, Kathy wouldn't be too bad because then the next turn you're set up. Once these little seeds go, you're set up to basically slam face. Possibly.
You got 3 1-drop units that are just gonna die unless he
Yeah.
could play
Yeah, I mean,
another poisoner to help the curve, but it's not great either. So maybe Kathy's your only play. You could just Kathy and pass. He just opts to pass. Sora
oh, he
is seeing
passes.
into the future.
The-
He knows what Diesel's hand is and decides to play nothing. What a decision.
yeah. Wow. Wow, he just like floated 7 energy there. Just
It's a
didn't care.
draw.
Wow. Big decision. Big decision. Would you have
Yeah.
done that, bad guy?
Most likely not. I would have just played everything.
Yeah.
Because like what's the main theme is with all parallel players is they don't have the card that you're afraid of. So you're never scared.
Mm,
You're definitely playing
mm.
your units. But that was a Next level play by Soraa there. I don't know if many players, especially at the professional
Mm.
level or the top end, are doing that. Like that's. I mean, I'm
No,
I'm
it was
surprised,
bold. Yeah, it was super
but I
bold.
mean, it turned out to be perfect because Diesel had the perfect card for that, and it doesn't even matter.
Mm. So Diesel in the last turn, just opting to play the fungi, just getting that defender a little bit more beefier. It's a bit more of a threat or a problem, but the Master Poisoner comes down and it will be followed up most likely with the
Poisoner,
Slinger.
Gunslinger, Kathy, like he just has so many ops to trade instead of the
Okay,
Gunslinger.
wow.
I think he's gonna hold on to that Gunslinger in case Diesel
Mhm.
hits the Terramech maybe.
Oh, this
So
is
just
good
so
though.
he can
This is good
trade.
pressure. Yep. This is
Surprised he
good
didn't
pressure here from
go.
Soraa. He won the first game. If he gets this, he will be going through to the final. So this is quite important now for Diesel. Needs to
Diesel
make
has a
sure.
Gunslinger here. He
Yep.
could
Kill
put
the
a lot of
Cathy.
units on board.
Yep.
I think he goes Gunslinger into maybe Astel and Moonlit. Um,
Yeah, I think so.
I
I
understand
mean,
Kathy's 6'6", but that poisoner, it doesn't matter what you do. Again, if you're hand tracking at this point, you still are assuming he has the Bloodhound because he hasn't
mm,
played it. He played that Machinist. He sacked the Machinist. He also has a
yep.
Gunslinger. You don't know that, but like you
You have
know
to
the
assume,
units
yeah.
that Soraa has here in with the deck list, and you know it's a lot of one drops and it's a lot of go face. So you gotta clear this poisoner, unfortunately.
Okay.
You could go big here with the
Getting
conduit.
rid of the poisoner.
7/7. Unfortunately,
That's
Zora is
massive.
another one. All three poisoners in the first
Yeah.
half of this
Uh,
game here, and it's just not. It's just unfortunate. Could go right into
yeah,
Wong if he wants to. I don't think he needs to. Probably banks it. You got all the cards you need.
I mean, what I will say as well is that I think that this game has shown with the combination of the poisoner, the slingers, the poisoner, the bloodhounds. This is one of the reasons why Kathy has been one of the most banned cards, banned decks at this tournament, because it's just quite difficult to deal with, right? You can't really establish a board properly with the potency of the poisoner.
Yeah, easily. Obviously, this gets changed in the next patch. Hits another gunslinger.
Yeah, he's looking like really strong here, Soraa.
Surprised
Just
he
needs to
didn't.
clear the, yeah, clear the, that's it, clear the Premier Conduit. And then he's looking good. Has he
Did
banked?
he go
Has he
wide
banked
here?
yet?
It looks like he did. So he can't even play the
Yeah.
poison. Oh, never mind. It wasn't
Oh, he
showing up.
hasn't. There you go.
He does still have it. So he does have a
Yeah.
clean right
There you
here.
go. This is great. Yeah. Clear the Premier Conduit with the little 1/2 Bloodhound. And then just clear this Gunslinger as well. And then you've got a clean free path to get the game done. So, wow. Fantastic play here from Soraa. He's
Correct
on the
here.
verge of winning. Just needs 5 more, and then he's got it done.
Needs to
Diesel
hit
is on the
formidable
ropes.
again. You got to draw. Hit the formidable draw first.
He's opting for the solitary, no?
I mean, you're just dead either way. Just draw, get formidable, then you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
trade.
He heard you. Bad guy heard you. You two are telepathically connected.
Ooh,
Doesn't get the formidable.
6 here. He would need to
Ah,
6 or 7. He could Terra and hope for the best, even though
I
the
think
best
this is
isn't good
over.
enough. He
Yeah, I
could
think this is
Terra Mech
over.
at 6 and clean trade. I'm not evenly trades. Yeah, there's just not a lot of good options with the Terra Glider.
No. I mean, if he's solitary confinements, say like the Cathy, he still has a 6/6 on the board, right? That he has to deal with. Um,
Yeah, I
Especially
mean,
with the Master Poisoner on the board. Like, that with Sora's deck, there's likely going to be more slingers as well that can just clear your units very easily.
Yep.
We can already see that there's 2 slingers waiting. So
going for
Diesel
Terra.
does go for the... Yeah, he's going for it.
Hope and pray. You got moonlets. You got 2 hits if you hit Terra.
Here we go. Moment of truth. What does he get? He does
Hit
get
the
it.
Terra. So he goes unit
He does get it.
into another unit. I mean, you're just hoping you get
So
all
he's
the
high
heroes.
rolling here.
Another Terra. Another moonlet.
Imagine if he gets another Terra. That would be insane, bad guy. Terra into another unit. It could happen. Come on.
Good.
For the
Do you
sake of the
believe?
stream, let's see it. Terra into Terra. Let's go. Oh, we don't get it.
Fungal Grenadier.
Fungal
Unfortunately, that card is
Grenadier.
one of the worst cards you could hit at this moment, but you do have one more
Yeah.
hit with the moonlets. You have a lot of
Yep.
defenders here, so you could trade. You have 3 damage to block, or 3 different attacks to block here. If you can get another defender, he might be in good shape.
Oh,
Gets the bulwark,
okay.
not great.
Actually,
It's
no.
all right, but unfortunately, there's a
It's a
poison.
great card.
Not great.
Yeah. Yeah.
You needed another defender
Like-
there.
Given that we can see Sora's hand, yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that he hit that. As you say, he needs another defender.
One,
God, look
two,
at Sora's
three,
hand. It's
4
absolutely
queens.
stacked.
It's just unfortunate here. And he hits
Yeah.
2, I mean, 2 more Triumph of Marses too. He has Machinist here. Like, unfortunately, Diesel had great starts to both games, but in the end, it still just isn't enough. Starts drawing dead at the end here.
Yeah. But I think it's also just so difficult to, once, you know, Kathy really gets going with the Master Poisoners and just actually gets tons of units on the board. I just think it's so difficult to try and reclaim it. Especially because Soraa was running, was it 2 or 3 Master Poisons? We saw 2.
Running 3.
And there you go. He gets it 1.
And he
He's running
played
3,
all
right?
3. He played all
Yeah,
3. He had
crazy.
3 from round 4, turn 4, and then just never looked back. Got the perfect hits with all
Yeah.
the 1-drops, the gunslingers, no snitchings, just not enough. The Diesel could have done there, unfortunately.
Need to add a V in between Master Poison's names, so it's the MVP, because it was the MVP there. It really won the game. Incredible. Congratulations to Soraa, because that was very, very strong performance. Commiserations to Diesel. I don't think he could have done much else, really. He played fantastic. As you say, some of his lack of draws kind of hurt a little bit there, but overall, he played great. So well done. He's done fantastic to get to this point of the tournament as well. But it will be Soraa who will be facing Shogo in the final of the Open 2.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the finals of the second Open of Season 2 in the Parallel Prime League. We've got Soraa facing down Shogo in the finals. And I was just saying to Muka that I don't know if we've ever had a repeat winner of a tournament yet. And so Shogo has won a previous Open. And so he's fighting for the title, I think, of being like the Open King if he could take this down. So that's kind of exciting. But we've had some very cool matches so far. And we'll take a look at the bracket here, see how it all came to this point. We got Soraa versus Shogo in the finals. Muka, any thoughts?
No, I mean, this is like, it's really cool. I mean, I mentioned this before when we were going over the bracket, that it's nice to see a new name that has made it to the top rung of this tournament against someone that's made it here before. So it's cool. We either have a new name that takes another kind of like win under their belt, or Shogo gets another win and continues to show like why players like him deserve to be here. So I'm very, very excited. I think it's very cool. This was a very tough tournament for everybody that, you know, played, and the competition was no joke. So the guys that have made it this far have definitely showed their chops. I saw in chat some people say this is like a world's caliber level, you know, top seed.
Well, everyone is getting better and better, you know, with more reps in, and truly, I mean, at least in this tournament, like we looked at the top 16 players. I mean, even the people that didn't make it, I mean, it's continually the same people though, and it is sweaty. You need to be at the top of your game There's not much room for error if you're going to take down one of these tournaments. And so, yeah, the competition is certainly heating up. We're only really a couple, maybe a few months into season 2 here. So it's all pretty exciting. I realized that we should probably thank Echelon and, of course, Prime for sponsoring the entire league. Massive shout out to Echelon for supporting the esports league. And yeah, I mean, it's been pretty exciting thus far. So we're gonna get stuck into the Shogo Soraa match pretty soon here. Also, a shout out to the Tilt fam, because Soraa's representing Tilt, and as you said, I think that he's placed like pretty well for the most part, but hasn't quite made it to a top spot just yet. So it's been cool to see him make it to the finals and try and take down Shogo here.
Yeah, technically in the Bond section, right? It's Tilt versus Devmons? No, Contagion.
I think Contagion, yeah.
Shogo's Contagion. So it's cool to see those banners, for those players, who they're repping and stuff like that. Again, I'm very excited to see this one kind of like wrap up and see who takes it. This was not an easy one. This feels like a very, very tough one. And yeah, I think we're just getting things sorted out. We're not going to bore you with deck lists because we've seen both of these players' deck lists before. We're gonna, as soon as we can, we're gonna get straight into it. I'm very interested to see how this kind of shapes up because Soraa plays he plays Brand, right? Yeah, he played Brand in the, so it's Brand versus Neve. It's a little bit of a difference. Like their deck list. Man, I'm like, we've gone through so many games. I'm trying to double check what exactly Soraa had different. He did have the Nehemiah also. So it's Earthen, no even Sippy on his side. So these are like totally different like methodologies on what they wanted to bring, what they felt comfortable with. And that's where it gets really fun because you get to see like whose like level of genius is the one that kind of trumps the others in this tournament.
Yeah, it's exciting to see a different lineup in the finals because, the Scipius, Kathy, Neve has been sort of like the classic thing that's continually making it to the top. So the fact that Soraa's brought some different decks here, I think is pretty cool. I'm personally a big fan of the Brand deck. I've been playing Brand a little bit more, and I think it's pretty good. I mean, Neve's still super strong, of course, but we'll see how it shapes up, and also just like the little disparity in choices of how you set your things up. But there's obviously Kathy's going to be banned, right?
I think so.
On both sides here. I think that's probably the move.
Yeah. What's good for, no, actually, it's not good for Soraa is that Shogo's running 2 poisoners in his Scipius list too. So we saw how much of a detriment that was for Earthen in the last set for Diesel. So I wonder, will there be an issue for Soraa on the other end where he can't get the Earthen across because he's just getting punished by poisoners?
Yeah, it's very possible. Man, I'm actually looking forward to the Master Poisoner change. It's just so relevant in all of these tournaments. It's coming, yeah, eventually here. It's nice to keep Earthen in check and stuff like that, but I think that a shakeup will be nice. And I'm sure that there will be some other tools to take them down as time goes on, of course.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that one too. I mean, we've seen it since Parallel has ever been a thing that Master Poisoner was like the go-to answer, and we never got to see these like big tall decks really thrive because the small guys would just come in numbers, and then Master Poisoner up all that extra energy that was poured into one unit is just kind of gone. So with less opportunities to do that, I'm very excited to see what comes from that. I mean, I would be really happy if we saw more of these kind of like Earthen, maybe like even like stuff like Brand and stuff. There's all these parallels have like tall units. Core, like, do they get a lot better when Poisoner gets a little bit pegged down in terms of like its power level?
Well, it certainly brings the power level of Marcolian down because the Bloodhound transport, they've just got so many little tiny units that they can make amazing use of the Poisoner, just like pop, getting through the threat. So maybe, Kathy will come down in power, and we'll see some other, maybe Core, like Sestmere type of decks, or, that could really do well. But, okay, shock to no one. We have Kathy banned on both sides here. And so we're going to see some Earthen and Brand face off against Scipius and Neve.
Yeah, I wonder what they pick first. It's actually pretty interesting. Like Shogo can lock in the Neve, and then Sora, if he picks like Brand to go against the Scipius, it's not like the best matchup. It's still okay. But he would want the Earth in there instead against the Neve, because we've seen how that goes a ton of times. And then on Shogo's end, if he plays the Scipius, he probably doesn't want to see like Brand is pretty good into Scipius, so like Sora probably wants that for that matchup. So I wonder how much they're thinking about what they lock in first and what they think the other one has, what the other one will lock in first. Like if they've done the research and be like, oh, he always picks this or not.
What if, what about the Neve Brand matchup there?
I think Neve is still ahead, but Brand like can play it out. It's not a done deal. Your Paragon is like tough. Like it's like a very high risk, high reward scenario, but like in terms of like the cards available to both of you, you can still do a lot of the same stuff.
Like in theory, having 3 demolecularizes against, a Neve cast should get you there. But perhaps, like, why, if you could sum it up, why would Neve, have the edge there?
I mean, like, you are normally not keeping all 3 demos, that you don't see them all, I would assume, by through the length of the game. And then with cards like scheming and stuff like that, you can take some of the key parts away. And then usually you're playing the tempo game, so you guys are poking each other, and the Neve damage sometimes can just end the game, or you've schemed enough of the demos to just kind of like win outright.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like Neve's playing the tempo game better,
Yeah.
unless the Brand gets really nuts. But I suppose Brand probably doesn't go off because of the banishes, right?
Yep.
From the Neve. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good breakdown. All
Let's
right.
see,
Well, first up,
mulligans.
we got the Nehemiah going in to Shogo's Neve.
Yeah, Sora's mulligan is a bit tough. He has the conduit, which is okay if he can find maybe a fungi with it. Hopefully, he finds the steward of the garden. That's what he's looking for. Doesn't quite find it, but still has a good curve. On Shogo's end, I mean, you would argue that it's kind of a whiff, but Brand's expertise usually pulls you back like fine in terms of like card advantage or disadvantage. So we'll have to just see what he gets off of that.
Yep. I always
Pulling
wonder
in
if
the
you
grove.
do even keep the conduit. Like I'm like a hard mull for Dewey type of person,
Yeah.
but with the caveat of no snitching, like you put all of your resources into finding the steward. I suppose snitching is such an easy answer to it, but
Conduit's
obviously,
also nice into Shroud, right? Because it's shielded.
yeah,
So you can play the tempo pretty well, and it maybe forces the Shroud. If it forces the Shroud into using like 2 effects to get rid of it, that's great. Or if it just eats a banish, that's fine also. It can trade into the embedded agent and stuff like that. So it's not bad all around.
yep, that's true. All right, Shogo getting more resources to the hand with the
Yeah,
expertise
that's
draw
great. This is
there.
good. 2 banishes and an honored steward. Like, this is great.
Oh, you know what? Soraa has 3 Aurora fungis in the deck. So that's actually quite significant. I feel
Yeah,
like we don't often see 3.
not
So
at all.
definitely makes sense to keep the ones. All right.
All right, he's going to play the Primea Conduit, bring it up to a 2/2. Can follow up with the Moonlit next turn or Rummaging. Rummaging is great. And then can start just playing this mid-range tempo game. He's obviously looking for, like, man, cards like Allocated into Terra Glider eventually will be really nice, but this mid game of just getting a lot of card draw helps a ton. And that Primea Conduit having shielded is going to help him deal with any nonsense in like the terms of embedded agent or an erasure. So it makes Shogo's turn a little wonky. He's just going to go unit heavy probably.
Yeah. Actually, I quite like Shogo's hand too,
Mm-hmm.
as the Neve. I mean, looking at this, I'd probably just like bank Baron and play Void Trapper, Embedded Agent, and
That's
hold
what I'm
both of
thinking
the
too.
erasures. I think. I
I
mean,
think that's very
actually,
strong.
because you're going into an erasure turn, maybe you do want the value of the 3 cost effect and you get the Baron developed instead, but that's
Instead
you're
of a
banking one of
unit.
the 2s.
That makes sense.
But
I like
having an
the I do
erasure
like the
in the
2+1.
hand is important for the Nehemiah, of course. Sorry, go ahead.
No, no, no. You're spot on. That was all spot on. I am agreeing with you. I think this is a good thing. I was leaning towards the Void Trapper myself,
Mhm.
and now seeing the Baron and you talking about it, like I think that makes sense. You can get a nice high roll. It's going to be very clean. So overall, not bad. We know Sora can stop it with the no snitching, so that's going to be good. You could stop. Do you stop just the embedded agent, or do you just double no snitching here?
Oh, man. Oh, that's something about just, like, throwing out both no snitchings, like, doesn't feel great,
Doesn't
you
feel
know?
good, right?
It doesn't feel good. But let's draw, I suppose, and, see what we get here. But letting Baron get value continually, like, you're gonna need to prioritize probably answering him if you don't snitching, right? Uh, hmm.
Okay, I like this. He's
Oh,
trying to see if
yeah,
the
there
Grove
you
Guardian
go.
can ping first. Doesn't
Okay.
get it. That was kind of nice. I actually really liked that because if it did kill it, then he gets to hold. He automatically doesn't have to worry about holding on to
Yeah.
the no
That'd have been
snitching.
pro plays right there if he could
Yeah,
just sniped it. Okay, opts to keep it in the hand. Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm not really sure what is right there. I mean, Baron can completely whiff on stuff, but other times it's pretty annoying. So I suppose what would be a better target for the no snitching at this point, right?
hmm
Which I don't know if there
I don't think there are
is.
many.
There's not that many. Maybe a void trapper. Like void trapper is pretty irritating.
Yeah, for
Uh,
Shogo here, Honored Steward looks pretty attractive. It's a body. It'll stop. It can stop the rummaging, and you get to hold the erasures for like paragons and stuff.
yeah, what you would steward the rummaging
I
thing.
think so.
Yeah, yeah, it's not bad.
A lot of
I don't really
decisions to be
see.
made.
I mean, the only other. Oh,
Okay,
interesting.
he's gonna erasure.
Yeah. Okay,
What does
that's
Baron get?
fair. He won.
Oh,
Yeah, stolen
stolen
power is pretty
power.
nice. Getting the value from the Baron, I respect the play. Yeah, to go for the spell instead
Does
of the Honor
this
Steward.
hit the embedded again? No, or at least
I think that
that's very
Grove
good.
Guardian has had one too many drinks. It's just not hitting the right targets.
Missing. That was strong. I
Okay.
like that play. I mean, I like it even more because it rolled so well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hindsight,
Yeah,
2020. Pretty good. Now
that
what
play.
to
The
bank?
RNG was good. That play was great.
Yeah, RNG was good. Must be good play, of course. See.
All right, what
Okay.
can Sora get here? He gets a spores. I believe he's already banked one. It's not the worst turn to do that. I'm not the biggest fan. It'll clear board. He can clear board with it, but we know Shogo can just refill board again,
You
which is
know,
very weird to say about Shroud, but yeah.
hang on a second. So it's 4. So if there was a poke in and spores and then develop the Stewie, would that have been able to go into Titan next turn? Yes, right? The Stewie lived.
Yes. Assuming the steward lives.
Assuming the steward lives. Yeah.
That's a bit. I think that's a big
Big if. Yeah.
assumption. Yeah, in this
Magical
matchup.
Christmas land.
His hand is good. I mean, he just has to get there. Man, he has to bank the Terra though. That stinks. I think he's struggling.
Does
I
he?
get it. This is a very tough. No, he's gonna bank the no snitching. I was
Yeah,
like,
I didn't like
I
the
didn't
Terra
want
bank
to.
there.
I didn't want to see that banked either. Here comes the Nehemiah. That will eat another banish. I mean, this is not great, but Shogo is also not like super pushing, and Sora can go Terra Mech Shield Titan and then can go Terra after. So he has
Mhm.
the good cards. Erasure into Mechanize. Mechanize won't hit anything because there's
Yeah,
no
because
other units.
Because we had seen an erasure, the previous turn, I think Sora going for the Nehemiah was
That makes sense.
fine, made sense,
Yeah.
yeah. I will say though, I think at this point, there's not a crazy amount of pressure. So I
No.
feel like Shogo's in a pretty reasonable position. If he can especially get this Wong cast without too much stress, get a lot more resources to the hand, I think that he might be in good shape here.
I wonder if the Terramech will be a problem and the Terra, if he can somehow get them both to like do things properly. Oh, that's a nice moonlit.
God, I love Void Trapper so much.
He's at
It's
5
so annoying.
energy.
Uh,
I, th-
wow.
I think the line is bank the steward, play spores, play no snitching, or just no snitching and just bank the steward. Man, you have to like float so much energy then. You
Mhm.
could moonlit, but why?
Doesn't feel like it accomplishes much, right?
Yeah.
It really doesn't. I feel like that's a waste to. But also playing that is kind of.
I think he's gonna steward moonlit then.
I guess to set up for the Terra to get defender, like if he goes Moonlit.
Yeah.
But the thing is, so often at the time it's just gonna get banished and the.
What if it gets
But I mean,
banished
it's
by
a
Honored
double
Steward?
trade.
That's not that bad because then Sora
Mm,
can Terramech Shield Titan and then possibly get it back. And then that's a great card.
yeah. Also, collateral damage just came to the hand though.
Okay.
So it's a nice answer. Okay, getting to Wong. Pretty nice. Let's see how many cards he gets here with also 2 targets to be hit for the counters.
Best case scenario for Shogo is what hits the Void Trapper.
Bummer.
I think the best case scenario for Sora was that it hits like the Baron for spores.
Yeah, well, Wong favoring himself, nothing new here. 3 cards out of it, pretty nice though. Got the
Yes.
relic, the unit, and the effect. Good. Um,
These next few turns are going to be what decides all of it. It's going to be very interesting to see how well like Sora's turns seem pretty easy to telegraph, but maybe not, right? Like Terra Shield Titan, Terra,
mhm.
then can Altar of Gaia get some heals, or maybe even Spores the board if he wants to try to get like a. I would assume the Terra Shield Titan is going to get banished by Honored Steward.
Yeah, I will say that the life siphon pickup will allow Shogo to like trigger the shielded and then go into a no snitching. Or no, never
Oh.
mind. No, you can't do that anymore. My sorry, relapse. Brain.
It's
Ignore me.
all good. It's all
um,
good.
yeah. I'd
There's your
probably
trigger
want to
sync.
favor getting the shard developed fairly soon too.
Baron hitting the life siphon off a
Wow.
life siphon. That's clean.
So that decision to not go for the no snitching on the Baron earlier on,
Yeah.
it's definitely gotten some value for sure.
Yeah. Does he just go for Terramech? Okay. Here we go.
Okay, picks up unallocated provisions. Ooh, there's an Adira.
Honored Steward is for sure coming out here. Yep, that makes sense. And he's going to be lining up for Neve next turn. Did he bank yet?
Super clutch to have the no snitching for
Yeah.
the steward there, so they don't have to worry about the Titan anymore. And is also getting to push a decent amount of damage. I mean, 11 is
Mm-hmm.
not too shabby. And can get the shard going. Let's go. Oh,
He just
wow.
goes,
Yeah.
Sora just concedes. He gives the
Yeah.
first game to Shogo. That was tough. I mean, Shogo was gonna get a flat Neve next turn. Maybe you can see what happens with the RNG of Terra, but he just goes on to the next.
Yeah, no Terra Glider in the earlier turns to, apply some mid-game pressure with a couple units there.
Yep.
What else? Just having the double erasures. I mean, the Baron got a lot of value.
He had a
Yeah.
lot of banishes early, and like you
Hmm.
said, there wasn't a lot of capitalization from Soraa because everything was getting banished, and he didn't really see any strong Terra Gliders. He drew the power units, but by the time they were ready to come out, like it was like super slow.
Yep.
Makes
That
a
seems to
lot
be
of
pretty
sense.
significant. Like, I can't remember what turn we called it out, but by that point, Shogo, like, there was just not enough pressure on him. Maybe it was like turn 5 or so. And at that point in the game, I feel like Neve has got a lot of resources to be able to handle, the threats coming out. So, yeah, congratulations to Shogo for taking the first game there. Now he's got to use Hesipius to take down both the Brand or the Nehemiah here. Do you
Yeah,
think
I wonder
Sora
if
will run it back?
I was gonna just say I think he switches it up to Brand.
Feeling
That's
it?
what I'm
All right.
leaning towards. I mean, it's good at trading. The Brand with Trusty Belt should clear out a lot of this token conveyor belt nonsense that we've been seeing. So I'm leaning towards the Brand, and then he can take the matchup with Nehemiah once he gets there, if he gets there. But yeah, Shogo's list doesn't have like disassembly swarms or anything like that. If I remember correctly, I'm double checking. So yeah, no, none of that in there. So the Brand, if it comes out early enough, will be an issue.
The Nehemiah list also only has 2 copies of Virulent Spores, so, somewhat relevant and, facing down a Sibius, right? So,
Yeah.
be a factor.
I've seen games where people have gone like, double Tioli into Brand on turn what is that, 3? And
Mhm.
it's been like super strong. And then you compare that with Trusty Belt, it becomes a very, very big problem. But Sora knows best, and he has chosen to stick with his Nehemiah against Shogo Sippy.
All right. See it run it back. It's interesting, we saw the unstable shield generators be sort of like a popular choice at one point a month or so ago.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's like a nice pick for the Shroud, to have in there or if it's unnecessary. Definitely unnecessary for a Neve, but if you're running Brand, maybe, to deal with.
I've seen it. I've seen it on ladder. I've seen Brand players play it. And
Yeah.
like they go like triple copies just to make sure that they draw it on turn 2.
Sucks
It's
that
very,
the
very
high
strong.
density replicator sort of gets the units out of range though so often of the time, so maybe it's just not worth it.
Yeah. Shogo
All right.
deciding still on his first mulligan of 2 if he wants to keep the memento. All right,
Okay.
we're seeing part of his mulligan. Oh, here we go.
Little glitch.
Yeah,
Decides to keep the memento. Okay.
it's not bad. I mean, he has 1 drop, 2 drop. He's got curve. Like he can make it work.
All
So it
right.
opens up with the Grove Guardian again, hoping for some better pings than last time. He can pair that with Cunning Diplomat next turn, start getting some draws, pass a defender, and then by the time, if this all sticks, can pair with Nehemiah and have a nice defender and the Grove Guardian.
Nice to have the cunning diplomat just as card draw going first, right? A little
Yeah.
tight on resources, so that feels good. Also gets a defender developed, which is pretty nice to pass off to the Grove Guardian. So that way it's retaliation. Ooh, that's not
There's
bad.
a fun guy.
Pretty good. Ooh, that's also
Nice
not bad.
draws. Shogo drunk both of his Drusian Exorators a little too early. Still has excellent curve with the high density genetic replicator, and then can go recruiter into Princeps next turn or into Memento if he really wants to.
Hmm. Yeah, what do you think is the move here? I mean, it's going into turn 3, right? So spores, if you are respecting it, like, I guess
I
you
like the
consider the
high density
replicator.
just because you can kill off the cunning already,
Right.
I guess. We know it's going to be a problem for him because Sora's gonna be able to put Aurora Fungi, so he's gonna have Defender and be like a 2/7. That's pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, I think you really want to be getting through these defenders as fast as you can, right? They just
Yep.
get more and more difficult to deal with. So I like it. I actually think this memento is going to be
It's gonna be very
pretty
big.
pretty big. Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely a good decision to keep it. Right.
Well, he
Now
can
he's
now
got a couple options.
Memento and Relic repurposing. I'm sorry, Aurora Fungi and Relic repurposing.
Probably, right? I think
Yeah.
that's the move. And then
We can see he has another relic, but I wonder if he keeps the second one or banks it.
hmm.
Oh, banking the Moonlit.
Ooh.
Can
That
just Nehemiah next turn if he needs a unit. I think that's the thought process.
true. True. Is that right though? Like I guess so. Man, I mean,
I was
what's
leaning
the
towards banking the no snitching.
same. What's the best target for no snitching, or where do you think he's really like trying to hold it back
Subjugate,
for? Yeah, suppose so.
subjugate, or standard bearer maybe. But you have
I
a Grove Guardian with Defender. Like he can play Nehemiah next turn, so I feel like he doesn't need the no snitching. He can just run over anything that becomes scary. But
I guess if he doesn't have an answer to subjugate, like he's thinking that I can develop the Nehemiah, and well, no, because the Nehemiah would buff the Guardian. So
that's what
unless
I'm
there was
saying. Like he could just run over it,
yeah,
right? But maybe he just is opting for the flexibility because Earthen does use most of its energy a lot of the time. So holding on to like a snitching or a relic repurposing lets you be a little more flexible with such a strict energy demand from all your cards in general.
yep.
So may not matter now, but could matter in a few turns from now.
Well, I definitely like holding on to the other repurposing. Certainly going to prove useful here. Man, do you do you punch into that, or do you not
That's a
take the
big
risk?
boy.
Guess you could put the
I think he's
Princeps
gonna
down.
play the Princept and possibly. Let's
I
see.
mean, you're gonna have to get through it eventually,
Someone's you
right?
gotta yeah, you gotta hit it somehow. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
and it
okay.
gets the ping off. Sora's Grove
Ah,
Guardian is laser sharp. Got the radar.
yep.
Oh my.
Ooh.
I think I
Ooh.
kind of like
Pretty
alter.
good.
Does he need to
Hmm.
alter now? I guess not. I can just cunning and relic repurposing. Maybe just bank whatever you draw. Do you need this allocated right now? Probably not. I think I agree with this.
It's a little sad not to get the altar down, just
Hmm.
extra counters, but I think it's
Nope,
too.
he's doing.
I don't
I mean, he
know.
could
I
just
think
heal it up, right? So it's not the worst thing if it sticks
true.
for a turn.
Yeah. I
And
think
any,
mana efficiency is relevant here. Look, you can go relic repurposing and Nehemiah next turn, right? So
yeah,
getting the altar down now, I feel like it's definitely best time, right?
makes sense. He draws into Taramek. All right,
Oh,
this is a very strong opening from Sora so far. We can see Shogo go 2+2, but then he has to bank the Asian sub. Oh, he can bank Drusian. He can bank Drusian, but that's a little weird, right? Because
hmm.
if any of your units live, maybe you Drusian next turn.
I mean, we were talking about this memento in the hand, but that is sort of the downside. If you keep it and you don't find your cunning Scipion or things like that to
Yeah.
build the board that can capitalize on the memento, sometimes you're
All right,
stuck in
he's
this
gonna
position.
do 2+2. Normally, you would say that you play the recruiter first, you can draw, but like he wants it to get double buffed, right? So you play the standard bearer first.
Yeah.
Now gets 2 units to hand, possibly.
Should he have
There it
traded
is.
the adjutant or no, so well, never mind. There's a diplomat that wouldn't have
Yeah, the
worked.
diplomat could stop it if needed. He's gonna flood the board with the tabula rasa now.
Okay.
But we're gonna see that Sora's gonna be able to just kill off this relic again with a Nehemiah. That's like super powerful. Can follow up I don't think he
Wow.
needs the no snitching anymore.
Yeah, he's got so much control here. I
Yeah.
think he could probably get rid of the no snitching at this point. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Shogo did a pretty decent job of building a little board there, but I mean, this is too good.
That Grove Guardian was very strong, paired with double relic destruction that just keeps healing his defender.
Honestly, I would not be shocked if Shogo just ends it here. I think this is like sealing the deal. This is just
Is
so good.
very strong. That's a 6/6 fungi.
Yeah, the 3 copies of the fungi proving to be pretty good.
I think he's just
See?
deciding how he wants to trade. Is he worried about Poisoner? Does he not care?
Oh, that's a good point. I think you do respect Poisoner, right? Trade it away.
Trading it.
Especially
Oh, and the ping!
okay.
There's no
Some
joke. This guy's
plays.
got a red dot sight on his Grove Guardian.
Yeah. Laser vision. Well, the Grove Guardian in the previous game was a little drunk, so
Mhm.
he's like, "No, no, 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 I got this. I'm sorry."
He's
Trying
like,
to make up
listen,
for
I woke up too early. Just give me, let me get warmed up. We'll be fine.
warm-up game, right?
Yep.
Okay.
This is very strong so far from Sora.
Yeah, I honestly, I really think this is gonna be tough for Shogo to get back into this. I mean, perhaps a triumph or something. I mean, Poisoner
Yeah.
would do some work, as well, but, I mean, he kinda needs to build a board to capitalize on it, and there isn't, like, a Scypian or Cunning Scypian for the token generation, that type of stuff, so I think this might be done, honestly. I don't wanna call
I
it too
wonder if
soon,
there's like
but
a world where Sora plays paid off to steal one of the master poisoners.
oh my god.
And just like, you can't have that. I'm gonna put it in my hand.
That's a crazy play.
Shogo has 2 in his deck though, so I think it's not worth the risk. But if there was 1 copy, I'd argue definitely should be considered.
He's got enough control right now that desperate plays. I don't necessarily need to do that, but interesting consideration. Let's see what 2 drops are in the bank here. I still can't get over that, like, laughing all the way to the bank, or I don't know, there's something there. It's like some kind of meme that we
We're
gotta
going straight to the bank with the
straight to the
corrupted
bank,
unit.
yeah. Okay.
All right,
Just
paid off.
Tabula,
The
there
paid
wasn't
off dream
actually a
is
2 drop.
dead. This is going straight into a Terramech though. That can pop off. You can activate its flourish. Just kill off the ancient. Shogo hit the concede button. I
Yeah.
saw it.
Yep.
That's got to be it. Nope,
Ooh.
not yet. He said,
Oh.
"Show me the trades. Show me your work."
Show me your work. There we go. Love it. Yeah, I mean, everything kinda went right for Soraa this game.
Yeah.
Had the 1 drop, picked up the fungi eventually, had both of the relic repurposings, to be able to answer both of the high density replicators, even was able to drop the Titan on 6 with multiple defenders, to pass off the ability. I mean, it all went real nice.
All right, now Shogo's hitting concede. Or not. He keeps going to the menu. You can see his screen like delay a little, get dim. Oh, that's a no snitching. Yep. Now I think it's legit. All right, Sora ties it up 1-1. They're not going to
Woohoo.
make it easy.
Fight to the death. Let's go. Yeah. Nice to see Earthen get that win. I don't know. I feel like sometimes they just get absolutely rolled in these
I don't know.
tournaments.
It was rolling there. I'll say that.
Yeah.
It was very, very good. It was the one doing the rolling this time, which was nice to see.
For sure. Man, Relic Repurposing is such a great card in this meta, Like, to have the Relic Destruction and then also synergize, with other things in your deck feels good.
I just like that Parallel has evolved to a point now where like people are considering relics all the time, and when you come to these tournaments, you have to like play relic removal. I remember at the start it was like very few people run relic removal, if relics at all. It was just like straight up you would play like no saboteurs, no collateral damage, no nothing. But now we've gotten a bit more evolved where people are considering relics, even if you're in a world where people were banning Scipius, like you still liked your relic removal because it stopped Earthen or something like that at certain points in the game's history. So I'm very happy to see that.
Man, if EMP Shockwave was not, if it didn't hit your relics as well, I wonder if it would see more play, right? Because it's all, I think so, right? If it's like destroy all upgrades or all
Destroy all
relics.
upgrades or destroy all relics. Yep.
Yeah. I wonder if we'd see that a bit more if you could just destroy all of your opponents.
Oh, that would be crazy.
Yeah. That'd be pretty good.
I think we'll get to a point one day though where someone comes up with some crazy relic deck that you have to run EMP because you just need
EMP.
to
Mhm.
remove all the relics in one go.
All right. So final game, guys. This is it for the second open.
Here we go. Man, these guys are doing their mulligans. We've seen this matchup time and time again. This is David versus Goliath, but it flip-flops every time. It's not David versus Goliath. It's actually way closer than that. It's a very close matchup. I don't know why I said David versus Goliath, but yeah, the Neve has beaten Scipius a ton of times in the past, and you could say the same reversed. Scipius has beaten Neve a ton. But this time it's Brand. My brain is fried. So yeah, like this can go either way. I like Brand in this matchup. It's very, very strong. So we'll just have to see if Soraa can pull it through. But Shogo is not going to make it easier. Wow, they both whiffed 1-drops.
Mm-hmm. Both hands are
It'll
pretty
get there.
reasonable, though,
Yeah.
honestly.
Both of them are going to spike up in threat level pretty fast.
Yeah. Oh God, the perfect loop erasure also just still so good. It's nothing new, but every time I see it, I still love it so much. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he opts for the Baron over the Void Trapper because of like imagine if you hit a spores or something, right?
Yeah.
And you would get if he decides to play the no snitching on the Cunning Scipion here, that's pretty good value.
I think that's
So,
where he's going. It looks like
mm-hmm.
he's made that decision. Ooh, banking an
Oh.
erasure. Gonna keep the units. You never know. No snitching on the Scipion.
Kinda like keeping the other unit.
Oh,
I
hit the
think
Tioli.
oh, well, yeah, that's,
Can't do anything with it.
yep, enough. For a second, I got excited, but no.
Yeah, I agree
Uh,
with you though. Like it's kind of weird to bank the erasure, right? But it kind of makes sense in this matchup.
I think that because Brand is not Neve and doesn't have access to Dominion, I feel like, your best bet to fight back is also having, board presence and pressure. And I mean, obviously there's a researcher in the hand, so he had options, but I kind of like holding back the trapper as well. I'm
Your
trying to think.
Shogo now. Do you just Magna and kill away?
Uh, Magna looks pretty good to me.
Oh,
I
but you can't kill
mean,
the Baron yet because there's a defender.
that's true. Yep. Good point. Hmm. I mean, I think at this point you could just consider going wider again. Yeah, or is
Yeah,
he
just like
going for the
another
bank
cunning
there?
Scipion. He's gonna bank the Scipion, or is he gonna play it?
That's tough.
Yeah,
I
he's gonna
like
play it.
developing it. I think your best bet is to just take advantage of the fact that Brand can't answer super wide boards.
Yeah, doesn't play the Tabula. Maybe he doesn't want to telegraph that he's about to go Relic next turn. Sure, can kill the Cunning Scipion here, the one that still has its effect. And then he could go 2+1, but it looks like he's just locking in the Rummaging right now. Getting the fatter, taller bodies, the card draw, all that stuff. He's going to reveal double Void Trapper and
Yep.
get the draw.
Researcher looks good. Let's see what he gets off the top here. Ooh,
Adira
Adira. Okay.
into
Oh,
a
nice.
demo.
I always feel good when I have a demo in my
Feel
hand.
safe.
Makes me feel safe. If I can get there, then I'm feeling pretty darn good. So, I would assume that there is a stabilized shard in Bran, but I actually don't know there is.
Are you checking?
I'm checking. I actually don't think there is a shard in the Bran list, but there are
Yeah, there
3
isn't.
take it or leave it. So
All right, relic has come down. The trading has begun. Just gets a lot of units on board. Recruiter will help replenish the hand. Man, the recruiter is like a silent MVP for
it really
Cathari
is.
nowadays. It is like it does not get the respect it deserves, but it like makes the machine move so much cleaner now.
I mean, if we think about it in principle, like card draw attached to a 2-drop that like also has a tribe, it's
Yep,
like a clone. It's like no wonder it's good,
it's
honestly.
so good. Such a good one.
And potentially 2 cards. Like there's not often times in card games that your 2-drop has a chance to draw 2,
Yeah.
Like it's pretty good. Okay, let's see what else. Ooh, Tioli. So that opens up an Adira possibility. But you might want to consider needing it for the demo. That's tough. Actually, I don't know. Maybe you don't even live to that point if you don't go for things now. There's also the option to get brand developed, which
Hmm.
is quite good. Hmm. Wow. Okay, so if you don't use the Tioli this turn, then I suppose I would consider banking like, I don't know, salvation and going agent researcher just to have more stuff on the board. Like I know the embedded agent isn't amazing, but it still does answer, you know, a clone. But I think that using the Tioli to get the A5 out is probably the right move.
He's going for the brand. Locking in the brand to start building his own army. If he can find a trusty belt, that'll help a lot.
Trusty
Maybe
Belt is a
Canadira
concern
next
top deck.
turn.
Yeah, I definitely like getting the brand developed over the Adira, right? Because you can always Adira next turn. You might
Yeah,
as well take the time to develop the brand, right?
yeah, I think so. He did bank the demo though.
Yeah, I think that hurt me a little bit. Like, do we need the salvation? Maybe I'm not valuing salvation enough here. I mean, it does heal, and suppose, and do damage. Hmm,
It synergizes really well with the brand tokens if they all come out because they're all
true.
corrupted. So it could be relevant healing.
Good point.
Reveals a master poisoner. It's hiding.
Honestly, getting an extra draw there is pretty nice. Okay.
Poisoner to take out brand though is hurt. It does hurt a little bit, even though there are multiple units coming out now. Brand will get
True.
out 2 tokens. Yep. So if Shogo wants to trade into this, that is 3 off his board.
Like
And then Sora could Adira, like you said, and just take out the Master Poisoner there. And then if we see something crazy, like he hits a Triumph of Europa, I don't know what I'll do.
See, it feels bad, to have your brand kind of get taken out like that. But it's sort of served as an answer, and like you got through the mid game or like the early-ish
Yeah,
mid answer. Now I'd feel a lot better if I had that demo in my hand, right? Because I'm like,
yeah,
oh, then I just need to survive till 8. Like brand helped me get through this one, then I got the next one, right?
I
Um,
agree.
so uh,
All right, Sora, what are you gonna do? I want the Spectacle Adira. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if that's the correct answer. He's gonna do it.
okay.
He's gonna entertain us. What does he
You're
hit?
not entertained. There
Oh,
it
Triumph of
is.
Europa! Let's go. That is very powerful here. He gets some nice units on board. 2 plus 3. That's a nice board.
There's some
Back to
Lambie plays right
replenishing.
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not gonna draw because he's already, I think, maxed out. I don't know. I don't think this yeah, it won't proc the Baron. Gone are those days. But not
Yeah.
bad.
Do
Board
that,
is
do that.
back. Clean board. Like, you are right though. No demo. That demo would have been nice.
See what I'm saying? It's just
Is the
like, if I
salvation
had it in my
gonna be the
hand, I'd
one
be
that
feeling better. Like, I think I'd
yeah.
rather it than the salvation, and, it's
Yeah,
like
we're gonna have to see if the salvation can pull the weight.
yeah. I don't know. I'm probably a little too rigid with my, emo love, but it's fine. But no, I mean, that worked out super well for him. I mean, it's amazing to get to play the Triumph yourself, of course, but it's also taking one away from them, right?
Yep.
So, Magna can help a little bit here.
All right, that will take out the Baron. Does Sora, Sabo, and just Erasure next turn, or Sabo and High Density Genetic Replicator? What the heck am I saying? Sabo and Treacherous Scheming, the High Density Genetic Replicator. I was like, through one step. I
It's all
skipped
good.
one.
It's all good. Uh, yeah, I mean, I do think probably getting rid of the damage really does stack, especially when it comes down to the end game where it's like the X-Rater comes down, it's just like a
Yep.
couple points or so. So like favoring the Saboteur here, just getting the extra little hits off would be
Yeah.
nice.
Saboteur
And
lets you
then
trade cleanly too, right? Your rummaging can
mhm,
now kill the Magna a little cleaner.
for sure. And then I almost would like to. Wow, that's actually a tricky decision here. If he's going to go for the scheming to try and snipe something like another triumph, or if he
Or a
wants to like
banish.
get deeper in his deck, and play
Oh,
a researcher
rummaging.
or something. Ooh,
All
okay.
right, Saboteur coming out first. He might just life siphon the Magna altogether.
Yeah, I think that's the play for sure.
Yep.
Also means
Rum-
that it's banished, so it's not coming back in the triumph, which is nice.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you go researcher, right? Every time you get double draws because
Yeah,
of
double
the
draw
other
here.
one on the board. Yeah. Don't let them know that you banked a demo.
He's looking for the demo, the other two.
Yeah. There
There
it
it is.
is. Oh, there you go. You can
This
bank
is
your
like
demo if you find your other ones, right? But
demo
I
plus
will
unseen ally
say,
is super strong.
it's not all the time that you get the chance to, like, double researcher, right, and, like, really
Yep.
get through the deck, so
Man,
alright.
Shogo is not down and out, but he's definitely a little behind now, back against the wall a bit.
Oh, I think
You like
Soraa is in a
multi
great spot here.
yeah. Does Shogo just multi subjugate mill?
I think at this point, your head's at, like, I'm probably gonna need a triumph maybe to
Yeah.
win this, or, what's it
Okay.
called? The Drusian not X-Rater, you need a
Radiant
way to
Legion?
flood the board. Yeah, thank you, the Legion. So, if you go double subjugate and you wind up burning, a ton of cards, you might
Mm-hmm.
burn something that you really need to win this. So I don't know
That's
how I feel
true.
about the double. Mm,
You can trade his adjutant token in here and then bank the other. Man, this is tough. He has to bank the no snitching, but in reality, you would want to bank the subjugate, which is what he's going to do. That way, he can buff and kill one of the rummagings.
mhm,
Then he could play standard bearer.
yeah, fine. Oh, we got a little glimpse, I think, of the waste maybe? I wanted to see what was in there.
Just trade here.
I don't think you don't use the no snitching on that researcher, I don't think.
No.
Oh, there's the Drusian. Okay. It's a little scary. Okay, so this is one of those moments where you're like, man, I could just demo this board with the Tioli, just like get rid of
Yeah.
it. But you want to respect probably like another Triumph. Like it feels so bad to go demo if you don't have a backup one, and then you just go Triumph, right? And refill a
Good
board.
scheming erasure. You are making yourself susceptible to some pings though.
Scheming
There's
feels pretty good, actually.
there's the erasure. Oh, honored steward because it's a body.
Yeah.
And then you can just trade into the 3/1.
Yeah, definitely don't need to demo this turn at
Mhm.
all. For sure.
Very clean.
Nice.
All these trades too, they don't seem like much, but Brand's passive just keeps ticking, and they're getting stronger and stronger. By the time they get unseen allies, they're going to be crazy. Shogo top decks to Triumph. This is going to be his attempt to come back. We know Soraa will just demo this.
Yep. Let's see. And he'll go for it. I think that Shogo's really going to struggle at this point. Both triumphs are in there, so this is the last triumph, I think. Or we know that one was, yoinked, and then I think the other was in the waste there.
What is Shogo thinking about? This is a very, very tough spot. Or
What
can
was the
demo
turning
next turn,
point?
unseen allies, and just start pushing, right?
Yeah. What was the turning point? I'm trying to think in this game. Like that brand, like the poisoner definitely took it out, but the brand was actually able to kind of
You got
eat
so much
a lot of
value.
his board. Yeah.
Yeah. He hits a Radiant Legion. He's gonna Tabula first.
Gets a
Standard
Drusian
Bear?
probably,
Or
or
how much
sorry.
energy does he have left? Standard Bear.
Sorry, yeah, Standard Bear. Oh, nice.
He's like,
Okay,
thank you. Oh, another demo.
perfect.
Into
Yeah.
Radiant Legion. This is an end all be all. Really push for it.
I
Now
don't
he's
want to
gonna
call it
sip.
too soon, but I think the
Yeah.
Tilt fam is probably pretty happy right now. This is looking very promising for Soraa here.
He's just gonna flood it with Scipions. Scipions and the Cathari iterants. Let them flood the board. He's gonna hold on to the Radiant Legions in there just in case he top decks another Triumph of Europa, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But this is like, if we didn't know there's demos, this is that scary board. He's trying to push through as much as he can, which makes sense. That's how you got to play it. So very clean. Soraa just has to run the Honored Steward into the Princept. Don't forget to give the unit back, and then he
Yep.
can demo.
I think that just seals the deal.
Yeah, this is very, very strong play here from Soraa. Okay, boom. Give him his unit back. Shogo should know by now what's about to happen. Wong is going into the bank.
All right. Name a more
Demolecularize.
satisfying play. I mean, come on. Just like demolecularizing that whole board feels incredible. Shogo's heart is breaking a little bit
Yeah,
after seeing that.
here we go. They're all going away. That is a fat singularity now. 10 units strong. Shogo needs to draw something. That's not
Oof.
something. That's a lot of nothing.
What's in the Scipius here? Probably.
Recruiters, Magnas.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad idea at this point. Just try to draw some answers. And it is a 3/3 body.
Only 9 cards left. I mean, let's see. If he Scipiuses and gets through it a little bit more with the recruiter pings, I don't even know how many conversions are left. But I mean, you could get to fatigue and then, get a lucky triumph, again, perhaps from the random card, but
I
we're
like where your head's at.
I'm
Thinking
trying
about
to think of
or
who's
all
out
three,
there.
yeah, all the triumphs are in the way, so he's not even gonna draw one.
Or no, but, the random, if he gets
No,
to
no, no, I
fatigue.
understand. I thought there was
Yeah.
still one in the deck to maybe even draw one, but there's not even
No,
that.
yeah. Done.
Can't no snitching that, buddy. Not like those days anymore. He's trying again. Wait, maybe the
Look,
card's broken.
it happens. Sometimes your brain just, like, goes back to a previous,
Yeah.
update or something.
He's like, "Does it have shielded?" I hope
Yeah.
he's not this is not what he's thinking.
Oh, no, he does think it has oh,
No,
wait.
no, no. He's gonna
No, okay.
magnet.
Good
Unseen
thing.
Allies is coming out now, and you're gonna see all these units to getting buffed passively through Brand's passive. And yeah, they look at those 8 attack on a
Oh my god.
2 cost unit. That's crazy.
It's actually underrated, the brand's
Yep,
passive, you
I
don't think
agree.
about it all that, much, but when you're, uh, just getting little units in your singularity from the opposing player, like, these things are massive threats now.
Yep. Oh my god, these tabulas. Okay, okay, they're not crazy. They haven't traded yet. They're not crazy. But they will get attacked next turn. He's just playing them. Oh, they get buffed with standard bearer, so that works.
Yep. Just sitting pretty with that extra demo in your back pocket, though. It's looking
He's
good.
like, listen, I'm the Cathari player now.
Yeah.
Another unseen allies. That's good.
Shroud is like the ultimate BM class. They just make you feel so bad and demoralized, right? Alright, well, at the very least, he could cast Scipius, just see if miracles, could
Yeah,
happen, but I think that
there's
he's going
Magnas in there and stuff.
yeah.
Could be something.
Ooh, that's not good enough, but it is a card. Okay. Another tabula. There's 5 energy left. I believe there is or you could just play Excavator too. Okay. That was actually a pretty good Scipius cast.
Yep.
4 cards added to the hand, maybe that was 5 actually. And only took out a little tabula, but that was pretty good.
I'm just trying to see how he wants to play this now. He's doing a lot of math. I'm sure he's got counting finger action too that we saw Hogvax do in the last set.
Mhm.
Just trying to figure out what exactly he needs. Try and push through. This is good. I mean, maybe there's a world where he baits Soraa into like a demo and then can like maybe squeeze out a lot of damage. Like you could go Domina into Princept into Drusian, try to sneak a lot of damage there. He's going
I
triple
suppose it's
striker.
possible.
Is
I
he going
believe
face?
that Unseen Allies is still active for the next
It is.
turn, and there is a demo in there, right? Or no, there's
No.
not. Oh, sorry. Oh, that was the bank. My apologies.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I still think he should be able to recover. I mean, he's also got the Praetor as a
He's gonna
defender.
race.
Oof.
He's gonna race. Okay, he's gonna try to. He has. Let me do math. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 damage in hand. So for whatever reason, 5 damage sticks or something crazy happens. Like I think Sora is fine, but if he like missteps here, this could be very bad.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like there is he could make a mistake. Wow, this is actually a little scary. I do not like going with the demo though, right? Cuz then you're just giving them the chance to
Yeah.
reflood. Oof. Uh can trade away 2. There is a siphon as well, like the little tabula could trade into a 3 health and be siphoned.
Ugh, I'm very worried.
I'm
There's so
stressed
many options.
actually.
I'm kind of
I
worried he's gonna run out of clock.
Yeah. Oh, that would actually be the worst thing here is
Yeah.
the running out of time. I think that at 30 seconds, you just have to start making moves. Oh my god, I'm stressed. Okay. Yeah, just
There's a
oh,
lot of options here. All right, subjugate being played. Okay, not going to do anything else there.
okay.
Life siphon. 20 seconds. Praetor. Okay, he can buff now.
Do not miss those attacks.
I think he's okay. It's a little scary, but he's going to buff the defender up.
Yeah. The defender is comforting.
Yeah.
Don't miss the trades here.
Man, that salvation was in the hand for so long. Didn't get
Mhm.
used. He does scheming, though, so that can take out the Drusian. It goes for the memento.
Okay. Yes.
My friend, pick one.
Sure.
Okay, he's trading.
Okay. Just take out the strikers. They all go down in
Yeah,
attack power with
he's going to sit
each
behind this Praetor.
one. All right. I think.
That, I
Oh
mean,
my
there's
gosh.
still, there's
Okay.
no, I think that was a mistake. Hold up.
Hold up.
Is not hitting the Drusian, isn't that worse than not taking knife? Oh,
I am not sure. I mean, because there's definitely he can play 5-4-1, right? So
he can, right now, he can poisoner, swing face with the other two units, and then next turn just hit face and win. No? Wait, no, but I guess Sora can also win back because now he has subjugate. But there's a lot of damage on board. Does he, can he just trade through this?
possible. I mean, poisoner goes down, takes out the with the little 1-2. That's 6 on the board then, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If we wanted to put the Drusian down.
But what if he
6,
goes,
7,
no,
8,
he can't do it with
9.
Domina, Princept, Drusian, right? He can't just win that way.
I don't
No,
think there's
because
a way
Scipius
to
is not
win
a
this.
clone. If Scipius was a
Oh,
clone, it would work.
hang on a second. I'm not counting the damage from the high density replicator as well, though.
Yeah, I don't think
Wait.
it's enough to just push through raw damage.
This was much closer than I expected, though, a few turns
Okay,
ago,
he's
I
going
must
Drusian.
say.
Okay, that's 8 damage. And then
Ooh,
next turn he
trade.
has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he needs 1 more damage. Unless I can't do math.
4, 5, 6. Wait, hold on. 1,
Like
2, 3,
if
4,
everything gets
5,
cleared,
6.
he has 6 damage in hand.
Yep. That is a terrifying place to be, though. Is there no other way to get a defender? I mean, well, you could go for the scheming again. Like,
Mhm.
right? I feel like scheming
Yeah, scheming
makes
is good.
you also could I
Man.
mean, technically, if you wanted, you could demo and scheming with the Tiolis. I mean, if you were really, like,
Does
needed
he
to
have enough
clear
energy?
everything.
Oh yeah, he does. Okay.
Goodbye,
You could also
Domina.
just trade with Domina. Oh no, no, but it's
You don't wanna
corrupted.
take the damage, yeah.
Oh, but he can get it. He's gonna get the other one back via
Mm.
unseen allies.
Yep. He's got a bank, though. Oh, wait, sorry, no, he
He
can't
can't
bank.
bank. Oh, he
Yeah,
can't
you
get it.
gotta
Did he?
or, well,
Did
there's
we mess
another
up here? Did he mess up?
there's another Tioli, is there not?
Yeah, there is. He can Tioli.
Oh. Man, I will say the timer this tournament, I think more than any other tournament that I've casted, I think has stressed me out more, this today. gonna
Oh
do this.
no, he's looking. He's doing he's doing a lot of math right now.
What?
Okay. 2 plus 2. He's going to swing into poisoner
Just whatever you
or
do.
just swing into the striker and be like, if you got the damage, you got the damage, but I'm going to go wide.
I think. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't look. Don't look. Just attack.
Oh my. He almost hit end turn.
Yeah, he did. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. I know I'm sounding stressed over here, but I'm just like
All
really.
right, so he has now reduced Shogo down to just 2 damage with a Princept and a Drusian top
Oh my
deck.
god.
That'll put
Okay.
him down
Not enough.
to not enough. It'll put him down to 3.
What was going on with the Domina there, right? Because the scheming would have put uh another copy of Domina in the
That's what
singularity.
he was getting. Yep.
Yeah, and he just decided to
He just
not go
decided
for
not
it.
to, I guess. He
Okay.
figured to go wide instead.
Yeah, I mean I think this was better, right? Develop your own, right? So then
Yeah.
he has absolutely no shot after the turn afterward. Okay.
Okay, that's 4 damage.
Is there anything off the fatigue RNG like because
Triumph?
mm,
But I don't know what
or
you get. You don't get like a Domina or anything. Radiant Legion goes super wide, but it just
and you
gets
have a
eaten by
demo?
Demo. He has a lot of health, so he can take some of these draws. I think he has to trade in though.
But, you know, he's got 3 cards left. I mean, I think he would end it by then, but being at 2 or whatever, I mean, it
Yeah.
could be sorry, 3, I suppose. But
Shogo has to
he's not
decide if
gonna.
he wants to trade into this 13 damage bodies. Yeah, he's gonna trade 1.
Has to, right?
He trades. Okay. So Sora just has a 2 health unit now. He's staring down 9 damage.
It's nice that he still has the unseen allies.
Well, he's gonna
Ooh. I don't
draw. You could
oh,
Domina
you
a
know the
knife.
nerves at this point, like, he's feeling it. I think
3, 4. Domina a knife. Domina a knife. Domina a knife.
yeah.
Put the
Is it
knife on the
bugged?
Cathari Iterant.
Am I insane? It looks like he's been trying to cast the Domina, like, a lot, and it's
No, I don't
not
think so.
working. Like, am I crazy?
I hope not.
Hopefully not. It just looks like he's hovering it or
Yeah.
something. Okay. Um, okay, never mind.
You got
All
it.
good.
He's not using the knife though. I think he needs the knife so he can trade out everything here. Oh my lord, Memento.
What an exciting final, though. I mean,
This is crazy. Wait, is he gonna Domina again?
maybe.
What does he need? What is he getting with 4 energy? More units. Okay. He does not want the Memento.
Okay. It's the checking of the waist. Like, just get your attacks
There's
in.
23 cards. You don't know what he's gonna get. There's no
Oh
way
my
you can
god.
know.
Oh my god. What's happening? What's happening?
No, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He's gonna swing into the Drusian Trusty Belt double swing. No, he can't double swing. He's just gonna kill the Drusian. It's an end turn. Maybe he plays the embedded if he gets it in. All right, you
Okay.
got it.
All right.
He gets another token. Shogo has 3 attack. Top decks are domino. That's that game?
No, 3,
No, it's 1
4, 5,
off.
6. It's 1. It's 1.
What the heck is this game, man?
But he's got a but being at 1, I guess he's got 2 cards left. This has been such an insane final game, like a really really good final.
Yeah.
Like I thought that Soraa had it in the bag like a little while ago, but man, this has gotten a lot
This
closer than I
really went
expected.
down to the wire. That's
Sorry, what's the
crazy.
fatigue counter out next? Are we on 4 next turn or 8?
Oh man, I have
Shogo.
not. I'll be very honest with you. I've not been keeping track.
It's okay. Chat will know.
All I know is Shogo is taking damage. He can take more of it for now. Sora is really down to the wire. He's gonna trusty belt here. He's just gonna start pushing.
Uh,
Play the Malia and heal. Oh, but you draw an extra
yeah, but
card
you
too,
draw
right?
though. I
Oh,
don't
then the play should have been he puts it on the like embedded agent or something and it just swings.
Well, hang on a second. Do you have the option to not make something corrupted? I don't
We'll
know.
find out.
It's a
I don't remember. No, you have to pick.
okay.
All right, so he's gonna take Sunburn. But he goes to 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
No, it's not enough.
that
Sora's
is
gonna win it. This was a crazy game.
my cortisol levels were through the roof this game, folks. Let me tell you. Kind of want to watch it back. Okay.
What an insane game. Shogo almost came back with it.
You really did. That was so much closer than I
He's
expected it to
looking.
be.
There's no 6 cost units you can get with Tabula. I think I'm pretty sure this
No,
is
there's no
it.
6. I think he's just accepting the fate, sitting there for a second, wants to make sure. Yeah, it'd be 3 to the face. There's no like he'll die to fatigue the next turn.
Yeah.
Sora has officially taken it, folks.
This is
Massive,
crazy. What a
massive.
crazy tournament. Oh man, we've just gotten thrill. What do you call it? Jump thrill. Is that what is it called when it's just like crazy games, like stuff you could never imagine just happening game after game. Like this was a very fun tournament to
It
be a
was.
part of and cast and stuff.
The previous game was a little gnarly too.
Yeah.
I've honestly forgotten what even
Oh
happened at
my
this point because
god.
this game was so insane. But I think this entire series was a great final. Wow. Okay. Congratulations, Soraa, for taking the second open. Let's go.
Yeah, that's
Congratulations to
absolutely
the
crazy.
Tilt fam. Love it.
It's a name that hasn't made it, right? We were
Yeah.
just saying like we haven't seen him in the top cut and he just goes and wins the whole thing.
Wow. Massive congratulations. That was such an exciting final game there. Again, it was a lot closer than I thought and well played. Both players. Shogo really tried his best to fight his way back and almost got there. That was intense and a really, really exciting way to end the second open here. Wow.
It was very good parallel. It was a day of
Yeah.
very good parallel. I was happy all around. We saw a lot of deck diversity all the way up to here. A player one that played a very unconventional lineup. So I'm very happy with how this tournament went and how things are going. Yeah, it was fun.
It was. I believe that last game was over 35 minutes. So they had been like kind of fast throughout the day, but that was a nail biter. But you're absolutely right. Like winning with Brand and Nehemiah when most people were bringing Neve and Scipius too.
Yeah.
So well played. Congratulations, Soraa. That was very exciting. He is walking away. So the opens, I believe, are $2,500 prize pool, but I believe the GOAT AI Rev juiced this one a little bit, and I think threw it an extra 2,500 prompt
He
to
did.
the winner.
I think
something
they
along those lines.
agreed to split it.
Okay.
From what I see in the chat. So they before the even match started, they were like talking about it. I think I saw in their tournament chat. But still, healthy winnings for those guys.
Yeah, and of course, getting more league points. You can always go to parallelleague.game, for more information on the schedule of events, on how to compete in these opens and minors and all that good stuff. Eventually we're gonna have a second world champion next year, so probably will be one of these guys that competed today. You never know. Well, thank you everyone that watched the tournament today. It was a great time. Big, shout out to Defactor and Legit Bad Guy for casting as well. And here we have it, the final bracket, so we can see what happened today. Again,
I have no more words. This is a great
Luke is
tournament.
done.
Like I was like, I'm not done, but I was just like, I was very happy with the whole thing. Like all the way here, every match felt very entertaining, very interesting. We did have one hiccup with connections on stream, but overall, like very, very good. I was very impressed with this tournament, and this felt like such a solid one. Like normally we have tournaments and they're always good, but this one really stands out to me. I really much enjoyed the games.
Yeah, I mean, you called it out earlier, but the deck variance was nice. Like we got to see the ulterior designs list and brands, some things that aren't
Yeah.
quite as usual. MVP of the tournament.
Ooh.
We always like to try and pick like one card
Yeah.
that, I mean, could be Poisoner again, honestly.
I feel like saying like Brand's expertise. Like it's just
Yeah?
the Shroud drawing cards felt really clean. Or Convergent
sure.
Recruiter. Like the engine cards within a deck felt very nice today. Like every time these players felt down and out or like their hand didn't look good, they were able to like churn it properly to like fix it and regain composure and standing on the board. So those cards I really like to see today.
Definitely. I would put Recruiter in the running for MVP for sure. It's nice now because for a long time we didn't really get to see a lot of Scipius gameplay, right? Because it was getting the ban, and now Kathy's sort of taken that spot. So it's been fun to see the Skippy again. Well, again, a big congratulations to Soraa for taking the win. Of course, thank you so much to all the sponsors that are supporting the Parallel Prime League, especially Echelon. The league is powered by Prime, so thank you very much. And we will see you guys in the next tournament. It was a great one. And thank you to everyone, chat, that watches and supports and chats throughout the tournament. It's always fun to tune in and see you guys. So have a good day, everyone, and we'll catch you in the next one.